Hello. Hi there. How's it cooking? How's it going? So, let's just get straight into it. We have a lot going on today. A lot, apparently, because sure, why the hell not? First, let's get into this. So there is a new Chizuru figure that they're making. This is literally Chizuru the first time you see her in the very beginning of the manga. This is the first outfit she ever wears. So it's very cool that they're making that. I kind of really want this one personally. So I just thought I'd share some information that was released for this one. They showed this one before, but I thought I'd delve into it really quick. So, new product information, Rent a Girlfriend, Chizuru Mizuhara First Encounter. Literally what it's called. So let's see. It cost 17,500 yen. That's expensive. Ooh, this is better be okay. It's a 1/6 scale figure, so it kind of makes some sense. Pre-order period is from November 3rd to the 28th of February, and it wait, how does that make any sense? Because it releases September 26th. Oof. Okay, so this one's far away. This is far away. So that's what that is. Hopefully we'll have them hopefully we can get them here somehow, but there's other ways to get them. I usually like to use buy E. Let me show you guys that really quick. Buy E. I usually like to use this service and then like whatever they got going on, like I don't know, this thing is really useful. This is like some of the stuff that I found on here and some of the stuff that I've bought on here. So this is the service I use, and they have like a thing you can like attach right here. I can find it. You can get like an extension that you can put on your browser, and then you can use it to purchase from these sites. You know, you can go to these pre-order sites and you can purchase them from these sites. So that's how I'm purchasing, for example, the volume, not the volumes, the Blu-rays for season 4. That's how I'm purchasing those. So yeah, Mummy is shipping to the U.S. again. I'm planning to order the figure from there. I'm always been a little weird with that site. So I'm not really sure. I'll see if I'll try them again, but I've always been weird with that site. It's just me. It's not even like anybody else. It's just me. So yeah, so that's all for this figure. Next we got the big thing. The big thing. Volume 43 was finally revealed. Okay, so this thing is I wasn't ready for this. I wasn't ready for this. Now, okay. So first off, volume 33, yes, horny. Yes, yes. Let's just get it out of the way. Let's just get it out of the way, fucking chat. Let's get it out of the way. Yes. Yes, this is fetish galore. Fetish galore. Good God. You got you got the curves right here. You got armpits, you got under boobs, you got side boobs, you got it just goes and goes and goes on, you know? There's so much going on with this thing. Now, okay. There's a lot to this that I think is kind of interesting. Besides just horny, you know, I think on one hand, yeah, it's horny as shit, right? On one hand, horny as shit, and Reiji kind of knows that. What's interesting about this, um, what's interesting about this one in particular to me, wait, what the hell? Oh, never mind, never mind. It's just my hand was cutting off, so I was like, wait, is there something here? I'm like, no, I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. That's what's going on. I'm a fucking idiot. No, okay. So, um, this is actually actually relevant to the cover, to the arc that they're currently in. You're probably wondering, what the fuck? Why? Like, Ray's just drawing horny shit, right? God, there's like hair in my mouth. This is annoying. There's literally hair in my goddamn mouth. You're probably wondering, okay, what the fuck? Ray's just drawing horny shit, right? That's it. That's it. This is just horny shit. There's nothing deeper about this. There's nothing else going on. So this is where I actually tell you you're wrong. You're wrong. Okay, what do I mean by this? Well, okay. There's a big thematic element to the day. So like I said, this is from chapter 374 to 381. That's where the volume takes place. Now there's a big thematic element to the date around water, around the ocean in particular, and around summertime. And this is playing directly into that. It plays directly into a lot of themes of like one, desire. Desire is a big element here. So literally Reiji leaning super hard into desire in this cover is one, yeah, he's selling you a manga. Are you fucking shitting me? Of course he would do this. Are you shitting me? He's selling you a manga. On the other hand, there's a thematic purpose to this, in particular because of how important desire is as a theme with this current point in the manga. What do I mean by this? Well, here, let's pull up some like earlier um, chapter volumes, or sorry, not volumes, chapter covers. Let's pull up some earlier chapter covers just to kind of show you my point. Because there are chapter covers in this that like highlight this point quite well. For instance, chapter 360, right? This is also during the date arc. And what do you see? Right? What do you see? It's again black, literally a black swimsuit, right? It's another black swimsuit. If we go to chapter 396, you'll see something kind of interesting again. Oh, look. Wouldn't you know? It almost actually looks quite similar, right? There's actually there's a little bit of similarities, in particular the water gun. It's not the same, but it's a water gun, right? There are some slight similarities. Now, if you go to chapter 382, which is right after where this volume ends, this is the cover page. So what you're seeing here is a reoccurring motif of summer, water, and the ocean. And this is important because the last chapter that they go to in this arc, in this volume, is literally chapter 381. And it is literally after they leave the beach, right? It is literally right after they leave the beach. And where does the rejection take place? The rejection literally takes place at the beach. So you're seeing a recurring motif of water, the beach. This is a very intentional motif that's being used here around the ocean and the water. And essentially, what Chizuru looks like here is like she's getting ready to go into battle, if you will. Yeah, it's not like super deadly. She doesn't actually have a fucking pistol, right? She's got a water gun, right? Because it's the beach. You're going to the water. So here, it makes a lot of sense for this element to feel relaxed and to kind of mislead you in a sense. There's a bit of an illusion at play here, which I really like, where when you pick up this volume and you look at it, you don't think rejection. Nothing about this to you screams rejection, which is really perfect because that's literally what the rejection was like. The rejection in the manga is literally like this, where you're kind of led into a false sense of security. So when you see this cover, you have this kind of like false sense of security when you're looking at this because you're just like, oh, that's not gonna fucking happen, right? That's not what I get from this. I don't feel rejection when I look at this volume cover. And yeah, that's exactly what fucking happens. And it's the same thing when we were reading these chapters. When we were reading these chapters, you're literally being led into a false sense of security, right? You're seeing them go to the beach. You're seeing them like get to the place. You hear an "I love you," and you're like, "Oh my god, it's happening," and it doesn't. So there's this element of kind of a disconnect that actually kind of works. Usually, there's at some point in the manga, sometimes Reishi draws volume covers that kind of have nothing to do with what he's showing you. Sometimes he just draws volume covers that have nothing to do with the fucking manga. You're like, what? What does that have to do with anything, right? What does this have to do with fucking anything? In reality, they are relevant. In fact, lately, I've just noticed there is a pattern of relevancy to the ones that he's been drawing. And it's kind of really interesting when you stop and like think about it. Some of them are really direct, right? So like, for example, volume 40 is literally Chizuru. Like here, let me pull them up. I have them with me. Let me go grab them. Okay, so if we go to like, let me zoom in so you can kind of like see what I'm talking about. If you go to like volume 40 is pretty straightforward. It's literally the date, right? It's literally the date. It's when the date starts. So naturally, it just perfectly represents Chizuru in the date, and then you have Kazuya in the background working out, right? That's the vibe, and it makes perfect sense. You go to volume 41, and it actually doesn't match, right? It actually seemingly does not match on first level. Then you actually get into the volume and what's going on in the volume. Chizuru is literally, it ends on the part where Chizuru is like, hey, let's split the bill. Let's split the bill. suddenly it makes a lot of fucking sense. You're like, oh, okay, that's why Reiji has Chizuru holding her wallet. She wants to split the bill. She wants to share in something, and Kazuya doesn't let her share. In contrast, in the back of the volume, you have Kazuya. What is he doing? He's paying. He's literally paying the bill. So Chizuru wants to share. Kazuya is paying the bill. They contrast each other. Suddenly, these make a lot of sense, right? You go to this one, and Chizuru is laughing. This is because this has chapter 300 and what is it? Let me find it. I think it's 366 or 67. 66. Yes, 66. Chapter 366, where they're laughing, right? Here, let me pull it up so you can see. Chizuru and Kazuya are literally laughing, right? Literally like the volume. And if you go back a little bit, you can literally see Chizuru just like this right here, right? It's literally the fucking same, right? It's literally the goddamn same. So in the back, you have Kazuya laughing, right? In the back of it, you literally have Kazuya laughing. So this parallels that, right? This literally parallels that idea. So with that said, these volumes have actually been quite relevant as of late, right? The volumes you've been getting have actually been quite relevant. So Reiji showcasing horny summer is kind of relevant here because why? Well, literally they were building to sex. Literally straight up, they sex was like the thing. Sex was literally the thing. They were straight up building to sex. I'm not even remotely fucking kidding with you. Literally, sex was the thing they were building to in this entire goddamn arc. Literally, it starts with Kazuya putting a condom in his goddamn wallet, and then in chapter 381, literally the end of this volume, the first thing that crosses Kazuya's head is this. You're past the 3-date rule, right? That was supposed to happen. That's where you were. You were supposed to do that shit. And it didn't fucking happen. Okay? So, where are we at right now, right? So, this whole point right here is that it's showcasing contrast. This is where I kind of want to delve into analyzing the volume cover. This is where I kind of want to delve into it. You're seeing contrast. What do I mean by this? Well, you're actually seeing two separate things happening. First, you have one side of Chizuru that has this glove. It's literally like a leather glove. This same side also has a braid that's all the way down and it has a ribbon on it. Okay? Let's jump to the other side. Other side does not have a glove. Instead, it has her hair tie and it has a bracelet. And then on her shoulder, or sorry, like her forearm. Yeah, this is your forearm. On her forearm, it has, I think that thing is meant to hold her phone. I think that's meant to hold her phone. That's what that is. It's literally holding her phone. And then on the top, what do you see? Her hair is braided up. It's twirled up. So you have literally a contrasting image, right? You have something that's loose and then her hand that's covered up, and then you have something that has no cover-ups, that has the bracelet, and then has something on her arm, but then her hair is tied. You're seeing two contrasting things happening. What does this connect to? A clash. Now, how does this connect to the chapter? This is where this shit. I'm just like, dude, Reiji's insane. Dude, Reiji's fucking insane. How does this connect to the chapter? Well, let me fucking show you. First, you have rejection. First, you have rejection. Then you have confession. Acceptance and rejection. Right? You have literally two contrasting elements. And the volume quite literally conveys that. The volume quite literally conveys that. Isn't that fucking crazy? Isn't that so cool? In just these subtle details, he's giving these things to you, right? In just these subtle details, he's giving these things to you. Now, there's also a few other details that we can delve into. For instance, I actually have it downloaded so we can zoom in. Yes, we're about to get a little horny, so, be warned. Yeah, we're zooming into that. Goddamn. Chill with the horny. I know. Just dial it back, fellas. We have diamonds. Now this is actually a thing. This is actually a common trend. This is a thing. Women will put like what is it? Will put like charms on their bikinis. To give them an element of personality and an element of expression, right? And okay, I get it. Horny, 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 right? You got one here and you got one here. And this is where I kind of want to point out something kind of interesting to you. What are they in the shape of? Diamonds. Now, okay. Um, what is Chizuru's rental job? What is the agency she works for? Diamond. Oh, okay. So diamonds are actually very deeply connected to Chizuru's character. There's literally an element of diamonds. Oh, look. What is the overarching element with the ring? What is the overarching element with the ring? Oh yeah, when you think of a ring, what do you think of? Oh, that's right, a goddamn diamond. Right? When you think of a ring, what do you think of? A freaking diamond. Huh, right? Now, this also matches Chizuru's character. Now if we delve into this a little more, again, dial back the horny a little bit, fellas. We have a diamond here, or diamond here, a heart, and a circle. Now, okay, heart circle. It's literally, again, it's also on one side. This is in the middle. This is on the side. Nothing on this side. Again, matching the theme of contrast I was explaining before. Right? You got under boobs here, on the boobs, as well as literally the diamonds again. Okay, so you have diamonds in the middle. Right? The diamonds are perfectly symmetrical. Right? So this is an interesting element here. You have something that's perfectly symmetrical in the middle, contrasted by something that's imbalanced, right? Chizuru herself is imbalanced, whereas in the middle, she has something that's perfectly balanced. Isn't that interesting, right? So, to me, this almost represents Chizuru's two halves. This is how I'm kind of choosing to interpret this. This is kind of how I'm interpreting this. One half is like, I would say, like the part of her that is as love, if you will, or or one part of her is like the real her, and one part of her is like the Mizuhara part of her, right? Where it's rental, right? And it makes sense because one part of her is open and vulnerable, right? And you see this, you think of Chizuru's hair braid that she always wears. That is usually associated with who? Ichinose, the real her, right? And then what do you have here? These bracelets look like moons, right? These bracelets and the thing and the earrings that she wear kind of look like they're in the shape of moons. And an entire thematic element that's at play right now in the story is literally moons, right? We talked about this. There's literally an entire chapter called "The Girlfriend and the Moon." So let me find that real quick. 397, right? Chapter 397, "The Girlfriend and the Moon." In chapter 383, when we start actually hearing Chizuru's thoughts, guess what's there, right? Guess what's fucking there in chapter 383 chapter 382 is when we first start hearing it, right? And then right here, the editor notes literally read. So in the Japanese, there's editor notes that they add on here. They're just text from the editors, and they literally read, "The moonlight illuminates the princess's heart." Okay, so moons and them having this clear pattern is actually important. This is where actually I'm going to introduce you to something kind of interesting that I think a lot of people probably did not pick up on. Um, this is a window pattern. Window patterns, as you can tell, probably show something you can see clearly. Yeah, it's a window. You're only looking through a window, but it's clear. It's visible. In contrast to this glove that she's wearing, which looks cool as fuck. This is like some Nomura shit. This is some Tetsuya Nomura, like Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy VII, Advent Children shit, where it's like, damn, these characters look cool as fuck. Like literally, I'm seeing like Tifa here. I'm seeing Tifa here. Okay, like this is some Nomura Advent Children shit, and I love it. I'm eating this the fuck up. Okay, so you have a window pattern. Why is that relevant? Okay, let me pull up something kind of interesting to you. This is chapter 330. Chapter 330, Chizuru wears this outfit that is literally split in half. It literally has two halves. One's a window pattern, and one is called houndstooth. This is a pretty popular pattern in fashion. It's called houndstooth. What people don't know about houndstooth is that it's a pattern that literally represents protection. Okay. And what happens with Chizuru? She's looking at Kazuya, she randomly runs into him, and she turns to the pattern of the houndstooth. Right? So she turns to pattern of protection. And she's like, why am I doing this? What am I hiding for? Why do I feel the need to hide? And you'll notice something interesting. She's wearing a diamond earring. She's wearing diamond earrings, okay? And then she reaches to the side of protection in contrast to the side of openness and directness, right? And she tells herself an excuse, my hair is probably a mess. She gives herself an excuse to hide. So why doesn't this element is present here. On one hand, you have the clear window pattern on this arm that matches the moon pattern on her earrings, right? And then on the other, you have the side of protection. Someone needing protection is kind of relevant to Chizuru's character, in particular because she doesn't feel like she's comfortable enough to completely open up to Kazuya, but why? And it's because Kazuya isn't really opening up to her. So literally, they have this element of miscommunication that these characters are having a hard time talking to each other. And I get it. You're probably like, oh my God, you're totally overanalyzing. It's like, no, I'm telling you, Reiji does this shit. I'm telling you, Reiji fucking does this shit. He will actually draw the horniest shit in the goddamn galaxy and then literally have actual writing in there. Straight up. He does this, right? Literally, case and point. Case and point, chapter 218. Everybody fucking hates that chapter. It actually genuinely has good writing. It actually genuinely has good fucking writing. Underneath all of it. Literally, in every single frame and every single panel, there's good fucking writing. So literally, Reiji is drawing horny shit, but there's relevance to the narrative as to why this is being depicted. Now, okay, so we have the window pattern and we have the moons, right? We have the moons that are literally paralleled on both ends, right? Both of her ends are like both of her sides have moons, right? The element of transparency is on both of her ears. And they're blue in particular. I think them being blue in particular is, again, matching with the theme of the water. So these kind of almost look like waves on her ears rather than just straight up moons, right? It's the element of water. Then that brings back, finally, the thing I have yet to talk about, which is the visor. So the visor is interesting because summertime, I think is very important. Why? Because Kazuya literally represents summer. Kazuya is the sun. She is the moon. He is the sun. That's the entire narrative motif, right? The entire narrative motif is that Kazuya literally represents the sun and Chizuru represents the moon. Chizuru literally tells him on one of their dates. Let me pull it up. Chizuru literally tells him on one of their dates. Chapter 290. Right, chapter 290, Kazuya and Chizuru are going to go on their date. And Chizuru literally says, I always have bad luck with rain. It's strange, though, but it never seems to rain when I go out on dates with you. I hope the weather's okay. Right? And the clothes that she wears in this date are very sun and summer. Right? And again, you see her literally wearing ribbons. Right? She literally has a ribbon on. And this is interesting, too, because the ribbon that she has on here reminds me a lot of Sumi. Sumi literally has a braid, like a single braid with ribbons, whereas Chizuru has double ribbons here. And Chizuru doesn't usually wear ribbons. So I found that really interesting because it made me think of both one Sumi and actually Ruka. And Ruka is a massive influence on Chizuru in this entire arc, especially because Chizuru is literally constantly talking and asking about her. And Ruka is almost like Chizuru's shadow that's haunting her. And she doesn't realize the thing that's actually haunting her is Mommy. Chizuru is trying to essentially, in some ways, be kind of like Ruka, right? She's trying to kind of sell herself in a way to Kazi to show him that she's serious, and so he'll like her. And this is really interesting because when you go back to when she's picking out her outfit, when you go to her picking out her outfit, which is in chapter 332, I think. Yeah, she picks out an outfit that ends up being the basis for her clothes. So this is the outfit that ends up being the basis for her clothes, but she changes it a little bit, right? You can literally see it like it's the prototype, right? And notice what she notices here. The ribbons on the sleeve is a bit too cutesy. And yet, what do you see here? Ribbon, ribbon, ribbon. Whole lot of ribbons contrasted by the lack of ribbons here, right? It's literally almost like, Chizuru kind of finding a balance with herself and her own identity. And there's this entire theme of identity at play in the narrative right now, where it's like understanding who you are and what you want. And that's a massive theme in this element here, especially for Chizuru's character, which is literally when she goes to the date, she's literally a balance of Mizuhara and Ichinose because they're both her. A lot of people love to create that distinction. In reality, they're both her, and I think this more so falls in line with the element of protection and safety. Or sorry, not just that. Like, more so maybe protection and vulnerability, and the contrast between that. And I think it's fascinating that the side that has the braids that are loose is the side that has like protection on the arm, whereas the side that has the braid tied up is the side with that's actually more vulnerable. And that's a really interesting thing, where it's like you have this contrast between vulnerability and your real self, and then you have the phone on this end, right? The phone is on the Ichinose end, if you will, the part where she usually talks to him, and right, the phones are like a huge element of how they communicate and the thing that also disconnects them. So it's almost like her Ichinose half is more disconnected, whereas her seemingly protected half is actually more open. And I think it's cool details like that because that is kind of true to this whole thing. Now, I was talking about the whole summer thing and the summer vibe. Chizuru wearing a visor that reads Kanokari because, of course, it does. This thing reads Kanoka, which is, of course it does. It's kind of cool. I wonder if this is like an X or a K. I think it's a K. Pretty sure it's Kanokari, and of course you read Kanokari right here too. Literally, it's 3 Konokaris on volume 43. Kazuya stays in room 203. Yeah, it's not really subtle that like 4 is Chizuru and 3 is Kazuya. So Chizuru has literally 3s all over her. You have a pattern of 3s. So literally 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. What is it? 1, 2, 3. Right? You literally have a pattern of 3s. And then of course 1, 2, 3. Literally a constant pattern of 3s. It's by design, right? It's literally by design. There's literally a constant pattern of 3s, and you're seeing constant 3s everywhere. So that's the idea, like literally 3 3s. You literally have 3 3s. And that's the whole point is like literally Chizuru is almost trying to like sync up with Kazuya. It's literally conveying her love for him in the 3s because 3 is his number. And then 4 is her because Chizuru lives in room 204. So literally she's the 4, right? And it almost looks like she's actually making a 4 now that I look at it, right? That's a 4 in reverse. Weird. I didn't think about that. Anyways, ass, titties, legs. Good God, Chizuru's got hips of the gods. Chizuru's got the hips of the gods. So anyways, the summer element and the water element is kind of relevant here, especially because Kazuya, and it feels like maybe she needs a bit of protection on her head, right? Because the sun is too strong. And this is also alluding to summer starting because literally right now in the story right now, we're almost approaching summer. And summer is going to be a very big part for the characters, I think, because summer is literally the time of connection and sharing. And literally it's about sharing that time with other people. It's the time where you go out and hang out with people, right? And that's literally what love is, connection and sharing. So us seeing Chizuru here in that vibe kind of alludes to that summer feel and us going there. So I think I got everything. I don't know if I missed anything. Did you see his tweet about asking the readers for the mistake he made in the latest chapter? Uh, I don't think you read that correctly. I don't I don't think you read that correctly. So I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. You did not read that correctly. Let me pull it up for you because you're not. Oh boy. So what you're talking about is this. What you're talking about is this, where Reiji literally says, "This is full of mistakes. Please bear with me." What he's actually talking about is that this account, that made a post, literally copy pasted a post from a few months ago. So it's literally full of errors. It's literally full of errors. We were showing it in an earlier post. We were showing it in our earlier stream. I can try to pull up our earlier stream. It was literally full of errors. And Reiji called them out, and they deleted the tweet and they fixed it. Right? They literally deleted the tweet and they fixed it because it was literally full of bullshit. And it was like, guys, what the fuck? Shoot. Let me go to my channel real quick. All right. View your channel. Live. Annoying. I can't find it. Yeah, I have it on my phone somewhere. I'll probably post it later or something. But yeah, there was just an error in the whole thing, and they just fixed it. That was kind of it. Right? That was literally it. It was just full of errors. They had like, they were like, "Oh, we're at volume 38," when they were showing literally shit from like chapter nearly 400. They were saying, "Oh, we sold 13.5 million copies," when they're at 14 million copies. And then there was a whole bunch of other crap. So Reiji was literally just calling them out, and then they corrected themselves. I think you can find it on like Mute's thing. I wonder if like you can go to Mute and like see it. Yeah, so this is the corrected version. And then here they are literally apologizing. They're like, "Hey, my apologies for the various errors and inconveniences caused. I shall re-upload it properly now." There you go. So yeah, there's just the error. That was what was going on. Anywho. Where's your hand, Johan? Okay, I'm not that horny. I'm not that fucking horny. Come on. Notice her phone on her arm. Yeah, I already pointed that out. Would be some of less stress, same. If you're trying to be a priest, don't get into the anime. You'll be tested every day, lol. Don't get into anime. You'll be tested every. I'm not. What the fuck? There's a red and black, which represents passion and lust, but the pink of the ribbons also represents innocence and home. Pink does not really represents innocence. Um, pink has rarely represented innocence. No, it wasn't errors in the manga. They fucking hell. Listen. God, please fucking listen. They made errors here. They were talking about things here that were incorrect. They said they said the wrong chapter. They said the wrong things. The post was incorrect. Nothing in the manga is wrong. There's nothing wrong in the manga. Jesus Christ. I'm not saying this again. If you didn't listen, that's your own fucking fault. No, so look, I don't see. First off, I don't really see red. I don't really see red here. I only see pink. Pink doesn't usually represent innocence. White does. Pink can represent innocence. Homeliness? I've never fucking heard that word before. Um, no. So no, pink doesn't really represent that. Pink is a color of beginnings. Pink is usually a color of beginnings. So pink, this to me more so represents that element of beginnings and literally tying a bow. You're literally tying a bow, right? So literally the repeating element of tying a bow, but also literally looking like Ruka, is relevant to all of this. Chizuru is literally haunted, or Chizuru thinks she's being haunted by the shadow of Ruka. In reality, she doesn't realize it's mommy who's haunting her. So ribbons are literally something usually associated with romance. So literally tying a ribbon is relevant to this. That's kind of something that you're kind of seeing here. In terms of like the leather on her hand, right? It's literally like this zipper on her hand, so it's literally like protection, if you will. But and it being black leans into that. I think there's a lot of more black here, which I think is really relevant. The element of black reflects like adultness and maturity. If you think about it, it reflects a lot of adultness and maturity, which is contrasted by the white. So it creates this feeling of balance. So literally, this entire visual motif is balance, but literally using contrast, right? The image isn't balanced, but it's speaking of balance. That's kind of the visual motif you're getting here. It's literally speaking of balance, but it's not balanced. It's literally leaning one way, right? The image literally leans in a particular way. It leans away. It's pulling away. Chizuru looks like she's pulling away, or she's moving in a particular direction, while the visuals, like the swimsuit, is presented as balanced. So that's the idea. Yes, pink represents innocence, particularly soft and light shades associated with childhood, youthfulness, and tenderness. I feel what you dude. It just sounds like ChatGPT. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? No, I'm deleting that crap. Don't come in here saying ChatGPT said this. Fuck off. Garbage. ChatGPT. Fucking kidding me. Oh, look. Pink is associated with femininity. Youth. Youth doesn't necessarily mean innocence. Now, oh, look, it represents the cycle of life, especially in Japan, because it's connected to fucking cherry blossoms. Oh, look, it's not about fucking innocence. It's actually about the cycle of life. Why am I hearing myself? Twitter. Or no, not Twitter, Twitch. It is synonymous with elegance, prominently featured in various forms and textiles. While pink is associated with femininity in Japan, was influenced by the European fashion trends during the 18th century, its deeper roots in Japanese culture predate those influences. Over time, pink became deeply intertwined with traditional ideals of femininity, embodying qualities of gentleness, beauty, and grace that continue to resonate with Japanese society today. See, and that's okay. Suddenly this gets a whole new meaning. Suddenly the ribbons get a whole new meaning. It's literally Chizuru trying to conform. The ribbons literally represent Chizuru trying to conform. Oh my god. These are literally Chizuru trying to conform. That's what this is. Right? The ribbons The ribbons could theoretically represent innocence, but it's more so rather it's about the ideals of femininity and Chizuru trying to conform. Suddenly that makes a lot of sense, right? Suddenly that meaning, it makes a whole lot more sense because now it suddenly starts to click. Oh, it's literally Chizuru trying to fit in, and that's a whole thing that she's doing. That's a whole thing that she's doing. She's literally trying to fit in. She's trying to look like the ideal girl. That's a whole thing that she's trying to do for Kazuya so he'll like her. She literally says, "I want you to think that I'm cute." So the ribbons actually match that element. I think this is more of a visual representation of Chizuru. What about the black on the strips? Does the black have a meaning? Yes, I already talked about the black. The black represents maturity. The black element is important because it contrasts the white on the swimsuit, right? It has a white highlight, so it literally looks like it's balanced, right? The whole idea is that it looks mature. It looks like leather. It looks mature. It's horny. It's literally leaning into the adultness of it in contrast to the white of it, which gives it a sense of innocence. The white creates a sense of innocence. The black is highlighted more because of the white. So the innocence of Chizuru actually makes her more adult and mature and attractive. Literally, the innocence of Chizuru's character makes her more attractive. That's the whole idea. It's literally the innocence that highlights the blackness makes it more attractive, visually speaking. That's the point, right? The black swimsuit literally looks hotter because there's white, right? If it was just black, it wouldn't look as hot, but because there's a white highlight, it looks hotter. It's literally what you do when you're trying to make something stand out. You use contrast. So literally, the element of contrast is even present in the swimsuit. Don't do that. Don't say. Fuck off, man. Fuck off, man. Fuck off, Lawless Bacon. Piece of shit. All right. And then that, and that's the thing too, is that her swimsuit and her attire looking really mature contrasts with the green and the yellow of the thing that she's holding, right? Chizuru's entire attire screams maturity and also perfectness and ideals, right? So literally, the main swimsuit is black and attractive, right? So it's literally hot. It's sexy. You go to the ribbons, and the ribbons represent ideals. Literally a perfect bow, literally tied like a perfect bow. So you have ideals contrasted by maturity, and then you contrast all of that with the water gun and the sun visor. What does that do? That looks a lot more kiddish, a lot more childish. So you have childish colors, right? You have a child. What Chizuru is holding is childish in contrast to her maturity, right? You have adult colors, and then you have perfect colors, right? Perfect ideals. So literally, this picture to me is almost cramped and full of ideas. It's trying to give everything. This is to me kind of perfectly encapsulating Chizuru's loss, in my opinion. She's literally trying to give everything. It's over cramped. There's too much going on. And that's but it's like all perfectly balanced, right? And then of course I forgot to mention the gold, right? The gold colors, right? That's literally kind of in line with Chizuru too, right? The gold colors, like shoot, what does gold represent, right? Yeah, of course. Ooh. Oh, actually, gold is actually connected to the sun. Ooh. So when you see the gold, right? When you see the gold, you think money. And that makes some sense, right? When you see the gold, you think money. You think adultness, right? So literally you think, oh, money. And I think that is relevant. Money is a factor here, right? But notice how small it is in contrast to everything else, right? You when you see gold, you can think money and power and all that stuff. But at the same time, it can also represent the importance of these things, but also kind of makes you stand out. So in some ways, those elements kind of make Chizuru look fancy, right? They make her look fancy, like she stands out. But that's not necessarily the whole point. It's small in contrast to the clothes themselves. She's not wearing a golden bikini; she's wearing a black one, and so the element of money is almost something she's trying to offer herself, rather than something that defines her, right? It's just a charm. It's just a charm of hers. That it's something that makes her personality stand out a little more, the element of money, but it doesn't necessarily define her, right? It just adds a bit of personality. The element of money just adds a bit of personality, right? And it's money she tries to give, right? Gold could also mean desire, aspirations, correlating to her career as an actress. Yeah, yeah, definitely for sure. Right. So that can connect to that element, right? Her aspirations, her goals, some of the things that she wants, right? So it definitely correlates to desire in particular. And Chizuru does have desires and dreams and things she wants to do, and you can kind of see that with like the hearts and the diamonds and the stuff that are on there. It literally kind of reflects some of the things that she wants to do. But the placement of it is interesting, considering it's literally around her boobs and her crotch, right? The placement of it is interesting. What it does is that it's almost like the money highlights her assets. It's like she uses the money to highlight her assets, which I think is really fitting for Chizuru's character, considering clothes is how she expresses herself. So she literally highlights her assets through the money, rather than letting the money define her. Right? The money doesn't define her. She uses the money to highlight herself, right? To express herself via clothes. So that's a cool little detail like that, right? So yeah, you have this element of contrast. You have adult, you have innocent, right? And then you have playful, and then you even have ideals, right? It's a picture that's everything. The picture is literally everything. It gives you literally every single thing. That's the whole point. It gives you everything, right? And it matches how Chizuru is trying to be so many different things, right? Chizuru is literally trying to be so many different things, and she's struggling to be one particular thing. So the volume kind of conveys that, and I think it's something you can see in literally in her rejection, right? You can literally see it in her rejection. Everything Chizuru is trying to do is to reach the ring. She's trying to live up to expectations. So naturally, literally everything she has is an encapsulation of all of her, but also her trying to reach expectations. And it's literally her struggling to reach those expectations, right? It's literally her not being able to, and she has so many reasons as to why she can't, right? She has so many reasons as to why she can't. So in some ways, that kind of highlights that, right? It literally feels like an ideal, like it's absolute perfection. Like what you're looking at is everything you want, right? When you look at this, it is literally every single thing that you want, right? And yet, who is Chizuru underneath all of that? And I think that's the fascinating part, in particular because you look at her expression. That's the last thing I really didn't talk about is Chizuru's expression, right? She's posing. Chizuru is literally posing. She's literally presenting herself in a particular way. It's literally like Chizuru is posing for a camera. She's not smiling. I think the fact that she's not smiling is interesting to me. That immediately kind of stood out to me because it almost contrasts everything that you're seeing. Why isn't Chizuru smiling? Right? Because if you go to like cancel that. Nope. If you go to almost all the swimsuit covers, right? Almost any swimsuit cover that Chizuru wears, she's smiling. Right? She's having fun. Right? Like this one. Right? The one they compare to this, she's smiling. She's having fun. But notice how there isn't a lot going on. It's pretty simple. It's not overly complicated. Whereas here, it's full of stuff. There's so much going on. It is full of stuff. It's literally trying to say 1,000 words, right? It's literally like Chizuru's clothes are trying to say something. It's like she's trying to say something with every single thing that you're looking at, right? And to a lot of people, when they look at this, it's their ideal, not realizing it's the image is trying to give you everything you want. And I think in a meta sense, that's really cool. In a meta sense, Reiji created this image that he knew you would love, criticizing how you're essentially getting everything that you want, but is Chizuru, right? Is Chizuru getting everything that she wants? Or is Chizuru stuck between every single thing that she's showing you versus who she actually is, right? And then even in the fact that she's stuck, she's beautiful, right? Even in her failures, she's beautiful. Literally, even in all of this like stuff that's going on around her, she still stands out and looks super beautiful, right? And finally, I did want to mention something about the green. The green color contrasted by the yellow color. Kazuya is literally wearing green in this date, right? Right. Let me zoom in. Right. Kazuya is literally wearing green on the date. So the sun and the greenery literally matches Kazuya's character. And that makes a whole lot of sense, right? The sun and the greenery literally matches Kazuya's character. So all of that comes full circle, right? And it seems like if you look at it, the colors that seem to be like kind of the focus here are, pink, green, and white. And then that's contrasted by the black. So like literally right here, those are the colors. But yeah, that's roughly my analysis. Let me see if there's anything on Reddit, if someone else said something about this. Volume 43, clean version. Oh, interesting details. Okay. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. Let's get into it. Moon-shaped earrings. The moon returns is still a crescent moon, only now it's closer to filling with a lot to become a full moon. This could mean that Chizuru is closer to understanding her feelings and reaching emotional fulfillment. Okay, extra details. So this is not directly related to the cover. If we look at the earrings Chizuru wears on the color cover, page 399, a full moon can be clearly seen. Happiness, complete love. At least that's how I interpret it. Wait, what? These are just complete circles. The inside is hollow. So, if anything, that looks more like an eclipse. Anyways, different hairstyles. Chizuru is using two distinct styles in her hair, braids and loose, which is very interesting. Where have we seen this, of course? Mizuhara is loose, free hair, Chinose equals braided. Actually, this isn't completely true. Mizuhara's iconic thing, literally, Mizuhara's iconic fucking thing is a braid. Like, no. Mizuhara's iconic thing is the braid. The Ichinose that you see at school braids her hair. But the real Ichinose doesn't usually braid her hair. And the thing is braids are usually connected to an element of protection and safety. So, and it's also intertwined. So literally you're intertwining hair. So it represents connection. Rather, one braid being rolled up and one braid being loose is actually more indicative of something. Whereas like one isn't fully open, one totally is. So one half of her is completely open, one half of her is still rolled up and not completely free. I don't think that correlates to Ichinose and Mizuhara. Rather, it's that Chizuru isn't able to be completely let herself loose, right? It's literally matches her line. I'm in love with you, but not enough to date you. That means she can't fully open up to him, right? So one half of Chizuru is still rolled up, right? Still fully rolled up and braided. One half of her is completely free. Even if we look closely at the hairstyles on her head, we see a braid in a circle, and behind it, almost hidden from view, the characteristic look of hair that she uses when she is in her role as a winter girlfriend can be distinguished. For me, this is a direct visual representation of duality of Chizuru's personality and conflict. Is it a duality, or is it one half of her is like not fully her and one half of her is? Because Chizuru, when she's Ichinose at home, doesn't braid her hair at all. It's just down. So I don't know. That's weird. I think the braid more so represents connection, right? Bikini color change. We use the black color and chain-like details. According to my research, this is a recent trend in swimwear, which confirms we use attention to details and keep up with date with female fashion. Okay, yeah, sure. But there's something more. The change from light to black bikinis and underwear is visually indicator that Chizuru is emotionally maturing towards more adult love, or so I believe. No, it's just meant to represent Chizuru's maturity. Chizuru has fucking adult ass assets, dudes. She's hot as fuck. That's the whole point. It's meant to represent her adultness and her assets and how attractive she is. It's also meant to represent maturity and adultness. Kazuya's iconic spiral shirt is very characteristics of the character and is part of him in the collective imagination. That said, a spiral has several interpretations of symbolism. One of them could be the representation of the sun. If this is the case, Kazuya is the sun. Well, yeah, Kazuya is the sun. Anyways, Chizuru wearing a visor to protect herself could indicate that Kazuya is dazzling her, something that relates to the fact that she cannot get him out of her mind since the kiss in the taxi. Well, Or you could say she's overwhelmed by the sun and she just needs the visor because it's too hot. So in that sense, she's literally present in the sun, but she needs the visor for comfort. So I don't know about Kazuya dazzling her, but I can kind of get it. If we pay attention, the water gun already appeared in a simpler version on the cover of Chapter 6, which marks the end of separation between Chizuru and Kazuya, at least remotely, the call. Rishi shows it again. It didn't research further back, but it may appear on some other cover sometimes. Quick repetition to indicate that there's some hidden message here. If I delve deeper into the analysis, the surname Mizuhara Ichinose are directly connected to the element of water. Yeah, Mizuhara means a plane of water. That Mizu is so Mizu is important in Mizuhara because Mizu is the way you say water, in particular because of how it's malleable. So Mizu, you can use it for almost any form of water, whereas the water used in Ichinose is very like particular about it being like riverish or a current of some sorts, right? So the whole point of Mizuhara is that it's malleable, which matches Chizuru's character that she changes into whatever people want her to be. She literally becomes whatever people want her to be. That's the whole point of Mizuhara. It literally changes to whatever people want it to be. And this is the irony. People want to define Mizuhara in a very particular way, not understanding the whole point of Mizuhara is that it literally becomes what you want it to be. It's not an armor. Mizuhara is not her armor. Mizuhara, the illusion that you're misinterpreting about Mizuhara is that you think Mizuhara is the armor. Mizuhara is not the armor. Mizuhara is literally the AI. The thing you want her to be, she will become that. That is what Mizuhara is. She's literally a plane of water that reflects back at you what you wish to see. That is literally the meaning of the name. Ichinose, in contrast, is a single current. You can't really see your reflection in the current. It is strong. It has its own identity, right? So you have this contrast between something that reflects back at you what you wish to see and something that is strong and you have to actually like interact with it, right? That it's its own thing. And then you have Chizuru, which is literally 1,000 paper cranes. So you could have 1,000 paper cranes on the water, Chizuru Mizuhara, or you could have 1,000 paper cranes flowing through water, literally a wish flowing into a particular direction. Or you could have both. Chizuru Mizuhara, Chizuru and Ichinose both at the same time. So I think people kind of always misunderstand what the fuck Mizuhara is. They think it's the armor. They think it's this like particular thing. No, it's literally the act. Mizuhara is quite literally the act. But you haven't been seeing Mizuhara. She hasn't been acting. Mizuhara is the mirror from Harry Potter. Okay, I used to like Harry Potter. I kind of hate it now, so I'm not gonna bother with that. Anyways, water gun is fired to attack or confront someone. This leads me to the following interpretation: Chizuru responds to Umi. Uh, I don't think this has anything to do with Umi in this case. Water gun isn't to attack; it's to splash someone with water. It doesn't hurt anybody. It doesn't hurt anybody. It doesn't hurt anything. So if anything, it's literally Kazuya about to get splashed, right? They go to the ocean, and Kazuya is about to get splashed with the water that is Chizuru, because he's not seeing her. It's almost like a wake up call, right? It's almost like a wake up call to the water in Chizuru's hand that he's gonna get splashed with. It's like a wake up call, right? He needs to get hit with the water to wake up. I don't know if it's Umi, because remember when we see it in chapter 396, it's not about Umi, right? People keep talking about Umi here, but that's not the point. Umi is the ocean. Kazuya is acting in a way that he's haunted by Umi, right? Kazuya is haunted by Umi, so all he sees is Umi. So the whole point is that because all Kazuya sees is Umi, when they go to the ocean, he needs to get splashed by the water to wake up. So when you see it in chapter 396, it's literally Kazuya getting splashed by Umi as a byproduct of Chizuru, because Chizuru talked to Umi, right? So in a sense, it's Kazuya getting splashed, right? I think that's what it is. Kazuya getting splashed with some water, right? I think that makes a little more sense. That it's literally like when you douse someone with water so they wake up. That makes a little more sense, right? Kazuya kind of had to get needed to get shot with water, I guess, to wake up. So he gets shot with the ocean, if you will, so he can stop being what he thinks, being like Umi essentially, or being what he thinks Umi is, right? He needs to kind of break out of that role. So the element of water being there, it's literally about actually living. So like that's the whole thing that I'm seeing with the page, is that it's actually kind of alive, right? That's actually it's literally Chizuru actually being and experiencing summer, whereas Kazuya isn't, right? Whereas Kazuya isn't actually experiencing summer. The colors green and yellow are colors of life, right? They're alive, right? In contrast to the black, which is mature and adult, right? So you have colors that are alive, you have colors that are ideal, you have colors that are mature and adult, you have colors that are blue, right? Where the blue colors are literally colors of life too, but in a different way than green, right? So her thing has like green, red. It's just a perfect water gun actually. So yeah, I don't fully agree with that. But if we're talking about confrontation, well, that's literally what happens in the rejection. It's a confrontation. So a confrontational element being present when we see the water gun, right? So we see the water gun here. And what happens, Kazuya and Chizuru need to have a talk. And Kazuya finally talks to her because of Umi. What happens in this chapter? Right? What happens in the volume? It's Kazuya and Chizuru finally having a talk. In fact, that was the whole point. When you're building up to it, let's go to it real quick. What does Chizuru say in chapter 376? Don't we have something to talk about? Something we need to talk about. I want to go. Right? So the only other time you see Chizuru with a water gun, it represents conflict. Right? It's conflict that's not actually painful, right? You're just getting splashed with water. It's like you gotta get hit with the water a little bit, right? You can't be scared of water. You got to be able to get hit with water and be okay. So if anything, it more so represents the illusion of conflict, right? It's like you need to get scared a little bit. You need to get scared of a water gun in order to actually have a water gun. Did we ever get the season 5 announcement? I'm pretty sure that shit was just a fucking leak. If there is a season 5 announcement, well, season 5 was already announced. Season 5 was already announced. But if you're talking about that announcement that was supposedly leaked, Shocking, it wasn't fucking real. Shocking, it wasn't fucking real, because they said it would be on the 29th, and we're on the 30th now. And there was no announcement in regards to season 5. If any, the only announcements we got was a few other things that were relevant to the series, but nothing about the anime. Literally nothing about the fucking anime. So no, that shit was just a stupid fucking leak, and it was wrong. This is why we don't listen to those accounts. Yeah. So if anything, it's like the water gun to me alludes to conflict. It alludes to the idea of needing to face this kid-like conflict, right? Because that's just what it is. It's just a kid-like conflict, and it's just something that needs to happen, right? It's just a small conflict you need to face. You need to get splashed by water, dude. You gotta get fucking splashed by water, right? So you can deal with these conflicts. You need to deal with these issues. You need to just be afraid and get splashed with water. You need to be a little vulnerable, right? You gotta get wet. You gotta jump in the water. You gotta get fucking wet, right? Like, remember, you know when people tell you, like, it's like you gotta jump in the water, right? Don't be afraid of the water. It's not gonna fucking hurt you. You gotta just jump in the water. And I think that is very fitting for Kazuya's character, considering the motif of getting the Nemo fish keychain, right? Kazuya literally needs to swim, right? So he's got to get splashed with water. When Umi shows up in when they were living together, actually Reiji literally uses this exact motif. Let me show you what I mean. After Umi shows up and Chizuru asks Kazuya out on a date, this is the cover page. They're swimming. And they're practicing swimming. Literally, they have swimming boards. They're practicing swimming. Literally, like, they're practicing dating again. Practicing properly dating like they're newbies. Okay? Chapter 293. Oh, look. Swimsuits again. And now they have water guns. Swimsuits again, and yet again they have water guns. And you can tell they're water guns because you can see the line. Right? You can literally see the line. These are water guns. Huh. And what happens in this chapter, they're literally practicing working with kids. And Chizuru is out of her element, and Kazuya is actually totally in his element. Whereas you later see Chizuru in her element, learning how to practice being an adult. Right? Finally, you have chapter 295, which has Chizuru as a kid. Right? You have Chizuru as a kid. Looking out because she's alone. Right? So, oops. So the element of water, literally getting splashed, learning the hard way, right? Literally, you gotta actually get splashed and get a little hurt, right? Don't be afraid to get in the water. This matches with Finding Nemo, where Kazuya, in the end, after a rejection, gets the Finding Nemo keychain, right? And what is the whole thing with Finding Nemo in terms of like Marlin's character? He literally needs to start swimming in the ocean and actually start experiencing it. So Kazuya needs to get splashed so he can be okay swimming in the ocean, right? So this is kind of alluding to that. The whole water motif is really, really relevant, right? The whole entire water motif is super relevant. It's literally Kazuya actually getting into the water instead of looking at it from an aquarium, right? What is Kazuya's whole thing? Aquariums. He likes fish. He likes observing fish. He's not actually going out into the water, right? Kazuya actually needs to go and experience the ocean, not keep thinking of it, not keep looking at it. He keeps thinking of Umi, literally the ocean. He keeps looking at the ocean, right? But he's not actually experiencing it. And that's the whole point. Literally, he needs to get splashed. He needs to actually feel the water. So I think that's what the water gun to me represents. It can represent conflict and Kazuya literally actually experiencing and living, because water literally represents life. And this is important because what is the thing that started this whole thing? Hawaiians, where they went into a place that wasn't actually the ocean, right? They went to a place that wasn't actually the ocean. They went to a place that simulated the ocean, right? And then they got hurt there. And Kazuya's entire like thing that happens in chapter 218 is in the water, right? It's literally him drifting in the water, right? Kazuya got hurt in the water. So now Kazuya is afraid of water. Literally. He's literally afraid of the ocean. Kazuya is literally afraid of the ocean now. Umi is literally constantly in his head, and it's literally Kazuya stopping being afraid of the ocean. Stop being afraid of Umi, stop being afraid of the water, because the water represents his pain. So when he sees the water gun, he gets scared. In reality, he needs to get squirted a little with the water gun so he can be comfortable actually jumping into the ocean again, actually being okay swimming again, right? Because Kazuya used to be able to swim, right? Actually swimming through your feelings, right? That's the whole point. It's representing Kazuya actually swimming through his emotions again. So Chizuru holding the water gun is literally Chizuru about to splash him. Like, he needs to get splashed, right? And Chizuru is the one who has to do it, right? Chizuru's the one who had to reject him so he could understand and start actually snapping out of it. I'm not saying Chizuru did it like completely on purpose. I'm saying like Chizuru wasn't trying to necessarily hurt him, but it's Kazuya's wake up call. He needed to get splashed on the water, right? So he can wake up. He went to the ocean, got splashed, and then started waking up, right? And so Umi can slowly stop haunting him. Kazuya looks like her grandpa, right? She'd be happy or traumatized now that he looks like her grandpa. Johan Fate. Johan Go Fate. Thanks. The whole time Kazuya was Reiji's self-insert. Shut. Okay, I'm warning him right now. If you walk in here and even make that joke, bro, you're gonna get temporary banned. If you so much as make that fucking joke, you're getting temporary banned. I fucking hate that joke. Like, literally, Reiji's just like, what the fuck is going on with the West? Reiji's just straight up like, what the fuck is going on with the West? Like, he said overseas fans. He's like, what the fuck is going on with you people? Like, wow, people are really mad. And just like, I'm just like, yeah, they're kind of just grifters. And he's like, I see. We all need to get splashed sometimes. Yeah. What does this say? Oh, let me finish. Let me see if I read the whole thing. Therefore, the gun is equivalent to confronting or attacking directly. In this case, Chizuru wants to confront her feelings for Kazuya with all of her strength. Flip it. Flip it. It's Kazuya needing to get squirt with his feelings so he can confront her honestly. It's... I don't know. I think the water's more... The water gun's more about Kazuya. She's holding... To me... Does Chepto want to get banned a second time? Don't just ban him. I mean temporary ban. Temporary ban, okay? Just temporary ban. Anyways, what is it? No, so to me, the water gun is more so indicative of the idea of conflict. She's not actually pointing it at you, right? This is the important part. The water gun is more so indicative of the idea of conflict. Chizuru isn't actually pointing the water gun at you, right? It's just the fact that she's holding it. It's just the fact that Chizuru is holding a water gun that you're just like, oh no, what if she shoots me, right? When you see the water gun, you think, oh no, what if she shoots me? And that's essentially Kazuya's fear. That's essentially Kazuya's fear. Oh no, what if I get shot? What if I get hurt? And this is important because why? What was it? Volume 24. Went to girlfriend. Oh, I said 4. Mommy holding a water gun, aiming it at you. Huh. Interesting. Suddenly, the water gun has more meaning. So, if we dig into it in a different way, Chizuru is holding a water gun. She's not actually aiming it at you. So you're afraid you're going to get shot by water, right? You're afraid she's going to shoot you and she's going to hurt you. But first off, it's just a water gun. It's not actually going to hurt you. Second, she's not actually aiming it at you. She's pulling away. She's not actually going to shoot you, right? Chizuru's not actually going to shoot you. It's the idea of conflict. It's the idea that you might get hurt. It's the idea that she'll hurt you. But she won't. She's not going to. But it literally represents Kazuya's fear. She might hurt me, right? They're gonna. She might hurt me, and you treat it like they're going to, which is literally what Kazuya does. right? What happens in the rejection, right? What is Kazuya like so deathly afraid of in the rejection? Yeah, look. Oh, she saw this thing. She's probably bothered, right? And he's scared constantly, right? I'm super nervous. I guess when push comes to shove, I might have to tell her my feelings, right? I gotta stay calm. Only 9 o'clock. Mizuharu is the one who said she'd give me an answer. There's still plenty of time, right? I should have drank more alcohol. He tries to walk away, right? He's literally scared. He's running away, and then he realizes he never held her hand. He literally never held her hand. He never actually physically connected to her or shared something with her, right? And it's because Kazuya is literally afraid of conflict. He's literally walking away. He's scared. He's afraid of conflict. So, when Chizuru holds a water gun, it is literally indicative of conflict. She might shoot me. Right? You get scared because they might shoot you. But is she? Is Chizuru indicating she's going to shoot you? Is anything about Chizuru here alluding to the fact that she might shoot you? All you're seeing is she's holding a water gun. That's it. Nothing is saying she's going to shoot you, right? She's just holding one, right? And her hand is on the trigger. But it's not aimed at you. It's aimed away from you. It's like she's pulling back. Whereas if we go to mommy, she's literally aiming it at you, right? What do your parents fucking tell you? Don't aim a weapon at someone, right? What is mommy doing? Literally aiming it at him. And then literally doing this, like, I love you, right? Like, literally, it's a contrast. With mommy, it's literally like she's saying, I love you, right? You matter to me so much. And she's holding a gun to your fucking face, right? She's holding a water gun to your fucking face. Whereas Chizuru, she's pulling the gun away. She's not actually going to have conflict with you. She's not trying to, right? She's not actually trying to hurt you. But it's like, okay, but it's a gun. So it's like, you know, it still scares you. It's just the idea that she's holding it that scares you. Water gun, a semicolon of a gun, but instead of hurt, it's for fun, right? It's for fun. That's the irony too, right? A water gun is for fun, but it can scare you. It can look like a real gun, so it can scare you. So rather than be scared, right? Rather than be scared, you should be excited that she's holding a water gun. But its illusion to conflict is what scares, right? Is Chizuru's hand on the trigger? It is, right? All of this should allude to fun. Every single aspect of this should allude to fun, and yet it ironically ends up alluding to conflict, right? All of this should allude to fun. It should be about fun. It should be fun. And yet, you see a character like Mommy make it look like the water gun is dangerous. Right? Right? Mommy makes the water gun look dangerous. Whereas Chizuru is pulling the water gun away from you. Right? And it's literally should be about having fun. And that's exactly what I mean. It's like Chizuru doesn't look like she's having fun. Right? Chizuru's holding the water gun. She's all dressed up. She doesn't look like she's actually having fun. Whereas, when we see Chizuru in chapter 396, she's actually having fun. She's smiling. There's motion and a form of what is it? What am I trying to say? Her form is dynamic, right? There's motion. It's dynamic. Whereas here, it's just standing still. There's a stagnation to it, right? Everything about her is dynamic, but she herself is still. Everything about her is dynamic, but she herself is still. And there's so many layers to this. That's so cool. There's so many layers to this. That's so fucking cool, right? I love how this is like full of layers. Reishi does mention the announcement between the overseas tweet and the new cover tweet. What announcement? What announcement? What are you talking about? There will be an announcement at 6 p.m. That was the announcement. That was the announcement. 6 p.m. That was 6 p.m. The volume released at 6 p.m. in their time. That was the announcement. The volume is the announcement. This released at 6 p.m. Right? It's 2 a.m. Okay, here, I'll show you. What time is it in Japan? 2 a.m. here. See? 2 a.m. where I'm at, 6 p.m. where he's at. That was it. That was literally the announcement. Did you guys talk about Chizuru out of place shoulder in the cover? She looks damn fine other than that. Out of place shoulder? You mean this? Doesn't look out of place. That doesn't look out of place. Not to me. Looks a little weird, but it's not out of place. It's a little weird, but it's not out of place. Yeah. It doesn't look wrong. I don't see it. No, just a little weird, but it's not wrong. Yeah, it would still pop. It would still show. Especially if you're leaning in like she is. Your shoulders would literally show like that. Yeah, no, it makes sense. No, it makes sense. No. No, I see it. It makes sense. It just looks a little weird because of her neck placement. It's just the neck placement makes it look a little weird, but Chizuru literally has long limbs. So it makes sense. No, it works. It looks a little odd, like because of how you're looking at it, but it works, like anatomy wise. It's literally because of where her neck is placed and how it's looking that it's kind of screwing with your brain. But anatomy wise, it makes perfect sense. It's just because of it's literally like a visual illusion. It's literally a visual illusion. I know because like when I draw, I sometimes see shit like this. Like it looks weird to someone looking at it, but it makes perfect sense like when you think about the anatomy. Yeah, it just looks weird, but it makes sense. For me, it's the midriff. The abs. The abs. It's the midriff. Also, her swimsuit is like I think hornier than Chizuru's ever worn. I don't think Chizuru's swimsuit has ever looked this horny. Like see like this swimsuit, like it's horny, but like the bottom is actually properly covered, right? Whereas the swimsuit here, it actually shows like under boob. You can actually see like under boob. Like damn, yeah, it's extra duper horny. And then there's actually good storytelling underneath. I think that's so cool. Extra duper horny, good storytelling underneath. Okay. There's also like one other thing. You're getting the new Chizuru figure? Yeah, but it's not coming out for a while. It's not coming out for a hot while. So there's one other thing. And it is this. So last year, I think it was last year, they held a festival in Reiji's hometown of Nakano. And this year, they're doing it again. It was just announced recently. It's literally like in like a few weeks, in like literally like a week and a half, which is kind of crazy. Like that's really fucking close. And they're just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna do that. And then they also extended the Hawaiians event to the 23rd. So there's also like a Hawaiians collaboration where you can go to Hawaiians, and you can see like a bunch of stuff that they did there. They extended that collaboration to the 23rd, and they are they are making this. They're doing this event again on the 9th of November. So yeah, so they're doing this again. A collaboration event with the super popular manga Rent a Girlfriend will be held, and a special talk show by Reiji Miyajime Sensei, the author hailing from Nakano City. Venue Nakano City Hall, Sasara Hall. Date and time November 9th at 10 to 15. So yeah, I actually have some of the stuff from this. I actually have some of the stuff. So they're giving away the special manga. There's gonna be like special pins and goods, and there's gonna be like a few other special stuff. I kind of hope I can get some of these online, but I fucking hate when they do these kinds of collaborations. And if you're like outside of the country, just get fucked. Like it makes me so annoyed. For the Hawaiians collaboration, they actually had Sora Amamamiya and the voice actor for Kibe. Really weird combination. Really weird combination. They had those two appear at like a quick Q&A, and they did like the dance that they do and shit. And it's kind of cute, but it's just kind of weird. The event seemed really fun. I bought some of the stuff from the event. I bought some stuff from the event. They weren't selling it online. I bought it secondhand because I told you buy E. Like if you go to like Mercari right here, they can sell that some of that stuff secondhand. And I bought some of the stuff from it secondhand, but it was just, I didn't want to invest too much because these things get expensive really fucking fast. Just curious, what is the biggest copium moment you've ever had? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like, are you referring to the series? Are you referring to the series? Because I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to talk about like a copium moment when it comes to this series because everybody wants to gaslight the fucking shit out of you when it comes to this story. So it's like I feel like I'm always in copium hopium mode. I feel like I'm literally always copium hopium mode with this series. I don't know. I genuinely can't remember off the top of my head like the biggest copium moment I've ever had. I don't know. I can't think of anything like off the top of my head. Maybe like this was a weird one. Maybe like when the Smash Brothers thing happened, where like a bunch of Smash Brothers people came out as like terrible people. I wasn't like copium. I was just kind of hoping, oh hey, maybe they're not actually bad people. Nope, they were terrible. Oh, welp. That's one that popped into my head. I don't know if it was like straight up copium. Um, but that's the one that like popped into my head. And I think I think that's like when my idealization of content creators absolutely fucking shattered. I think that's when like my idealization of content creators utterly shattered. And I had just like this like change in perspective and how I perceive and understand other people. Like my entire view of everyone around me changed. And like I just kind of came to the realization, it's like, oh yeah, even like the smartest people are probably dumb in some way, right? And that's something you see with Reiji, right? Yeah, like Reiji does this like funny shit where he will literally reason himself into doing something he knows is kind of wrong, but he's like, but it's not that wrong, so I kind of want to do it. Like for example, when he did the here's a great example actually. Here's a great example. This the touch map thing. So he did this like touch map thing, and it's genuinely fucking hilarious. And And like the fucking what is it? The goddamn like the director of the anime said like the funniest shit because I'm just like that's exactly how Reiji thinks. That's exactly how Reiji. Right here, right. So this is the director of the anime. He said the funniest shit, and I'm like, that's literally how Reiji thinks. No, that's not okay, right? Well, it's pretty much not okay, honestly. But there are those things, like that. Well, there are, but somehow isn't it kind of nice? Chizuru too, like it's got that point thing going on. It's cute, right? Hey, you get it. That's how it is, yeah? Right. Hey, Meiji Miyajime. Literally, that's how Reiji reasons himself into doing these things. And I'm just like, and that's the thing, is like when I first saw this, I was like, oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing, Reiji? A fucking touch map? And then I like saw it and like I actually thought about it. I'm like, okay, this is kind of cute actually. This is actually kind of cute. And that's kind of Reiji's whole thing. Reiji's whole thing is that it looks like copium, and then you actually think about it, and it's like, oh no, it's actually kind of cute. And so like he did these things where it's like a touch map translation. Head feels good, happy. Cheeks, it's okay, it's fine. Hands feels good, happy. Arms, it's okay, feels fine. Armpit, ticklish. Chest, get punched, get hit. Stomach, it's okay, feels fine. Waist, gets punched, get hit. Thighs, ticklish. Right? It's like, yeah, it's weird at first, but then you kind of think about it, you're like, no, it's kind of normal. It's actually not that weird. It's kind of hot at the same time. And you're like, oh yeah, it's kind of cute, it's kind of hot. I'm kind of cool with it, and that's kind of Reiji's whole mentality, where it's like he kind of challenges your perceptions of what you perceive to be wrong. Where it's like, technically this is wrong. Technically, it's kind of not that wrong. I'm like, yeah, no, it's nothing really wrong with this. All the masochists going for the chest, yeah, or the crotch. Right? So many people literally responded. It's like, oh yeah, I'm ready to get hit. I'm like, that's so funny. That's just so funny. Oh yeah, I'm ready to get hit. I was chuckling, dude. I was chuckling. And then Reiji had his ninth anniversary, which is kind of interesting. 399, right? It seems like 9 years have passed since I created this account with a desperate, straw-clutching mindset when the cancellation of my previous work was decided. Thank you for finding me, right? Like, through sheer fucking willpower, Reiji did this stuff, Sheer fucking like, literally, not willpower, grit. Grit. Through sheer grit. He, like, fucking committed to this. Hey, Faye, read my comment, my copium moment. I'm not reading it. Cope. Your biggest copium moment. Cope. My biggest copium moment was thinking I could get away with not being called Unk, and I was really hoping when I was in Hawaii I could be called Unko. That blew up in my face, and I felt old. Okay. Making the Chizuru cover art right before No Nut November is quite the move, but seriously though, I welcome the fan service with open arms. I already did like a whole ass analysis about the cover. I did a whole ass analysis about the cover. And it's actually there's actually like a whole bunch of layers to this, and it's kind of cool. Yeah. I love how Kanokari it has literally like let me look at this. Let me look at this. Hmm. Kanokari. Yeah, I just thought this was interesting. It's like the way it's like twirling, but it's like it's literally arrows in two different directions. Weirdly enough, for those who don't know, Reiji really likes Splatoon, so this kind of reminds me of Splatoon. Weirdly enough, Reiji does like Splatoon a lot, so this kind of reminds me of Splatoon. So I can kind of totally see this. I can kind of totally see the Splatoon vibe. But yeah, I already had like a lot to say about this. I'll probably like edit it down. I'm gonna just use the next few days to just kind of edit some of these down, like some of these streams, just so that they're available for some people. The Konakari is in arrows, no longer a circle. What are you talking about? Konakari was never a circle. It's always it's just arrows pulling in two different directions. I think I've roughly said everything I wanted to say regarding the cover. If there's anything else I'll notice, I'll say it. But for now, I think I've said everything I wanted to. Kanokari has realistic body proportions. Yeah. The circle around the anime, the recycle sign. Yeah, but I guess they can't recycle anymore. It's not a loop anymore. Right? It's literally not a loop anymore. Damn, you can see her shoulder blades. Or not shoulder blades. These are not shoulder blades. These are fuck, I forgot the name of these things. I'm stupid. Shoulder not no, these aren't the shoulders. Fuck. This isn't whatever. You get my point. Yeah, you can see her arms. It's hot. It's attractive. Reggie's really good with this shit, okay? Yeah. For me, it's this portion, right? Everybody's like boobs and ass. I'm like this. This is the best part. Oh, and the legs and the hips. I'm a horny man. Collarbones. Thank you. Collarbones. I couldn't think straight. I'm a stupid bitch. Fucking didn't remember the name of collarbones. Yeah. I also found that attractive. I'm just attracted to the female figure. I am just attracted to the female figure. Straight up. That's what I'm into. People who see the recycle sign and still don't get the looping is on purpose and not a way to stall is dumb. Yeah, but then people will argue with you and be like, yeah, just because it's on purpose doesn't mean it's good. You know, that's not a good argument to make. It's like you have to know how to articulate your argument because you can say it's on purpose, but then they'll tell you, well, that doesn't make it good. And that's true, right? What makes it good, what makes the looping effective is that it's not just an outright loop. They're not just outright looping. There's actually like a lot more going on than just the looping element. There is a loop, and there's a loop to be addressed, but it's ironic because right now they're looping. But throughout the series, they actually weren't really looping. It's almost like an intentional loop that's working with them. I'm a thigh guy. I used to be just a thigh guy. Now I'm an everything guy. I'm into the whole thing. Bro, I'm into the whole thing. Okay? Just understand. Like, literally, everything's delicious. Everything's delicious. Okay? I'm into the whole thing. I used to be just a thigh man. Now I'm into abs. I'm into that midriff, under boobs, upper boobs, fucking shoulders and back, everything. Okay? Just understand. Let's see if there's anything interesting. Blah blah blah. Time for the rightest man in the history of manga to step up. It's Curry time. Okay. Acting. I hear everyone say that Kazuya is going to get into an accident. That would be interesting. But if Kazuya breaks his back and Chizuru has to take care of him, it would be weird. Because what if she quits acting? She wouldn't. The hip figure and the shading used for the stomach, chef's kiss, swear her down. Yeah, I agree. Fucking Jesus Christ, the hip work. Jesus Christ, the hip work. Dude, what are like, okay, I love that this emphasizes her hips more. I love that this emphasizes her hips more. And then just the details here, you could almost like see the bones with the way he's like highlighting it, with the way he's shading it, but then it feels more like there's actually like meat there, right? Like the way he uses lighting is so fucking good. The way he uses lighting is so fucking good. Reiji's a goddamn god, dude. Like before we were talking about how Reiji, you know, Kana's really good with colors, you know? Bro, you have not seen Reiji. Like we were talking about how Kana's really good with colors. No. Reiji is good with fucking colors, dude. Reiji is good with fucking colors, dude. Like the horny is out of this goddamn world. You're not ready for this. Okay, so we have a few things to do. I think I've covered all the new stuff. I think I've covered all of the new stuff. Uh, Okay. So, okay, let's get. Are you gonna talk about Kazuya's haircut? I will. Fate. When's the light novel cover ranking coming? Light novel? The fuck are you talking about? I don't really read light novels all that much. Let's talk about the haircut. Like, what do you want me to talk about in terms of the haircut? Oh, how everybody's saying it's just Reiji self-inserting. I mean, it's literally the dumbest fucking shit. It is literally the dumbest fucking shit. I cannot believe these stupid ass grifters got this shit trending. I am in utter fucking disbelief that these grifters got this shit trending. It is insane. It is actually fucking insane to me. They got this shit trending. And I saw people who were like part of the industry, who were actual fucking artists, like actually believing this shit. And I'm like, do you have eyes? It literally doesn't look the same. They literally picked a picture that would literally sell you this image because he's wearing the same fucking hoodie. Like, you're idiots. Literally, barely any no Japanese fan I saw said anything like this. I said barely, but then I thought about it. I'm like, I didn't fucking see any of them. Like, what? Bro, where do I start with this stupid shit? Where do I start with this stupid shit? Like, this is the image they used. And I'm like, hey, look, he's wearing the same hoodie. That must be it, right? But then look at the actual hair for a second, right? Kazuya's hair is actually trimmed here. Reiji's hair is not. Reiji's hair is actually long here, right? Reiji has a bang cutting right through the middle. Kazuya doesn't. Kazuya's forehead is literally showing, right? Kazuya's hair is actually super short in comparison to Reiji's. But they're like, no, I'm suddenly a fucking hair expert, right? Reiji's literally turning Kazuya into him, and that's the fucking point, right? That Kazuya's gonna actually succeed now because he got this fucking hair. It's not trolling. It's not trolling. It's rage bait, or not rage bait. It's just bait. It's not even rage bait. It's just bait. Maybe it's rage bait, and they believe it, and they eat it the fuck up because they want to be mad at this series. I think the sad part is people just really want to be mad at this series, and they'll find any reason to be mad. And then when you're mad about it, you get views. You say anything about this series, and you'll just get bombarded with views. Views. This series is literally a moneymaker for these people. They use it. They're literally using this series to make fucking money, and they know what they're saying is nonsense, but they'll do it anyway. That or they genuinely believe it. That or they genuinely want to believe this dude is like crazy. And they just want to throw whatever bullshit they want at the series to make it true. And they'll keep doing it. They'll literally just keep moving the goalposts. Like, some fuckers will be like, oh, Reiji's using Umi to self-insert. Suddenly, oh, look, Kazuya has the hair. He's self-inserting as Kazuya. And it's like, which one is it? Right? Which one is it? Right? Which one is true? Right? Which one is gonna make your opinion actually true? Are you gonna back this up with any real fucking facts? Right? No. They don't read interviews. They don't see anything about Reiji. They just nitpick. They're just like, oh, this is the thing that validates my viewpoint. I'm just gonna warp my entire perspective around this one thing. And this is literally how like these kinds of people function. This is literally the kind of shit they love to do. They love to gaslight you. They love to gaslight you and make you feel like you're a fucking crazy person by just picking this one thing to validate their entire viewpoint because they get views out of it. It's literally something. What's his name? Broad from Japan, Chris Broad, was literally talking about this. He was literally talking about how people do this in Japan. They like go to Japan and they literally film this one thing. Or these like 2 or 3 things that are just like these isolated incidents that has nothing to do with, that does not indicate anything is wrong with Japan. And then they'll just be like, oh my God, Japan is falling apart. Japan is falling apart. And it's utter nonsense. And all they did was like film like a homeless dude or like film like random graffiti, and I'm like, yeah, that's existed before. That's a thing. That's fucking normal. Everybody has this. That doesn't mean anything. But then they get like a bajillion fucking views out of it. And literally like Chris was literally like fucking disillusioned by this shit. And I'm like, dude, like I get it. This isn't necessarily the same thing as like an entire country, but this is literally how I feel with this series. Straight up. Literally how I fucking feel with this series. I feel like I'm a crazy person. Literally when people like Mother's Basement or Gigok or like whatever make videos that get millions of fucking views, and they're literally spouting nonsense, utter fucking nonsense. Straight, like literally, Mother's Basement made shit up. Mother's Basement, when we were watching his video, made shit up. Just straight up, just he made shit up. A lot of these videos that have like a million fucking views, they're either like completely misinformed, don't remember things correctly, or just straight up made shit up, and people believe them. And I'm just what the fuck? What the fuck? I feel like a crazy person. It literally makes me feel like I'm insane. I'm like, did nothing I do matter? Am I just like existing in some fucking alternate universe? When I was like listening to Chibi Reviews first talk about this series, I'm like, oh, what am I listening to? I feel like I exist in an alternate reality, which is really ironic because I remember what back in the day, like when I still kind of liked Chibi Reviews, like I used to kind of like him at the start. Back in the day, I used to kind of like him. I used to love reviewers because I was like, oh my God, like they're so cool. They can analyze, they can do these things. And I used to love so many reviews, and literally, I kid you not, movie reviewers, anime reviewers, manga reviewers, I hate almost all of them now. Almost every single one I used to like, I fucking hate them now. Because I'm just like, dude, you're not actually analyzing or actually interacting with the art. You're just kind of like inserting your own perception of the art into this video rather than actually interacting with what it's trying to say. And it doesn't matter what it is. It's literally every time. And Chibi Reviews is just, I used to like him, and I remember back in the day, he would literally say, I feel like the thing I'm reading is completely different from the thing that like people are saying. It's like they're reading a completely different manga. And I'm like, that's really fucking ironic coming from you, considering how you talk about this series now, right? And then if you go back to his older videos and rewatch them now, you'll notice like, oh, he's always doing this. Like he was always like saying like he talking about something like he understands it when he really kind of fucking doesn't. But I'm not gonna I don't know what the deal is with that guy. I'm not gonna this isn't a video about him. I only brought him up just because it highlights my point, because he was one of the people who got this trending. Like literally, the sad truth is Chibi Reviews has a lot of influence. The sad truth is Chibi Reviews does have a lot of influence, and he is the reason chapter 318 was so big. He is the reason chapter 380 was so big. He's one of those reasons. I wouldn't say he's the complete sole reason. He was one of the reasons. Because what he did is he slowly built up the attention around it, and his people would go and talk to other people, which would slowly raise the attention, and the series was already building attention at the time, and what that did is like a whole bunch of people started talking about this and spreading it around as a byproduct of him saying it's ending, right? And then literally when this thing was trending, one of these fuckers was also saying the series is almost over when nothing has indicated that. Literally nothing has indicated the series is ending. The series is going into a new direction, but it's not ending, right? But I keep like seeing people after that one stupid person said it that is saying it's ending. I think I like fucking bookmarked them. Let me pull it up. I'm pretty sure I bookmarked them. There it is. This fucking person. Now that the Rent-A-Girlfriend manga is reaching its end, the mangaka has made the main character look like him. Some speculate it's so that he can self-insert when he's inevitably ends up with Chizuru. Some are predicting a multi-page sex scene. Like, bro, it's so incendiary. This kind of dialogue is so incendiary, but then what do they do? This is the shit I fucking hate. I despise this kind of crap. They remove themselves from the language. they're saying people are saying this. I'm not saying this. People are saying this. And they're acting like they're not actually the ones fueling this. Right? And it looks like this person doesn't have many views, but look at it's 1.1 million views and they have a bajillion quote retweets. A shittillion quote retweets. Right? And they're acting like they're not the ones all fueling this. I'm not fueling this. I'm not actually doing this. And so they do this on purpose. So that way, when you call them out on their bullshit, they can deflect. They can be like, "Oh, I didn't actually say this. Right? I didn't actually say this. Right? I was just insinuating it. No. You fucking said it. Take some fucking responsibility. No, you fucking said it. Take some fucking responsibility. Right? These people always do this, and it's infuriating. It is infuriating that they deflect the blame. Like, I'm not actually saying this. And then if you blame them, they get mad and they get upset and they want to yell at you. And they're like, "Oh, you're attacking me. You're saying these horrible things about me. You should take this video down. You should not do this and you should not do that." And it's like, oh, so you can say whatever you want about this creator and say because you're not actually saying it, it's okay. But then when I call you out on that bullshit, suddenly it's a problem. Right? I can't criticize you, but you can criticize anyone you want to criticize. It's that bullshit that these people like in politics love to do. Like what they'll love to do is they'll insult your feelings. They'll insult your feelings. They'll literally emotionally attack you and belittle your feelings and your emotions. But then the moment you go after their feelings and roast the ever-living shit out of them, they're like, "How could you do this? How could you hurt me like this?" Like, my emotions, you need to treat them like they're a gentle, beautiful flower. Your emotions, no. They're garbage. They're dirt. They're dirt beneath my feet. That's literally this shit. It's literally this shit. It's exactly like this. And I cannot fucking with these people. And what was it? There's this like other account. This account. So this account, Ash, he has been on this series' case for so long. For so fucking long. He comments on every fucking chapter, doesn't actually read it, just like conveniently picks out the part he likes or does not like, and keeps insulting the fucking series. And guess what? He's the one who fucking started this shit. 4.8 million views. 4.8 million views on this shit stain of a website. Oh my god. I fucking can't with these people. I fucking can't. Like, and then this garbage, right? This fucking garbage. This stupid account, Anime News and Facts, literally intentionally spinning information to make Reiji sound like he's a crazy person who's in love with his art, right? Intentionally so. And then of course, oh look, no one's surprised. No one's shocked. If you talk to this dude for like 2.5 seconds and actually like engaged and spoke to him, he's such a normal dude. He's a totally normal dude with like some weird fucking taste. That's it. I fucking can't with these people. I fucking can't. Also, it's weird. This person's name is Nero, and then this other person's name is also Nero, but they're like two different people, which is weird. It's two different people. I don't know what the deal is. But yeah, no, like it's left me in utter fucking disbelief. It's the kind of shit that leaves you in utter fucking disbelief. I'm like, what am I even interacting with? What am I like? And it's shit like this too. Like literally, Manga Maguru, I fucking hate this account because what they'll do is they'll literally not retweet. They'll just take Reiji's art and use it to farm their own views. So this account, what they could have done and what they should have done is quoted Reiji. Go to Reiji's actual post and quote it. Right? Go to Reiji's actual post and quote it. They don't. Right? And then you go to this account, same thing. They use the series for money. They use the series to get money because their accounts are monetized. And it's infuriating. Right? They always spread misinformation. They use the accounts for money, and then they speak in that tone that misdirects away from them. They frame themselves like they're, creating content. They frame themselves like they're creating content, they're sharing information, they're sharing news and facts. Bitch, you just made shit up. Or you literally spun the facts conveniently to make them the worst thing they could possibly fucking be. Like, get the fuck out. Like, this is, like, here, I'll just read what I wrote for the whole Kazuya thing. Right? I'll read what I wrote for the whole Kazuya thing. I wrote a few different things, interestingly enough. Yeah, this thing. I was talking about this. This fucking account. Writing an 8-year-long story about an incompetent loser who can't amount to anything. The incompetent loser who, checking notes, helped a girl through her grief, made a movie that was a successful crowdfunding, somehow got that shit running within like a fucking month, and got a whole bunch of people into it. The same guy who literally let his family emotionally destroy him just so he could protect the girl that he fucking cares about. This is the loser you're fucking talking about. The guy who can literally jump off a fucking ferry into the water and almost drown trying to save another person. Yeah, that's that fucking loser you're talking about, eh? Yeah. The guy who can confess to the girl that he likes immediately, get hurt, literally just get emotionally destroyed after having dated the girl who breaks up with him in the worst way fucking possible. And yet he still keeps trying. That's that loser. That's that loser, right? That's all Kazuya is to you, just a fucking loser. You didn't read this manga. You didn't fucking interact with this manga at all, right? Gets a haircut that looks suspiciously like the same one the author has. Oh, look, regurgitating the same fucking talking point. Character is now suddenly confident, mature, and a likable human being. You did not read this fucking series. And then he calls Reiji Hitler. This got almost 1 million views. This got almost 1 million views. And that's acceptable to say this kind of vitriol, this kind of bullshit, right? And people eat it the fuck up, and it got a bajillion retweets. And then they go, accidental rag banger, but don't get it twisted. I love this series, unironically. Sure, way to mischaracterize, like, the entire story. Way to mischaracterize the entire fucking story and just, like, not understand anything about it, right? Yeah, you totally read this story if you think Kazuya getting a haircut and suddenly becoming a completely different person is him becoming confident, mature, and a likable human being. He literally acted the same exact way in this chapter. Kazuya is literally acting like his normal self in this chapter. Nothing about the way Kazuya is acting in this chapter is different. The only thing that's different is he seemingly has a goal now. That's it. He looks different. He's not different. But suddenly, oh, I want to sell this narrative that he's acting super likable and perfect and that Reiji's self-inserting. What did Reiji mean by this? Disgusting. Vile people. Like, what is this? It is so revolutionary in its confines that even if you call it trash, which sometimes it actually is, it'll be remembered for decades as a proper inspiration on how to become something unique. This is the most insulting, elitist garbage I have ever fucking... This is how elitists speak. This is how you go to a, like, you know those people who do reviews, who do analysis... You know, those kinds of people who, like, speak like they're smart and they got their shit together. Oh, yeah, I know what art is. I know what art is, right? That's that kind of stuff, right? They speak like they're on top of the world. They know what good shit is. Oh, yeah, man, I know. I have good taste. I know that good shit. That's this. That's literally this. It's literally smart speak, and it's literally just an insult. Everything he just said is a fucking insult. It's special in its uniqueness. It'll be remembered for decades. No, he's literally just insulting it. It's beyond satire. It's just him being a dick. It's framed like it's satire. No, he's just being a fucking dick. He's a pretentious ass. That's all this is. You don't fucking like this series. You don't fucking like this series. Get your kid. Your fucking thing is Zoro. Your idol for male dominance is Zoro. Zoro, like the biggest ass on the planet. Zoro. Sanji's better than Zoro. Fucking Sanji. And that dude like peeps on women. Like, bro. No, dude. I'm sorry, dude. Like, it's left me in utter disbelief. This shit has left me in utter disbelief. I feel like I exist. Like, literally, I said it here. I feel like I'm being gaslit. I feel like I'm being fucking gaslit. Like, what the fuck? Here, I wrote a thing about Kazuya. Where the fuck did I put it? Oh, it's right here. I keep seeing the Kazuya is a self-insert joke, and like Reiji already said, every character is a part of him and his observation of others. Kazuya is his favorite character, and there's a narrative reason for this. Heck, their hair doesn't even look that similar, it's the hoodie. I get it, people have some weird narrative. Reiji is some whack in love with his drawings. In reality, Reiji has already said Kazuya is him, and how even someone who people deem as trash can be supported, grow, and build real human connections in a world diluted by social media. Yeah, the shit that you eat up, the shit that you fucking love, he's literally talking about that stuff, and you can't see it because you're so fucking blind. Right, let's read this shit. So I thought I could reveal some secrets behind the production of this manga, but there's not much secret to it. I heard about a rental girlfriend, it sounded really neat, and I thought I could make a manga out of it, so I did. For Chizuru Mizuhara, all I'm doing is drawing my idea of an ideal woman, sexy, strong, gentle, sexy, again, and trying to live with reality. Basically, I like sexy girls who have the idealist traits and let their emotions get the best of them. Also, girls who get angry, this is important. It'll show up on the test. As you all know, the main hero, me, is an indecisive piece of trash. Oh, look! There's an element of self-awareness about this, i.e., me. An example of how someone can be spoiled in every possible way, i.e., me, but seeing even trash, me, like that be supported, not abandoned. Isn't that wonderful? Really, what an oaf, really, with an oaf like me, you should just smile, say, oh, right, ha ha ha, and leave. But look at Chizuru. She yells at you like, you're wrong. You can't do this. If that's not natural kindness, then what is? Modern society has been diluted by social media and the internet. But here's hoping that Rent a Girlfriend can lend a hand and show you all the courage and the importance behind building real human relationship. Oh, I'm almost out of space. Still, I think Kazuya will slowly grow over the time as well. Hopefully, you'll want to spend a bit more time with them too. Like, literally, he's aware that, like, yeah, Kazuya is literally the trashy part of me. Like, here, I'll read you what he said in regards to the characters. I'll read you what he said in regards to the characters. For Kazuya, like, literally, he described Chizuru already. He literally already described Chizuru already. For Kazuya, I'm a genuine piece of rubbish who's resigned to my own worthlessness, yet still hope to be of use to someone. That's the basis for Kazuya's character. That's the base of Kazuya's character. Chizuru, I try to live stoically day by day, but I'm a hopeless mess who ends up giving in when pushed to my limits. Right? Chizuru has a tendency to self-indulge a little bit when she's pushed to her absolute limits. And you see her self-indulge a little bit. She doesn't like go crazy, but she does self-indulge, right? She tries to relax and have fun. And you see that a lot with Chizuru, right? You see that with Chizuru where when she's at such a breaking point, where she hits just such a bad breaking point, she tries to just relax and self-indulge. And you see that a little bit even in the rejection, where she felt bad for doing this, right? She felt bad for like getting closer into Kazuya and like hugging him because she hit such a bad breaking point, right? Kibe, the part of me trying to find a compromise with the cruel reality of every day. Sumi, I know what I should do to reach my goal, but I can't take that step, blaming it on my own nature, blaming it on my personality. Ruka, unable to accept my inferiority complex of being born without something, and so I seek it daily. Mami, I blame my past trauma for the envy I feel when looking at others. That's the original basis of the characters, and you can literally see that, right? You can literally see that in the story, right? Chizuru tries to live stoically. She tries to be mature and in control, but she eventually hits a breaking point and she can't anymore. And she self-indulges, right? It's something I personally do. Like sometimes we're like, I'm so fucking stressed. I'll just go play a fucking game, dude. I give up. I need a break. I'm gonna go play a fucking game, dude. You see this sometimes with Chizuru, where she's so stressed out, she goes and maybe does baseball, or she tries to do something physical, or she indulges in her feelings for Kazuya, right? It's she tries to be as mature as possible, but she can't always do it. It's just normal, right? And that's the whole idea of Chizuru's character, right? It's the same thing with Kazuya. Kazuya tries to find value in himself through other people, right? Kazuya resigned himself to the fact that he's worthless, not realizing he's not, and in treating himself as worthless, he's ended up in this position, right? That he's not being able to get what he wants. But what does Kazuya constantly try to do? He tries to be of use to other people, and that's kind of the issue right now. He's so focused. He's Kazuya for so long has been so focused on being of use to other people that he hasn't actually lived for himself. Hence why the current narrative arc is about self-discovery, right? Whereas Chizuru is about kind of finding a sense of understanding with herself, that she is why she's doing what she's doing, and understanding her love, right? Chizuru understands herself. She doesn't understand her love, and now her love is overpowering her sense of love. Or sorry, her love is overpowering her sense of self, right? At least that's what it seems like to me, right? At least that's what it seems like to me. We can delve into the chapter a little more, but let me finish reading this. This is why Reiji explores Kazuya talking to AI in these chapters. It creates a contrast between the real human bonds Kazuya has built and the lie of fake connections the AI presents, both exploring how technology can connect characters but also divide them. Literally something you can see in the phones, right? The phones are literally something that divides them, because Kazuya can literally talk to AI via the phones, but it can also be something where he calls her and actually talks to her and actually interacts with her to the point that he can literally feel her presence through the cold screen that he's putting next to his head, right? He can literally feel her presence, right? That's how close and intimate they are. Literally, the screen zooms in and you feel that sense of intimacy. So that's another important element here, where he shows how technology can divide but also connect. How people can lose themselves in getting caught up in technology, in getting caught up in what the internet says and AI and all that stuff. Kazuya's journey is about self-discovery and autonomy over his life. And in a world where every single thing from AI to influencers wants to tell you what that is, it is easy for someone to lose themselves, especially Kazuya, who grew up spoiled and doubts his own self-worth, right? Because Kazuya doubts his own self-worth and everybody wants to tell him what to be and how to reach it and how to get there, he constantly tries to change himself, not realizing that his sense of self is actually what got him here, that he needs to actually see who he is and accept that, right? His hair change visually conveys that. He literally doesn't recognize himself. He is a totally different person from before, despite this being his natural hair color. He lost an aspect of his identity in his pursuit of love, not realizing how he even got here in the first place. He's telling himself he's doing this for himself, but is he? Remember, when we were reading through Reddit, people were saying, oh, this is Kazuya's truest, realest self. He went back to his origins. This is the real him. But this isn't even the haircut he had when he was young. He just has the black hair. This isn't even the same haircut he had when he was young, right? And he's actually lost an element of his identity. Like, you think Kazuya is going back to his origins. In reality, he's losing himself. And in so doing, going back to zero, right? In going back to zero, in resetting, hence chapter 400, literally he will start to find himself in returning to his origins, because he doesn't actually know who the fuck he is. I get these are haha jokes, but it feels like its intention is only to demean and attack. If people weren't so ready to attack this series, I would just laugh it off, but knowing it comes from a place of bad faith is the reason I feel the need to talk about this. Yeah, that's kind of roughly it for that part. Let me read some of the comments. Chizuru, during the Christmas date with Umi, even after catching Kazuya stalking her, handled the situation very well. Despite their short relationship, she already trusted his nature and knew he acted with good intentions. Yeah, like she knew what he was saying, he meant it. Like when he said like why he was stalking her, and then he admitted that like, oh, At first it was just because I was caught up in that. He then later admits like, but when I thought you were in trouble, I came to the rescue, or I tried to come to the rescue like a stupid idiot. Chizuru actually connected to that. Kazuya kind of looked cool because he was trying to actually be like a proper support for her. He's trying to look out for her. And Chizuru thought he kind of looked cool in that sense. That like, yeah, even in such a bad situation, there was an aspect of Kazuya that was kind of cool to Chizuru, that he was trying to look out for her, right? Despite everything, he was still kind of trying to look out for her, and he apologizes, and she sees the best in him, right? Even in such a scene, Chizuru sees the best in Kazuya. And I think that's really cute, that like even in his absolute worst, there's something actually kind of charming about him, right? Even in his absolute fucking, like, that's literally Kazuya's worst. Even in his absolute worst, there's something charming about him. There's a charm to Kazuya, that he's so honest about this, that he can say this stuff and actually mean it, that makes him charming. And Kazuya doesn't see that in himself, that him being able to say that stuff with such honesty is actually what makes him so charming. Mommy is the sin of envy, confirmed. Yeah, pretty much the entirety of Mommy's character is centered around envy, right? She's just envious of other people. The worst thing is that those who spread all these are not even up to date with the manga. For them, it's all meaningless change, and they believe it, when Kazuya is supposed to be making changes for himself. The same people bitching about the series are the ones that hate buy the volumes, filling Reishi's pockets, talk about mentally challenged. I feel like most Western fans don't actually buy volumes. I'm gonna be real. Most Western fans just fucking pirate shit. They don't really buy shit. They just pirate shit. Good morning from the Philippines. Hello, Zen over talks. Hello there. Kazuya's worst is when he crashed out at the aquarium, but him expressing himself to freely was ironically quite manly of him. I wouldn't say, no, that wasn't his worst. No, the stalking was. The stalking was genuinely really fucking bad. That was Kazuya at his absolute lowest. And he did something really horrendous. That was really bad. He stalked her. He invaded her private space. And then despite that, she still saw good in him. And that's the issue, is that Kazuya can't see good in himself. And that's why he's stuck on those times. That's why he's stuck on being hated. Because he had actually stalked her in the past and she didn't fucking hate him. Right? Kazuya at the aquarium was not his absolute lowest, but yeah, him expressing himself so freely was ironically quite manly of him. Yeah, that was kind of part of Kazuya's charm at the time. That Kazuya was saying shit that Chizuru and other people would find cringe, but he said it anyway. And that's what made him cool. That's literally what makes Kazuya cool. He says things that people find cringe, but he says them with such honesty that you have to just shut the fuck up, right? You'll call him cringe. You'll call him cringe and he'll believe he's cringe when you say that stuff to him. But literally, because he says it with such honesty and because he can actually do that stuff, it makes him like actually cooler than most of you. Because you can't say it because you think it's cringe. You won't say it. You won't believe it. You think it's cringe, right? But because he's actually honest to himself and actually says these things, it makes him tougher than you because he's actually willing to take the beating. Like, you won't. You'll think, oh, that's cringe, and you won't do it. You'll hide behind fancy words. He won't. That's why the girls around him like him. That he says these things with such genuine fucking honesty that you're kind of baffled because you can't process that. You're so diluted by like social media and cringe culture that what Kazuya says is fucking stupid. But it actually makes Kazuya connect to that, you know? It makes you actually connect to Kazuya and want to be honest like him, you know? Going back to the last chapter's cliffhanger, is 400 going to be about Mommy and not about Chizuru? That's an interesting twist, since I thought 400 would be more about Chizuru. Could still happen, I guess. It could result in a connection to Chizuru. I think Chizuru will be present. I don't know how, but she will be. Because every chapter has had Chizuru. Even if we're not like fully seeing her, she's there. Her presence is there. You eventually go back to her. Because what Reishi's doing is an element of duality. Reishi's doing this constant element of duality, hence why this, right? Literally an element of duality. And that's why we come back to that constantly. So Chizuru is going to be present next chapter. How? I don't know. But she will be. I don't know if Chizuru will end up contacting him. That would be interesting. That would be really interesting if Chizuru ends up contacting him. Because we haven't seen her talk to him, so it'd be really cool if Chizuru contacts him. Right? I think that would be super cute. And then maybe Kazuya might ask her about Mommy or something. But it sounds like Mommy's going to be the initial focus. And then afterwards, we could get into Chizuru. I was once like Kazuya in the sense every time I looked in the mirror, I hated what I saw and made no changes to fix it. Either didn't value myself or the idea of self-worth. I'm glad I learned this lesson the hard way. Well, yeah. Ironically, Kazuya is what made me value myself. Ironically, mostly because I felt seen through him. Because at the time when I got into this series, I wasn't valuing myself. And so when I saw Kazuya and I felt genuinely understood, I'm like, this is literally how I feel. Kazuya's entire thing, this is literally how I feel. Irrational choices, doing something that just doesn't make fucking sense, hating yourself when you make the choice, but then deep down, you kind of know what's right and wrong. It's literally how I felt about Kazuya, right? I felt so much more understood. Like, for instance, who here has seen Kaguya-sama? Probably most of you. For those of you who saw Ishigami's backstory, you know how Ishigami like stood up to his like classmates who did something really shitty, but then everyone hated him for it? Yeah, I went through something like that. I literally went through something like that, straight up. Not exactly the same. I'm not gonna tell you the details. I went through the same thing. I watched Ishigami's backstory, and I did not vibe with it. I didn't feel understood. I watched Kazuya, and I'm like, holy shit, I get it. Holy shit, I get it. Why? Because Kazuya is actually like, there's someone who sees him and it doesn't feel contrived. Chizuru sees him through the entire process. Kazuya is actively choosing the right thing, and Kazuya is an adult. And that's what made him different from the whole Ishigami thing. Because in Ishigami's case, it's so extreme it felt fake. It's so extreme in its depiction, it felt fake. They're so comically evil. His parents like want him to conform. They want him to do these things. It gets the point across. Don't get me wrong. It gets the point across. But the people are so comically evil that like I just completely disassociated. Whereas when I was watching this, what made me relate to Kazuya is everyone around him, like they think they're doing the right thing. They genuinely believe it. Even Mommy, who seems comically evil, isn't. And despite that, Kazuya is still trying, and seeing him apologize and fuck up and try and fuck up and try again, it was so relatable to me because Ishigami's fuck ups are more comedy, and then literally they're resolved immediately. Whereas I'm constantly seeing Kazuya fucking struggle. And literally, people around him putting him down, people around him telling him he's not good enough, and then people around him still cheering for him, but then also putting him down. I love that complexity that of just seeing Kazuya literally fuck up constantly, but keep trying. And literally, he learns the hard way what he actually wants. He learns the hard way what he actually wants, and that's why I said my favorite scene, the scene I really fell in love with Kazuya. Like the scene, I was just like, yes, this is my guy. This is the dude I fucking love. Is in chapter 5, I think. I'm pretty sure it's chapter 5. Either that or chapter 6. I'll see. Oh, maybe it's chapter 6. Yep, chapter 6. This is my favorite. This is where I was like, oh, I love him. Oh, I love him. Right? He's letting Mommy shit talk him. He just wants to be with her. He cares for her so much. He's okay with being shit talked. I feel that. I was literally like that. Right? I was kind of like him. I was okay with being shit talked as long as I was with this person. And then when Mommy like started shit talking Chizuru and he did this, I was like, oh, Oh, he's my guy. I fucking love him. I get it. I get it. He's literally having a struggle of identity. He's literally having a struggle of identity. He's going through grief. He's lost his sense of self, and all Kazuya wants to do is to get back what he lost. And he's trying, but then when that thing starts hurting the thing that starts hurting the thing he loves or the person that he cares about, no, now it's too far. I'm not okay with this. That's this. That's where I was like, yes, this is my goat. This is the guy. Yeah, mainly incel rant in the aquarium is relatable, at least. Current Kazuya is tamer. When Chizuru and Mami met for the first time, Chizuru defended Kazuya, and he still agreed with Mami. That was also sad to see, but Chizuru didn't hold a grudge. Chizuru was very hurt, though. She should have held a grudge. She should have been upset, and it hurt Kazuya that she wasn't. It genuinely hurt him that she fucking wasn't, and he's like, this is wrong, and he's just like, I have to, this is so wrong, I have to apologize. Like, how can she look at herself like this? How could she not value herself? And that's why, like, Kazuya and Chizuru kind of mirror each other. Chizuru also has an issue of not valuing herself, despite knowing who she is. That's the irony, is like, Chizuru is a mirror to Kazuya, right? She also doesn't value herself, and that's why when Kazuya values her so much, like, she can't help but want to be with him, because she doesn't feel like she's good enough. She feels like she's not good enough for him. And so when Kazuya values her, like, she feels like she can actually do something. She can actually fucking be with him, right? And that's part of that attraction, is like being valued, right? That's a part of love. It's like feeling like you're actually valued and seen and appreciated. And Chizuru, like, values herself in that she, like, actually cares about her identity, but, like, she doesn't think she's worthy of love, right? It's kind of a paradox. It's an interesting paradox that kind of delves into grief, where she cares about herself to, like, shop and get clothes and do these things, but she hates herself in terms of, like, the people around her, and that she can't give them things. That's how Chizuru is, like, kind of the inverse of Kazuya, right? Chizuru is kind of the inverse of Kazuya, whereas Kazuya doesn't value himself and only finds value in helping other people. Chizuru does value herself, but hates herself for not being able to give people what they want. See how they're inverses? They're essentially the same thing, but inverted. That's Kazuya and Chizuru in a nutshell. Kazuya finds value in giving people things. Chizuru values herself, but hates that she can't give people enough. That's why, right? The real question is Chizuru going to be okay with a haircut? Will she even recognize him? That's going to be the interesting part. Like, it's going to be weird. And I think this is something I'll delve into later, but I was writing about this on Twitter. Kazuya's haircut parallels two particular characters: Mami's ex and Chizuru's grandpa. And that's very, very important, because Kazuya is slowly becoming more and more like her grandpa, which is not good. People think it's a good thing. It's not. Kazuya is not her grandpa. Okay? He can't be. He is not her grandfather. He is dead. He is gone, period. And the unfortunate truth is that Chizuru can't keep looking at the past to see her future. That's the issue with Chizuru, okay? The issue with Chizuru is that she's somewhat stuck in her past. She's trying to essentially get back these things that she lost, and she can't. She can't. Kazuya and Minnie are not Katsuhito and Sayuri. They're not. Okay? That's just the simple truth. They're not. Those people are gone. They're dead. And Chizuru is reaching that point of acceptance, but she still thinks about them. She thinks of her grandpa when she's with Kazuya, right? And Minnie, in some ways, has kind of been her Sayuri to some degree. Kazuya has also been somewhat her Sayuri to some degree. But Kazuya is not Katsuhito. He's not, right? And I think Chizuru is still stuck somewhat in that past, where she's trying to mirror Sayuri. She's trying to mirror how Sayuri has been in love to get closer to her. A lot of Chizuru's love with Kazuya has been her kind of somewhat stuck in her past with with Sayuri and Katsuhito. The problem is, this is where the problem arises. Kazuya is not distinguishing himself from that. Kazuya is not distinguishing himself from her past so they can forge a proper future. So on one hand, yes, Chizuru is stuck in her past, and that's not necessarily Kazuya's fault. On the other, Kazuya is not engaging with her in a way so they can distinguish from the past and create a proper future. Whereas Chizuru is trying to. And she's trying to be honest to herself. And I think at this point, what I see happening to Chizuru is that maybe she's becoming more and more like Sayuri. To the point that maybe Chizuru is like becoming so much like her that her love is being defined by Sayuri rather than herself. Whereas she still knows who she is. She's not becoming Sayuri, but she's essentially trying to mirror her. And Kazuya, in turn, is starting to mirror Katsuhito, which is not good. They are not Katsuhito and Sayuri. They are Kazuya and Chizuru. And the unfortunate truth is that that's something they're going to have to confront, right? Kazuya starting to look like Katsuhito is something Chizuru will have to deal with and confront and accept that he's not. And he shouldn't be, right? He should be who he is. And I think that clash is already happening in Chizuru, where the trigger that happened in chapter 383 was that element of Kazuya appearing like her grandfather, something she already felt before, right? And that's something that she even felt in the movie arc. A lot of the movie arc is literally Kazuya making what's Katsuhito come true. But that's the difference between Kazuya and Katsuhito that I think people don't realize. Katsuhito tells Chizuru to believe, but he doesn't actually pave a path. Kazuya actually paves the fucking path. He's just, this is how you do it. Kazuya is like, this is how you fucking do it, right? Katsuhito just tells her to believe. Kazuya actually makes dreams come true, right? Kazuya actually makes these things happen. That's the distinction between him and Katsuhito. He's not him. He's not Katsuhito. He has similar aspects of him to Katsuhito, but he's not Katsuhito. And I think Kazuya creating that distinction, right? Chizuru finding that distinction between her and Sayuri and Kazuya and herself, and Kazuya and Katsuhito is going to be a very important moment. In contrast, Kazuya needs to find a distinction between Mami and Chizuru, and who he is underneath that. Because what Kazuya is seeing is the ghost of Mami. When Kazuya looks at Chizuru, he's seeing the ghost of Mami. He's not actually seeing Chizuru. That's the fucking problem. And that's ironically one of the reasons Chizuru is becoming like Sayuri, because Kazuya is not seeing her. He's seeing Mami. Chizuru thinks she's trapped in the illusion of Ruka, right? Chizuru is talking about Ruka constantly, right? She doesn't realize is Mami's the thing that's haunting her. That's what she doesn't realize. Mami's the thing that's actually fucking haunting her, right? Kazuya, in contrast, is haunted by Umi, right? Or the illusion of Umi, right? We always hear Kazuya think of Umi, whereas we hear Chizuru speak of Ruka. Kazuya is haunted by the illusion of Umi, not who Umi actually is. He's haunted by what he thinks Umi is, right? He's haunted by the ideas of Umi. In reality, what actually haunts Kazuya is Grandpa Katsuhito. That's the irony. What actually haunts Kazuya is Grandpa Katsuhito. And Kazuya needs to set himself apart from Grandpa Katsuhito. Umi was never the thing that was haunting him. Just as Ruka was never the thing that was haunting Chizuru. It was Mami. Mami was the thing that was fucking haunting her. Mami is literally the thing Chizuru ends up mirroring. And she doesn't realize that. Right? And she hates herself for appearing like Mami because Chizuru hates Mami. Right? Chizuru views Mami as a very cruel person, a very cruel woman. Right? Literally, when Minnie is talking to Chizuru and she describes like Faith, a cruel woman, or someone that can steal Kazuya away, Faith is correlated to Sumi, a cruel woman is correlated to Mami, and someone who steals Kazuya away is correlated to Ruka. Now flip that, right? Kazuya thinks Chizuru's grandpa was very irresponsible, right? In contrast, Kazuya thinks Umi will steal Chizuru away. Just like Ruka, Umi has no chance in fucking hell, right? Just like Ruka, Umi had no chance in fucking hell. And I think maybe Umi somewhere deep down fucking knew this. He had no chance in fucking hell, right? The person who has faith in him is Minnie, right? Minnie has faith in him, or maybe his grandma or his grandpa, right? And then Katsuhito is the thing that like he thinks is irresponsible, which is very ironic because Katsuhito is the thing that's haunting him. Literally, he's becoming like him. He's starting to mirror him. This is where the comparison to Mommy becomes interesting. If you guys remember, let's go to this real quick. If you guys remember, chapter 215, what does Mommy's ex-boyfriend tell her? Right? What does Mommy's ex-boyfriend tell her? Or what does Mommy say about love? This is the interesting part. At the time, I never would have said there was anything wrong with this. Things have been this way ever since I was little. With Mom's old phone, I could at least see my friends. I was just connecting the red and yellow smiley faces, but it kept me busy. The only thing my dad didn't account for is that even good pets can feel the burning desire to be free. Yeah, okay, someone asked her out. Really? Let's go. Whoa, you can stop yelling now. Huh. He was a student at the high school next to mine. He was honest, cheerful, caring, and sweet. I had run into him a few times at the station, so we met through a mutual friend. We both played the same mobile game, so we bonded over that, and we started dating about 3 weeks later. His name was Taro-kun, and his last name was Urashima. I'm not even joking, that was his real name. This is based on a story. I didn't tell my parents, of course. He was already worried that he didn't attend a school as fancy as mine. So when I explained the situation to him, he said he could just take it one step at a time. Other than that, we can just take it one step at a time. Does this sound familiar? Does this sound familiar? It should. It should sound very familiar. Why? I'm not really used to this stuff like this. Like I've said, I've never dated a girl before. Sorry, I'm not either. Really, I had boyfriends in high school, but we broke up fast. I'm not good around guys. I don't know. So let's both stick this out together. All right. She literally mirrors her ex. She does what he did. He guided her, so she guides Kazuya. Okay. Other than that, we were just like any other couple our age. We went on silly dates. We laughed about stupid things. And we fought over stupid things too. We went out for dumb snacks, told each other our foolish dreams. We even made a even made a really, really stupid promise. Looking back now, we were so cliche, it was all most embarrassing. But at the same time, it was exhilarating, like walking a tightrope. There was a sense of danger that I didn't get hanging out with my girlfriends. The feeling, at least, was real. The feeling, at least. I promise I'm going to make you happy. I'm going to be a big shot and make sure your dad see it our way. You'll have everything you want. Okay, this should sound really fucking familiar. This should sound really fucking familiar. What is Kazuya trying to do right now? Actually, wait. We can go back an earlier chapter. This is when he was saying it to Minnie. Oh, honey. Shukran. Minnie tells him, "You need to keep moving forward too, Master. Chizuru-san is advancing her career as we speak. Summer internships are going to start. If something doesn't change in a month and a half, everything will just fall apart. You should do everything you can think of until X day, a month and a half from now. Do your best to raise your chances even 1%. It's time to become a better man. Become a better man." Mizuhara has, in a way, made her decision. I have put some amount of time and effort too. If it means becoming a man worthy of her, then I feel like I can do absolutely anything. Huh. Are you starting to see the problem? Are you starting to see the problem? Kazi is trying to become a big shot to show how he can make Chizuru happy. Because he's worthy of her. huh, is the problem starting to click. This is why Kazuya mirrors this dude. This is why Kazuya mirrors this dude. It's coming full circle to this, and now Kazuya is going to have to confront this. And Mommy's going to see it, right? Mommy might actually like this. Or would Mommy hate this, right? She might believe it if it's Kazuya, right? She might believe it if it's Kazuya, because Kazuya would actually fucking do it, right? But this is where the interesting problem arises. Mommy might see Kazuya trying to become a big shot for Chizuru and think maybe Chizuru doesn't appreciate him for him, which is really ironic coming from her. Pretty fucking ironic coming from her, right? And so Mommy, having seen this thing herself when in her idealism, it's going to be interesting to see how she interacts with Kazuya and his ideas of becoming a better man for Chizuru, right? Like, what even is that? And so there's a very clear setup of these crossing intersections of this conflict of Kazuya trying to change himself for Chizuru, and trying to make her happy, right? She'll have everything she wants. She doesn't need to do anything. It's the same bullshit Umi was saying. It's literally the same bullshit Umi was saying, where it's like, whoever you pick, here, let's pull it up. Whoever you pick, like, I'm sure he'll make you happy, right? It's this idea of a woman's happiness being dependent on a man, right? It's this idea of a woman's happiness being dependent on a man, right? That only the man has to do all the work in the relationship. When romance and love is about connection and sharing, you work on it together. You both gotta fucking do it. It's not one or the other. It isn't just the dude making someone else happy. It's not just about being happy. Love is not just about happiness. Love is not just about happiness. You gotta make your own fucking happiness. Sayuri was literally saying this in chapter 202. You make your own happiness. The environment around you is not going to change easily, but you have to try. You have to do it for yourself. The problem with Mommy is that she's not actually trying. She's getting her driver's license. We don't know the fuck why, but she's not actually escaping her circumstances, right? And maybe she is. Maybe she's slowly like tricking herself into doing it, right? Just like Kazuya is tricking himself into doing these things, right? But Mommy has not actually dealt with any of her issues. She's not actually escaped her circumstances. And a part of her still wants Kazuya to free her. She's not actually trying. Like, Mommy has not tried. Not really. Mommy hasn't really been trying, right? Mommy hasn't actually been trying. And I think one of the things that's going to come back is the phone call. At the very least, Kazuya will think of the phone call. Because Mommy called him, right? Remember, Mommy called him in the date, and Kazuya had no idea what the fuck that was about. Kazuya is like, what the fuck was that about? He doesn't know. And he never called her back or anything. He just completely ignored her. He ghosted the shit out of her. It's really funny that Kazuya ghosted the shit out of Mommy, and then he ghosted Chizuru. We'll find out why Mommy's getting her license next chapter. Hopefully. I don't know. Maybe. Here. I'm gonna eat something. I'm getting a little hungry. I'm gonna eat something. We'll go to Reddit for now, and I'll continue this discussion in a little bit. But for now, let me just grab some food. Ugh. Food. From which volume is this background chapter Fate? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Can you be specific? I don't understand what you're referring to. Having some Shin ramen, watching the stream life is good. I'm gonna go to YouTube real quick just to see what's on there. I already found some stuff I can watch. But um here, I know what we can watch. I know what we can watch. I'm gonna go to chapter 388, and I'm gonna pull up the part where I predicted the haircut thing. Let me turn on the sound. Okay. Oh, did I already? I must have fucked up or something. Yeah, I'm good. Is this the right one? Maybe I'm on the wrong one. Okay, yeah, it must be this one. Oh, okay. Okay. Wow, I did a lot of streams back then. And this the divider. It's the izakaya again. Okay. Oh my, the izakaya. I fucking mini text Chizuru again. It didn't. She's the one to mean going a kiss. So to be honest, I'm not happy with how things turned out either. It up. Fuck made her alliterated on the izakaya. Telling you. That's because women do it in like. See, she put any. She was. I'm gonna be job hunting soon. I can't drop by any credits if I want to graduate. If I were a hamster, I could be running in circles. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I just sick. So I told you this was the reverse of events. This is reversing this. So first off, here, let's maybe here. Let's see. 5. Mini is just fuck. Hey, wasn't the problem. And while approaching it, up call confront her because the in also gets fuck is he's not and hard enough. Do you push the look? Answer and what you weren't up call, dude. Does anyone know where I said it? Does anyone know where I said it? Let's find it. Anyone know where I said it? The background you have the green screen? Oh, you mean this? Oh, you mean this? Shit, what volume was this from? I don't know. I don't know what volume this is from. Must be one of the earlier volumes. No, the whole point of being here is not watching those reviews. Nice to see other people besides Fate calling that the Reiji self-insert drama is a total BS. It's fucking bullshit, dude. Now the big thing is out there. I was the one that told Bulver about the haircut. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I goddamn knew it. I knew Bulver didn't just know. I knew it. He guessed it too easy. I even used the same hints you did with me on Discord. It took me about 80 less times than me to figure it out, lol. Yeah, I mean you were off in your own world, dude. Might try to take advantage of Kazuya's kindness to try to escape her fate, torpedo her engagement. There was a plot line where she kind of already did this. So I'm curious if she'll try again, but I don't think so. I think Kazuya's like not in a place where he's gonna fucking help mommy at this point. So I don't know. Like Kazuya doesn't have time for this shit. So I doubt Kazuya would actually help her right now, but he might try. He might understand. I just don't know. I figured out the big thing within an hour. Well, you're a teacher, Eddie, man. You're a fucking teacher, dude. Like, you're smart. You're actually smart, dude. Like, of course you fucking figured it out. Granted, I gave you much easier hints than she's also not above blackmail. No. Mommy at the moment. See, the thing people don't seem to understand. The thing that people don't seem to understand about Mommy's character right now is that she is in a position of change. She's trying to change and she kind of hates herself. So she's not going to do that. Mommy's going to try to avoid doing anything that would make her look like a bad person to herself. She's actively trying to disassociate from her actions. So she's not going to do that. She's not going to blackmail. She's not going to fucking do it. And Mommy never fully crosses that line into straight up blackmail. Not really. Even in Hawaiians, it's kind of like in the middle, right? It's more like gaslighting and trying to like mess with Chizuru more than it is outright blackmail. Not really. Mommy just gets really close. When Mommy crosses the line is when she and it's when she like one emotionally attacks Chizuru, and two, when she straight up fucking lies and tries to like destroy their entire relationship, right? Tries to destroy everything out of her envy. That's when Mommy goes too far. But Mommy never just straight up outright blackmails anybody. Like in the start of the series, she didn't really blackmail Chizuru. She just kind of coerced her. Like coercion and blackmail are like pretty much the same thing, but she kind of just like used Chizuru's time, knowing full well Chizuru would cooperate. But Chizuru like, you know, resisted and didn't just let Mommy completely control her. Mommy was able to do what she did in Hawaiians because Chizuru was just not in an emotionally good place. She just wasn't. Chizuru was not in a good place. And Mommy took complete advantage of that. Mommy really fucking hurt her. She was not in a good place. And Mommy just completely took advantage of that. But now Mommy's trying to disassociate from this. Mommy's trying to be a girl in love. She doesn't want to do anything bad. She doesn't want to be a bad person. But the problem is Mommy's not accepting her actions. That's the issue with Mommy's character. Right now, Mommy's character has just not, she needs to just accept she's done bad things. And that those things don't necessarily have to define her. She can be better. She can become better. She can choose to be better. She just doesn't have to let these things define her. But she has to accept that she did this. Because she fucking did. Okay? You can't just run from your problems. Mommy's whole issue is she runs from her problems. Mommy's a goddamn coward. She runs from her fucking problems. She confronted them, she got hurt, and she started running from them. This acts as a somewhat parallel to Kazuya's character. Kazuya used to be able to take a lot of hits. He used to be able to go through this shit. He faced this shit. And then what happened in Hawaiians happened. And that was a little too much. Like, it was genuine trauma. It was trauma, just as Mommy went through trauma. And Kazuya was recovering. He was also at the same time using his trauma as an excuse, right? Kazuya did two things through his trauma. One, it was genuine trauma. Of course, he was fucking scared. It makes sense. But two, he was also actually always using his trauma from the start, and it became a habit. It became a habit, and who he is started to slowly fade. Throughout the cohabitation, what you're actually seeing is this contrast in Kazuya's character, where on one hand, who he is disappearing. Who Kazuya is slowly but surely begins to disappear. In contrast, Kazuya starts slowly but surely overcoming his trauma. And through overcoming his trauma, he also has instances where he kind of remembers who he is and finds that again. But he's also still erasing himself in the process. So you're having this duality in Kazuya's character, where on one aspect he's erasing himself, one aspect he's finding himself. And now, because Chizuru's somewhat been removed from the equation, and he's hit kind of like this weird breaking point, Kazuya essentially went back to absolute zero. And now he's literally has to self-discover the hard way. Because he actually has to he basically there is an actual immediate solution to his problems, but he won't face that solution because he doesn't know who he is, right? And he's afraid, and he's now Kazuya is fully letting trauma control him. Now Kazuya is completely letting trauma control him. So coming full circle back to Mami's character is thematically fitting as what has Mami done for so much of the story, right? Use trauma as an excuse. And now Mami is trying to disassociate from this part of herself. And it's so interesting that Kazuya, who's suddenly like lost in this part of himself, is coming full circle back to that. So now these two characters who are trapped in their traumas are literally gonna have to confront each other as a byproduct of the fact that they caused that trauma. Mami caused Kazuya's trauma. The trauma that she endured, she caused it to him. And now she has to come to terms with that. That she fucking did that to him. Right? And she has to learn the hard way how to overcome her trauma by seeing what she did to Kazuya. And how he might overcome his trauma. And in seeing Kazuya overcome his trauma and take control over his destiny, she'll start to do the same and take control over her life and choose what she wants to do. I think that's going to be a big part for Mami's character. I can see Mami growing into a better person. You know what I would love? Mami becomes a better person, but embraces the douche part of herself. So she's a good person, but an asshole. I will love that. I want Mami to be an asshole good person, where she'll fucking cook people for the right reasons, right? She'll like Mommy's a roaster. Mami is a goddamn roaster. She will fucking cook you, dude. And it would be so cool if Mami actually embraces that part of herself in a good way. Like she actually like takes this part of herself that she's used in a very vindictive way in the past and uses it to actually succeed in life. Because that is ultimately a part of herself. That is ultimately Mami's shitty dark side is a part of herself. It is a part of who she is. And if she embraces that and is honest with herself, she can use that to actually get the things she wants out of life. She can get her freedom using her shitty side, right? It's still a part of her. And I would love that. I would love that so much, to see Mami just commit to being an asshole for the right reasons. Literally just screw her dad over by being an asshole. Take complete control over her life by being an asshole. Hell yeah, brother. You rock, queen. Like, that's the kind of shit I want. Go, queen. Fucking kick-ass queen. That's what I want to fucking see with Mami. No, okay. She didn't just outright replicate her experience with her ex. I think Mami actually caught feelings for Kazuya. And she broke up with Kazuya under the basis of, maybe for maybe a few different reasons. I think one of them was that she wasn't being honest with herself. The thing I think people don't realize, Mami actually had feelings for Kazuya. And I'm not even sure she completely knew. Maybe she did, and that's why she broke out of the relationship. But she clearly cared about him. And maybe she used her trauma as an excuse to break up with him, right? Maybe she used her trauma as an excuse. Maybe she gave herself excuses to be mad at him, right? When she actually fucking liked him, right? Maybe she actually just genuinely liked him, because there are signs she genuinely fucking liked him, like from the start. And you see that in the izakaya, where she's just straight up envious. Like, it's just straight up envy. And that envy reflects her actual feelings for him. She actually did like him. When she kisses him, she blushes like fucking crazy. Mami actually liked him. The thing is, she used her trauma as an excuse to break up with him and not be honest with herself that she actually fucking liked him. Right? She slowly started to accept she likes him. Right? And when she saw him stand up to Kibe, she was attracted to that part of him because of her past. She was attracted to that part of him because of her past. Because guess what? Oh, Kazuya can stand up to adversity. Oh, he could free me from my circumstances. I'm attracted to that part, right? So even then, there are signs that like Mami's love is being conflated for her need for freedom. Just as now, Kazuya's love is being conflated for his need for desire and acceptance. Whereas Chizuru's love is something that she's maybe conflating with her lost love with her family, right? Or maybe she's confusing that a little bit. Like she's lost in her feelings that she knows she loves her family, but she's confused about her feelings for Kazuya. And because she can't make a clear distinction for her feelings for Kazuya, it causes these issues because Kazuya is not taking proper action to make a clear distinction in these things to show her that like their love is not necessarily the same thing, right? Jaw's horniness would be raised by 900% if Mommy became a roaster, right? Kazuya was quite funny when Mommy met him. He said that he was still a virgin because he had almost become a monk. Yeah. He said some goofy shit, but he was honest and straightforward. And I think Mommy liked that part of Kazuya because it mirrored what she liked about Toru. What was interesting, though, is that Kazuya was the real deal. Toru was just an act. He was just a high schooler talking a big game. Toru was just a high schooler talking a big fucking game. But it was just an act. Kazuya's the real fucking deal. And Mommy really wanted that. But that's the thing. Mommy is conflating freedom with love. And that's not the same thing. Missed, this is the wrong stream, buddy. Kazuya and Chizuru are not together. If that's all you want, you're not getting it. Also, you might want to work on your spelling, buddy. You might want to work on your spelling. This is the wrong stream, buddy. I'm okay. Maybe this May. Oh. Whew. I'm already feeling better. Chisaurus Rex. What are you eating? It was rice, chicken, and garbanzo beans. But it had like a lot of spices and stuff, so it was really good. Thanks, love. And there go the dogs in the neighborhoods, of course. Is it worth reading 300 chapters if they don't get together? Okay, I'm gonna spell this out in like the simplest way for you. This is my favorite romance manga of all time. I have read at least like 50 romance manga, and I've watched like even more romance anime, and I've watched even more romance movies and TV shows. And this is my favorite out of all of them, without question. Make of that what you will. Just make of that what you will. I'm not gonna decide for you. To me, yes, 100% worth it. But you might not feel that way, and I cannot convince you. It's your decision. See, this story actually has a lot of development. This story actually has a lot of development. It just looks like there isn't. This is the kind of story where it looks like there's no development. There's constant development. There's literally constant development. You just think there isn't. It's just because of how it looks. But there's constant development. There's constant change. Like literally, the story is actively changing. like consistently so. Who the characters are from chapter 1 to chapter 50 are completely different characters. Who characters are from chapter 50 to 100, even more different characters. By chapter like 64, literally fucking infinite changes. Chapter 200, Kazuya and Chizuru are not the same people at all. And then by this point, like, literally Kazuya is like physically transformed into a completely different person. The problem is that people tend to look at the story with just the basis that they're not together. That's it. What this story is doing is criticizing this idea. A lot of people just look at romance with this idea that, like, oh, if they're dating, that's all I care about. If they're together, that's all that matters. But they literally are physically together. They're just not dating. Literally, their bond and relationship is so fucking deep that, like, the whole point is that a relationship is not defined by dating. That's what this story explores. A relationship is not defined by dating. Dating is just part of a relationship, right? When you're married to someone, you're not dating them. I do recommend getting into the manga because the only manga I've read was Married More Than a Couple. Oh boy. Oh boy. Married More Than... Oh man, that's a... So, I will warn you. Okay, so you'll like this manga, I think. You'll like this manga, I think. Just try to actually engage with it. I recommend trying to read the fan translations up until chapter 280. And then after chapter 280, read the official translations. Because unfortunately the fan translations end at chapter 280. I recommend you read more manga. I have 2 manga recommendations for you that I'll write down that you should try. Do you all use Manga Dex? I used to, but Manga Dex doesn't have a lot of the stuff I like anymore. So it used to have all of Rent a Girlfriend on there. It's gone. So Manga Dex is fucking useless for you. You're gonna have to look it up. You're gonna have to look it up and try to find the fan translations, which is unfortunate. I know. But yeah, that's unfortunately what you're gonna have to do. So I have 2 manga I'm gonna recommend to you. What should I use? Well, I don't know. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to look it up, and you'll know it's the fan translations because they have like, so like, here I have some of them downloaded. I have it downloaded. Just give me a sec. So, like, the best way to read the first chapter is from Nekahara Scantilations. This is just the first chapter. And they were gonna retranslate the whole manga, but unfortunately they just did chapter 1. This is probably the best translated version of the chapter. After that point, you should see they should look like this. Right? They should look like this, and they're translated by Silver Helios. Right. And that's kind of like how the manga should look at that point. Look at how the dialogue looks and stuff, right? That's what it looks like for a while. And that's the version I recommend. I don't recommend the official volume translations because they're not really good. And then now what I do is I buy the official releases on K Manga. So after I caught up, I like ever since like chapter 280, I've literally just been paying for every chapter, and they cost like $1. Where is it? There we go. Yeah. After that point, I go to K Manga, and I've been buying every chapter for the last like year or so, 2 years. So the translations are different to the original. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with the translations. So, look, up to chapter like 160 some shit is the volume translations. The volume translations are not the same as K Manga. This is a problem. Why? The volume translations are not good. They are beyond inconsistent and they have so many problems. So many problems. K-manga, though, the people who translate K-manga, they are good. The only issue with K-manga is that sometimes they miss nuance, and two, they have to stick to the continuity of the volume translations because they didn't start from chapter 1. They started from like chapter 160 something. So literally, we have 2 different official translations, and one of them is really shit, and the other is pretty okay, but has to stick with the shit one. Fuck me. So that's why I recommend people start with the fan translations first, and then go into K-manga, so you have a good basis for what to understand. Like if you just want a clear understanding of the issue, here they say "my girlfriend." There's no possessive in the Japanese. There is no possessive in the fucking Japanese. That's why this says "the boyfriend" because it's supposed to be the, not he or him or my. Anyways, let me recommend the 2 manga I recommend you try reading if you're new to reading romance anime. The first one I recommend is called Maison Ikoku. It is the basis for most romance anime. A lot of romance manga and anime modern, they took it from this manga. The second I'm recommending to you is How Do We Relationship. This is a Yuri manga, and these are my third and second favorite manga of all time, respectively. Right? I just wrote them for you. Those are the ones I recommend. Never heard of both of them. Maison Ikoku is okay. Maison Ikoku, you don't hear about this series, but it is literally the series that influenced everything. This is the progenitor. If you watch an anime tuber and they know about Maison Ikoku, they're somewhat cultured. They're at the very least a little bit cultured. Okay, I'm telling you right now, if you watch a anime tuber and they know a little bit about Maison Ikoku and they know its influence, they're a little cultured. If they tell you that Love Hina is the basis for all this shit, they're a fucking idiot. They're a fucking idiot. Because Love Hina, I kid you not, blueprinted off of Maison Ikoku. Anyways. You should read Maison Ikoku. It's really good. The best translations I found were on Viz Media, and Viz Media costs like $1.99. Like the entire thing. Like literally, if you go to Viz Media, like I'm gonna like shill them a little bit. I'm gonna shill Viz Media a little bit. If you go to Viz Media and you pay $1.99 a month, I kid you fucking not, you get the entire catalog. You get their entire catalog. And their catalog includes those 2 mangas, Maison Ikoku and How to Be a Relationship. Yeah. You just get to read everything. Cause sure, why not? So that, yeah, it's not a sustainable model, mind you. Like that's not gonna fucking make them anything. It's not a sustainable model. Viz has a better service than K-manga, true, but I'm gonna be real, they're not really making money. I'm gonna be real, they're not really making money. Like the good thing about K-manga is that your money is going to the authors and to Kodansha, so they can keep making stuff. That's just the truth. Like, you may dislike K-manga, but the ultimate truth is that they actually make money that goes to service their manga in the future. That's just the truth. Now, it costs too much, to be fair. I think it costs too much, but that's just the nature of the United States or like any other country you live in. Because we're getting translations, they justify charging you more. But if you purchase like the Japanese translations, they're so fucking cheap. They're so fucking cheap, dude. Like these things, like, what is it? Am I not logged in? Oh, I can get a ticket. I have a bunch of tickets. Yeah, no, it's just so much cheaper. Yeah, okay, I can't show you how cheap it is, but it's so much cheaper. Like, it's like a few cents. You literally spend a few cents. I'm not even kidding. And then for us, it costs like a fucking $1. How do we relationship art style looks like good? However, I'm not sure about Maison Ikoku's art style. I would really recommend you look past your bias for Maison Ikoku. It is old, but its art style is fucking legendary. Okay? I really recommend you look past your biases for Maison Ikkoku. It is genuinely fucking amazing. Like, just give it a little bit. Like, Maison Ikkoku just needs a little to cook. You know, it just needs a little to cook. The moment it gets its fangs in you, you're not getting out. You're finishing this shit. You are literally finishing this shit. Like, if you've ever seen like Inuyasha, if you've like heard of Inuyasha because someone just mentioned it, it's the same author. I joined your Discord. Do you not have a general chat? I do. There's a general chat. Fruits Basket was interesting. I'd put it in third place. I actually don't like Fruits Basket that much. I'm gonna be real. I like aspects of Fruits Basket a lot, but I'm not a huge fan of Fruits Basket. I'd have to rewatch it to be sure of my feelings. But when I first watched it, I was just like, this is weird. This is weird. Now, Fruits Basket is really fucking good. Okay, don't get me wrong. Fruits Basket is really good. It's a fantastic story, but there are aspects of it that are just fucking weird for me. Like, every single character has the same fucking backstory in some sense. Like, oh, everybody just has terrible fucking parents, and they're all the fucking same. And I was like, what the fuck? Almost every character has horrible human being parents, and I'm just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I've yet to read Renma, and I've yet to read Oroso Yatsura. Or Orosi Yatsuru, Tsura, whatever. I've yet to finish those. I've yet to actually fully start them, to be honest. I've been kind of like not really interacting with too much stuff lately. Right now, I've just kind of been binging Walking Dead. I've just kind of been going through Walking Dead. I finished the entire Walking Dead series. Why is Rent a Girlfriend so overheated, chat? I'll list a few things for you. I won't delve into them too much. One, anime YouTubers and anime content creators, especially like manga ones too, kind of have an agenda against this series, and I'm not even remotely kidding you. They actually do, and they spread a lot of misinformation. For instance, you're probably like I'm actually not gonna list anybody in particular because you're gonna go give them views. I know you will, so I'm just not gonna tell you. There are content creators who will make videos about this series and straight up fucking lie. I'm not kidding. Like I have a hate series in my channel. I have it's like literally a playlist of mine where we watched a few of these videos, and some of them just straight up make shit up. They literally just make shit up to justify their hatred for this series. Two, I'm not even kidding, they don't understand. Literally, they don't want to understand. Actually, that's more accurate. They don't want to understand. They don't care to. They straight up spread stigma around the series. So you hear Rent a Girlfriend, you think prostitution. That's your immediate thought. The series is completely aware of it, and it criticizes your views. And people cannot look past that. Two, Kazuya and Chizuru are not traditional in their femininity and masculinity. Chizuru is not traditionally feminine, and Kazuya is not traditionally masculine. He is much more feminine in his depiction of masculinity, and that is weird for people, and a lot of people deem him as a loser for it, and they cannot see what he actually does. All they see is the loser. They literally can't look past it. Kazuya does things that people would deem as cringe. In reality, that's actually what makes him cool, because he can do things that people would think is cringe, and be honest about it, and just be like, no, this is what I believe, fuck you, right? And that makes him cool. You have elements in the story where the story actually gets complicated, and there's layers to what the story is showing and depicting and talking about, and it's not easy to understand, because it is literally emotionally layered, and it requires you to pay attention. People don't like paying attention, they like reacting. There's a very divisive chapter, chapter 218, extremely divisive. People really don't like it. I bet you won't like it. I'm not surprised if you go read that chapter and you fucking drop this manga. Not gonna really be shocked about that. But it is a genuinely good chapter. People fucking hate it. It's not a chapter meant to be read and avoid. You have to actually give a shit about the characters by the time you reach that chapter. And if you don't, and if you have not emotionally attached, you will just fucking hate it. There is issues with the anime. The anime, in my opinion, is a pretty solid adaptation with some problems. In particular, it has issues mischaracterizing Kazuya a lot. Kazuya has a tendency to be very mischaracterized in the anime, and sometimes it mischaracterizes scenes and characters, not just Kazuya. Like, there are scenes where just things are just not well depicted, and some of the meaning is just completely lost. Add that to the top that we have poor localization and poor translation. We have no true proper way to read this manga and interact with it. That's just a fact. We don't. The way I know what things are being said is I cross-reference between the official translations, the fan translations, and the anime. And then I double-check with Japanese fans, who then tell me, okay, this is what was said, or this is accurate and this isn't. For instance, there's a scene in season 3 of the anime where Chizuru tells Kazuya, "You're a good person," or "You're a nice guy," something like that. It's either you're a nice person or you're a nice guy. And in the official translations, they literally translate it to, "You're so nice to me." So it takes this line that's inherently selfless and is literally about Chizuru seeing Kazuya and makes it about her and makes it childish. And the way I knew this line was incorrect and fucking stupid was that in the official in the anime, she says, "You're a good person." In the fan translations, she says, "You're a good guy." And I'm like, oh, that must be the translation. This is the issue with localizations. They have a tendency to take liberties and just change the dialogue however they damn well fucking please. And it's annoying as fuck. It is beyond annoying as fuck. And so you won't ever properly get good translations, you know? So that's just some of the issues. I genuinely think the biggest issue is anime content creators in the West. Because there are issues in Japan, like, for instance, a lot of Japanese people, like, oh, how is this manga so long? Right? It's like, okay, yeah, everybody would fucking think that. It's 400 fucking chapters, of course. Like, you know, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, how the fuck is it this long? Like, okay, yeah, everybody fucking says that. But the difference is the people who actually read the manga, yeah, well, it gets hate. They're not just straight up fucking lying. Whereas a lot of English speakers and Spanish speakers just straight up fucking lie. Just straight up make shit the fuck up. Like, they'll just straight up lie about this shit. Just make shit up. And they do this a lot with Reiji because they know that Reiji's the author. They know it gets them views. They know this series gets views. That's why people love to talk about it negatively. And in turn, they get money. Turn 18 was a really uncomfortable depiction of Kazuya's low self-esteem and hence a solid chapter in my book. It's not just... Chapter 218 is a very layered chapter, and it's not just about self-esteem. It's, can you blame them? What the fuck? Blame what? Can I blame them for fucking lying? Yeah, I fucking can. Can I blame them for fucking lying? Yeah, I sure as hell can. Not saying it's right. Like, the fuck are you talking? Of course I can blame them for fucking lying. Yes. You made shit the fuck up to send hate towards someone and their story. Yeah, I can blame your ass. You did that. That was a choice. It's not like someone put a gun to your head and told you to fucking do this. You did it because you wanted to. You made a choice. You're a fucking adult. I can be upset at you. You're not a child. You don't get to just do that and then act like nothing happened. Of course I can blame them. Fuck out of here. But anyways, for chapter 218, it's not just about Kazuya's low self-esteem, it's Kazuya's erasure. Kazuya is literally erased as a character. That's a chapter about not just Kazuya's low self-esteem, it's about Kazuya's lack of worth as a person. He literally feels like he doesn't matter. Nothing he did, it doesn't matter. His existence is pointless. The entirety of Kazuya's existence feels pointless. He hates every aspect of who he is. It's literally about having absolutely no value in himself. He completely erases himself from his story, from his own feelings. His own feelings erase him. His own heart betrays him. His body betrays him. His mind betrays him. It's not just insecurity and low self-worth. It's a literal betrayal of himself. That chapter is literally about a literal betrayal of Kazuya's own sense of self. And I think in some ways, the opening for season 4 perfectly captures it. Season 4's opening in some ways perfectly captures Kazuya's feelings because what happens is that Kazuya in that entire time is having a dream, right? And then he wakes up from the dream and he's alone. And I think that perfectly encapsulates Kazuya's deepest fear. That everything he experienced is just a dream. And it's literally gonna pop like a bubble. That's what he's deeply afraid of. And that's exactly what happens to him. That's the thing Kazuya is deeply afraid of, that everything he did, everything he's been through, just a dream. And it'll pop just like a bubble. And so the perfectness of the opening is that when you're watching it, you're going through this entire journey with Kazuya, and it feels real. It's so real. And then it just ends. And isn't that literally exactly what Kazuya experiences when you're watching season 4? Right? Isn't that literally what he experiences? It feels like it can happen. It feels like it's gonna happen, and then just poof, it just ends. Like, it's brutal. Okay. Wiz, just for that, you're getting a temporary timeout. You've been warned. You talk about cucking with Kazuya, you talk about NTR, you talk about any of that shit in terms of chapter 218, you're getting a temporary ban. Just you've been warned. People misconstrue the pool scene as Kazuya having some sort of fetish, but in reality, he feels so worthless and out of control over his life. It's just uncomfortable to watch because it could happen to any of us. Yeah, and it's like, it's not just lack of control over his life. It's literal lack of control over his own body and mind. And that's just haunting. Like, that shit is just haunting, dude. He can't even control what his mind is showing him. He can't even control how his body reacts to it. He can't even control how he fucking feels. He can't even reason and talk to himself anymore. Right? He's nothing. He's just, it's literally Kazuya being erased. And then Kazuya later is literally erased by his own family. Like, it's so brutal. It's so much trauma on one person that, like, for a good period, you can really understand. Yeah, Kazuya got a little fucked up, and you can kind of get where he's coming from, right? But it's not really and completely Chizuru's fault. Not really. Like, it's not completely on her. Like, Kazuya is also going through his own shit, so you can't really just outright blame Chizuru. Like, yeah, she fucked up, but so did Kazuya, right? And the thing is like, they were both hurt, right? They both hurt and were hurt. They both hurt each other and were hurt. Anyways, Someone with depression sometimes I'll want to stay in because being happy feels alien. TMI, but that's what depression does to you. Mine is more maniac though. Um, you should try to just do things that you like. You should try to just do things that you like. And just kind of treat yourself with a bit of love. And that should help you appreciate yourself. So like when you want to stay in bed, maybe instead of doing something that's really hard, do something that's kind of fun. You know, do something that you like. So if I'm gonna stay in bed anyway, I'll play a video game, right? And I'll make sure I like the video game. And then afterwards, I'll be like, okay, I kind of feel like I played enough video games. I kind of want to get up and do something. And then so I can clean, I can do some things. It's just basically adjusting yourself to wanting to do things that are kind of fun. And then slowly adjusting to yourself doing things that you want to do, right? And then eventually you just kind of get comfortable. The sad thing too is that depression is sometimes connected to burnout. And sometimes depression is also connected to when you don't have like something you want to do in life. So when you feel directionless, depression can definitely feel a lot worse. So try to find something you really want to do and learn. Like just pick something. Maybe you want to learn Japanese. Maybe you want to, I don't know, make videos like me. Just find something you're genuinely passionate about and start doing that. And it'll help you a lot because when you feel like you have a goal and something you're striving towards, especially if it's yours and not anybody else's, you feel so much better. It's not just about hobbies, it's a passion. You need to have something that helps with your passion. Hobbies are good, but hobbies are secondary. That's the sad truth. Hobbies are just secondary. You need a passion. Hobbies can only do so much, right? You hobbies can only do so much for you. You need a passion. Find something that you just really want to fucking invest in. You're like, this is the shit. This is that shit. I'm just like, yeah, I wanna do this. And I feel that with YouTube. I feel that with this series. I'm genuinely so passionate about this series that I want to keep creating content, no matter how much I hate the internet and how much the internet tears me down. I just find a way to come back and like keep talking about this shit, right? My passion isn't YouTube; it's art. I just like art, and I happen to express art through YouTube. I'm not about content creation. Content creation isn't really the thing I'm about. It's about art. I just like expressing and analyzing things. Do you draw? I actually do. I actually do. I haven't been practicing, so I'm a little out of practice. Um, but my sketchbook is in here. I don't know where the fuck my sketchbook is. But I'm actually getting a digital tablet, and I'm gonna practice drawing and learn anatomy properly, so I can start making my own thumbnails. And then I'll start making my own fucking what is it? I'll start making my own fucking emotes. Who the fuck needs artists? I got my own emotes, motherfuckers. I also want to learn music. I want to learn fucking Japanese. Japanese would be my third language. Shit. Yeah. But yeah, like literally, art is my passion. So it's like just find something you're passionate about. Maybe you should write your own manga one day. Oh, that's gonna be rough. I'll try, but that'd be rough. That'd be like, man, I don't even know if I have confidence in my storytelling, so I gotta practice, like actually get fucking good. Anywho, I think we've been ranting for a little bit. Um, so let's see. One thing we can go to is mute. Actually, wait, before I go to mute, I kind of want to go to Reddit. I kind of want to go to Reddit. We haven't really talked about the chapter in a hot minute. So we're going to talk about chapter 399 right now. So new person missed, like, this is not the territory for you. You have been warned. Alrighty. This was a very strange chapter for me because of the pacing. It feels more like a preview of things to come. Kazuya's new haircut. I don't really like it. I feel like it makes him look too young, high school. That's the idea. So in Japan, when you're trying to get a job, would you like live action rental girlfriend? It's good. I actually think the live action in some aspects is much better than the anime. I think the live action of Rent a Girlfriend is actually much better than the anime in some respects. Anyways, um, so yeah, Kazuya's haircut is meant to make him look younger. That's kind of the point because Kazuya, like in Japan, when you're getting a job, you have to cut your hair short and you have to dye it black. Um, so yeah, pretty much that's kind of what you got to do. You got to do that shit. So that's kind of why he looks younger, because his hair isn't as long anymore. Let's see. This might be a good thing in Japanese culture, though. I don't know. I think it'll take a few chapters for the most of us to get used to it. I won't get into the whole Reiji look-alike debate. There were a lot of posts about it that were removed in the meantime, and many more to come, I'm sure. That's the sad part, is like, he's not even supposed to look like Reiji, but people are like, he looks like Reiji because, oh, he's wearing the same MOLY. Some users were saying his hair will grow until July 11th and it'll look better. I think the whole point, in my opinion, is Kazuya is actually going to have to go back to his original hair. I think that's the point. Kazuya will eventually choose to go back to his original hair and not have this bullshit. Because this hair is not him. A part of his identity is gone, and this hair is not him. And Kazuya is going to have to go back to his original hair, you know? So I think that's what Reiji is setting up. It's Kazuya's loss of identity. I'll finish reading this portion and I'll go read what I said in regards to Kazuya's hair. I don't think that's the case. In the whole manga, spanning 2 years at this point, we've only seen one major character appearance change, that being Kazuya when Chizuru rejected him. I don't consider girls' occasional hairstyle appearances changes, if anyone thinks of mentioning that. Apart from the haircut, he's trying to get a job, so that's a good thing. He's really going through that checklist for the date. It's not that good of a thing. Sorry to say, it's not that good of a thing. So I'll read what I wrote in regards to Kazuya here. So I talked about, okay, most people are talking about Reiji turning Kazuya into himself, but literally miss the narrative point Reiji is leaving in front of us, in front of our faces. Kazuya is losing his identity and in turn discovering it. Two characters match his new look: Chizuru's grandpa and Mommy's ex-boyfriend. Mommy's ex literally promises her that he will become a big shot and convince her dad to let them be together, saying he will make her happy. Mommy needed a great man to save her, but of course it was all talk. This matches Kazuya's confidence about being a great man for Chizuru. This isn't the real him. This is a lie. The idea of getting a new look, getting money and power, it has nothing to do with love. Love is about sharing an experience. Love is about taking an action. Love is about actually fucking doing something and sharing it with another person. Because as I said before, love is not an emotion, it is an amalgamation of emotions. There's a bunch of different things. It's about sharing an experience with someone. That's why the way you get over someone is you either block them or you remove them out of your time, so your mind starts creating new memories to replace those. Right? That's how you get over love with another person, right? Because literally it's about you wanting to share time with that person. And then love, the difference with it being different from, like, you know, because you want to share time with your friends and people you care about. The difference between that and love, like romantic love, is that romantic love is deeper, more intimate, right? You want to share everything with that person. You want to like share your fucking soul with them, you know? You want to open up about like your fears, your insecurities. You want to feel them. You want to touch them. You want to physically connect to them. That's the whole point of sex with relationships, right? You want to literally understand them on such a deep, intimate level that they can understand you on such a deep, intimate level, to the point of maybe not even communicating. You can just know what that person is thinking. You can react and understand their feelings just like that. It's that kind of emotional bond. That's what love is. It's literally about sharing and connecting on such a deep, intimate level that you want to do that with someone. It's the feeling of wanting to do that with someone. It's that desire of wanting to do that with someone that makes it love, in my opinion, right? It's literally about sharing and connecting, not just making another person happy. Sorrow, joys, tears, all of it. Joy is not the single emotion present in love. You must make your own happiness, not let someone else give it to you. This is the present flaw of making someone happy. Everyone always says that. Everyone always says that. That all that counts to people in relationship. That's all that counts to people in relationships these days. But that removes the real meaning of love, sharing and connecting. Right? What did Sayuri tell Chizuru? But you see how happy I am, don't you? Why is that? Don't forget, Chizuru. Your environment doesn't change easily. You're the only one who can find happiness where you are, right? And then Umi says, I bet whoever you pick will make you happy. And that's what but I hope that person can be me. Chizuru's like, I'm not the kind of person that you think I am. Umi-kun, literally, he doesn't see her, therefore he doesn't connect to her, therefore she doesn't want to share anything with him because she doesn't actually know him or understand him, nor does he know or understand her. I'm not capable of choosing a great guy. I'm not just going to pick a good dude, right? Who gives a shit about a great guy? Literally, what is Kazuya saying? He's trying to become a great guy. He's trying to become a big shot, a great guy. But that's not what love is. Or even understanding what makes me happy. That what makes you happy has nothing to do with love, right? Love is not just about happiness, it's about sharing an experience. So you have to disassociate that element of happiness, and Chizuru doesn't even fully understand what that is, right? What does make her happy, right? What is love? Chizuru's entire conflict is what is love, right? So she can't just say that. But right now, I might be in love. I think that's where I'm at. In particular, in Japanese, she says, but right now, I might be able to fall in love. I'm sure that's where I'm at. I want to face that person wholeheartedly. Okay? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Yeah. Chizuru will not be with Kazuya because of his new hair. Rather, it's about discovering who they are and why they love each other for who they are, not any of the superficial crap. Chizuru remembers Kazuya with his brown hair. Striking a distinction from her grandpa is important here. Chizuru often sees her grandpa in Kazuya, but Kazuya is not him and never will be. Chizuru must see past her grief and see the real Kazuya, while Kazuya must stop seeing the ghost of Mami and see Chizuru for her. The past can help us find our future, but it must not define it. The reality is these two need a support network, family and friends to talk to. They're doing too much alone, and they need people around them to help them. This, to me, is part of the setup, not just connecting to each other, but forging a family that will foster connection. Someone was commenting on this. Was it right here? Yeah, so he's Romance said, desperate for anyone to ask Kazuya if he's sure that's what she wants. I mentioned how Nagomi actually did ask him this. So I'll show you where Nagomi actually asked him, like, is this what Chizuru actually wants? And Kazuya already was set in stone on what he was gonna do regardless, right? He just said, I think that's what she wants, right? And I think this is where Nagomi fucks up, where she's like, she doesn't double check with him. It's like, well, you should find out before you do this. She just says, okay, fine, do it. Because what she wants is what Chizuru wants, not what Kazuya wants. This is where Nagomi kind of fucks up. Nagomi asks him, does Chizuru prefer you like that? I guess she'd prefer thin rather than bushy. Fine then, pluck them, right? Do it because Chizuru wants it, not because you want it, right? No, do it for someone else, right? She was already saying that before. She doesn't even know if that's actually what Chizuru wants. She just assumes that's what it is because Kazuya tells her. So Nagomi already tried, but she's become passive to Kazuya as a byproduct of Hawaiians, as has Kibe and the people who hurt him. They've held back, and the irony is they need to actually be honest with him and talk to him. No one is an island. Kazuya and Chizuru need their family again. Right? Does Kazuya's grandma hate him? No. She loves him, but she's just really hard on him. She doesn't hate him. She's just really hard on him. Like I think her tough love is a double-edged sword, right? Anyways, back to this. Kazuya's birthday. This has to be explored more in the future, right? Reishi didn't simply change his style overnight and stop paying attention to important events, did he? I already read some stuff accusing Chizuru she didn't text him, which I'm pretty sure will be addressed in the future. We also didn't see any of the others contacting him or offering him gifts, apart from his family. No Sumi, Ruka, Kibe, Kuri, or Mini. And while Sumi might be too shy, Ruka, well, Kazuya might have found a way to avoid her. Kibe and Kuri have been in the story for ages and haven't been present at Kazuya's previous birthday. There's no way Mini didn't do anything for him. We'll just have to wait and see. A reasonable voice in the room. Holy shit. Everyone's like, Chizuru's so terrible. How could she not say anything? How could she not fucking do anything? Well, okay. Kibe never even like fucking did. None of these other characters did anything. So why the fuck is Chizuru the only one to blame here? Right? It's like we don't actually have the full story. The truth is, we just actually don't have the full fucking story, and you just have to fucking accept that. Like, we don't know the full truth. Damn it. I just noticed my chair over here. Give me a sec. It looks better. It looks better. Well, it's not perfect. It definitely looks better, though. Okay. Let's see. Jumping to Kazuya's birthday also means we skipped the Umi meeting entirely for now. We don't know that. We don't know that. Mute kind of talks about this. We don't actually know that. In particular because I think there's evidence that the Umi meeting was in maybe June. Because we don't actually know the date, okay? There's an issue here. There's an issue with the Umi meeting that I think people are like forgetting and they're not paying attention to. Let me show you what I mean. So 396 is when Umi calls him. Right? Umi calls him, and Kazuya looks at his calendar. But do you see the issue? At this point, we're past because we're at this point we're like past the 18th or something, right? So it says the 23rd or the 24th. We would be at like the 20 something. So this doesn't make sense. I feel like the meeting hasn't happened yet. I think we're already getting close to June, and the meeting hasn't happened yet. There's no way it happened off screen. There's no way it happened off screen. And it sounds like it was the 23rd and the 24th, right? So he'd have met him on the 23rd, but we don't know if this is June, right? We don't know if this is June. It doesn't say anywhere if it's June or no, sorry, we don't know if this is May. We don't know if this is May. So there's no way this thing happened off screen. I would genuinely be shocked if this happened off screen. There's no way. So I think we were maybe looking at the June calendar, right? I think we were maybe looking at the June calendar. So, yeah. No, I think that didn't happen yet. I think this did not happen yet. I doubt it. I think this was maybe the next day or something, or like next week, right? I think we're wrong about the timing of this. If it did happen, okay, I'll shut the fuck up. But it doesn't add up. I feel like we would have seen it. I feel like we would have seen it. Even though us not seeing it makes sense, I think we would have seen it. Chizuru at the batting center. The dress from chapter 398 again. Thinking about Kazuya and failing to hit the ball properly. Did she dress up to meet him and then give him a present? Maybe the spare key for bonus points, including anything I want ticket, maybe back in with me, and then get cold feet? Or maybe indeed Kazuya told her not to come as she was already on her way. Or was it after the play rehearsal? She couldn't get her act together because she kept thinking about him? Stay tuned to find out. Kazuya at the driving school. Mommy is there too, and that's the cliffhanger ending for this chapter. It's no surprise for us to see her there, but it is from him, and I wonder if she'll drive over his foot at some point by accident. Okay. Let's see. Holy shit, Reiji hit the fast forward button, huh? Back to me yelling, text him to her, you idiot, at my table every chapter, lol. I'm so glad that Mr. Fish is back. Sifu was a good roommate too, it seems. Look how they massacred my boy. Lol. The not recognizing himself in the mirror bit is solid. So interesting note. Interesting note. I told you this chapter is a sequel to chapter 168. And in chapter 168, guess how it starts? Kazuya goes to school and he meets Curry and he's like, "Who the hell are you?" And in this chapter, after Kazuya gets his hair cut and he goes home and he looks himself in the mirror, he literally says, "Who are you?" Huh. Whereas Curry was the "Who are you" last time, Kazuya is the "Who are you" this time, right? Kazuya had a time skip last time where he didn't recognize anyone in school. Now, Kazuya created his own time skip where he's unrecognizable, right? And we're the ones seeing the time skip. We're literally in Kazuya's position, seeing him, and we're like, "Who the fuck are you? What just happened?" Right? Even Kazuya is saying it to himself. Okay? So that seems to be the point. Kazuya's haircut grew on me as the chapter went on. He'll look a lot better when it grows out. I love the classic no pants video interview. Really enjoy the AI sucks shit chapters from Reiji. It's been 2 weeks. I'm kind of shocked that Umi's conversation got skipped over. I imagine there will be a flashback to it, but whatever happened, if it happened, translation is weird and they could have picked a Saturday, not next Saturday, I don't know. It didn't shake Kazuya from his course. He's on a list and he's willing to do anything for Chizuru. The fantasy, / no way I'm doing this to have a better life, but immediately back to being about Chizuru's whiplash is real. Yeah, right? That's literally Kazuya. It's in reality, it's all about Chizuru. He's not doing this to have a better life. He's not doing this for anything else. It's all about Chizuru. It's Kazuya's birthday party, and there are no shenanigans. Yeah, Grandma wants to see Chizuru, but she accepts Kazuya's explanation that he doesn't want to be a bother while Chizuru is busy with her play. Grandma then finds something else to needle him about. Uh, no, she's not. She's not happy about this. She's not happy about this. Something is bugging her about this. That's clear. We cut to Chizuru at the batting center in a scene that, in my opinion, proves what Kazuya is wrong to leave her alone. He's still constantly on her mind, and it's clearly affecting her negatively. She can't hit a ball square. It does not take a big leap of imagination to think that agonizing over him is also affecting her negatively in a lot of other ways. Probably underperforming at work too, which is not ideal. Granted, she also can and should reach out. Communication is a two-way street. They both know each other is on the other line of the phone, but she isn't. She's letting him take the lead, for now at least. Go get your man, sheesh. And that's the thing. That's the thing. I was saying how Chizuru is seemingly following Sayuri's steps. At least that's how I'm seeing it. And if that's the case, I think what she's doing is actually trying to, like, put herself in the passive role. I think that's the issue with Chizuru, in my opinion. Chizuru has seemingly placed herself in the passive role willingly. And she's like choosing not to do anything because maybe she thinks maybe that's what Kazuya wants, right? Or I don't know. That's just a guess. That's just a guess. But considering Sayuri is from a more traditional era of like an older era of where women kind of like followed the lead of the man, and that's something Sayuri kind of did with Katsuhito. It seems like something like that is kind of happening, in my opinion. Chizuru has, ever since the kiss, become very passive and is constantly waiting for him. And I think that's fascinating as an approach. Like, why is Chizuru just waiting for him? Right? That's very strange from her. And there's also the contradiction of like the play. You know, she did the play thing, and now she's continuing to wait again. Why? Why is Chizuru just waiting? What's going on? Right? You don't really understand that. And then Chizuru is literally acting different. Right? Chizuru is literally putting on clothes that seem older, like much more traditional, much more like literally young in love dress that she's wearing with the earrings and everything. Like everything about it screams like old school. And that to me is like kind of telling, like something is up with Chizuru, where she's kind of like almost going back and like kind of losing an aspect of herself that moves forward. And I think that's really interesting, you know? But she's also still like kind of trying to find a middle ground between being passive and and proactive. It's just the big main step is Kazuya. She's letting him take the big main steps. Whereas in contrast, she's just following now. This is interesting because in the entire cohabitation, she's leading and he's following, right? In the entire cohabitation, she's leading and he's following. Now the roles have seemingly flipped. Chizuru has almost completely let go of her autonomy and let Kazuya lead, completely so. And like she literally just follows his lead. Whenever he says to go ahead, she does it, right? In a sense, when Kazuya confessed to her as he was leaving, she kissed him, right? And that kind of makes some sense when you look at chapter 383, because what's literally happening in chapter 383, right? What's literally happening in chapter 383? It's literally Kazuya walking for them, right? Kazuya is the one walking. She's just on his shoulder, and literally, it's like she has no choice but to go on the path that he walks. He's carrying her, right? He's literally carrying her, so she just accepts. Maybe at this point, maybe Chizuru thought she would resign herself to just doing whatever Kazuya wants, right? Whatever Kazuya says, she'll do it, right? Because maybe she thinks I've been wrong this whole time, right? I've been wrong this whole time, so instead I'll just completely follow his lead, which is theoretically not a bad idea when it comes to love, theoretically, but Kazuya doesn't understand that's what she's doing, and I don't think Chizuru has communicated that to him. So that's kind of the issue, is just like there's just this kind of misunderstanding about the situation, and it's a byproduct of Kazuya choosing not to communicate to her, right? Kazuya is just not talking to her. That's just kind of the truth. He's not really talking to her. He says he is. He says he's talking to her. He's not really, right? And he doesn't actually understand her intent and what she's doing and why she's doing it. And Chizuru is, in my opinion, what she's doing is she's willing to take these hits if it means eventually they meet up and she gets to be with him. I think that's what she's doing, in my opinion. She's willing to take these hits if it means they end up being together and she follows his lead. So she's just following whatever he says, right? To her own detriment, when it should not be this way. I think that's just kind of the vibe I'm getting from the way Chizuru's acting. And all it's been is just Chizuru following his lead, right? She's not contacting him; he's contacting her. She's just completely let herself be completely passive, but then she's proactive when it comes to things she needs to resolve. So like Umi is something she needs to resolve, so she's proactive about that, right? It's her problem. It's something she's got to solve, right? Umi is not Kazuya's problem. He's her problem. So she goes to proactively resolve Umi. But Kazuya, no. She's letting him follow the lead. She's letting him do it, right? And that's the irony, is like she's ready to face him, but she's letting him take the lead, right? And it's true, she was ready to face him. When he called, she answered, and she agreed. She's like, yeah, let's meet. She doesn't even know if it's a good thing. She's willing to do it. She's just completely following his lead. But we just don't really understand Chizuru at the moment. You know, she's kind of like a walking paradox, and that's the point. Let's see. Granted, she can and should reach. Okay, we read this. Anyway, the fun details. She seems to be wearing the same outfit we saw in the last chapter. My interpretation is that this follows. She knows it's his birthday. She dressed up nice and just for him, assuming he would call or text. Worst case scenario, rent to invite her to family party. He doesn't. She takes out her frustrations at the batting cages, then collapses in the living room at home, admitting to Grandpa that she's got it bad. No. I don't agree with this. I think Chizuru changes into that outfit when she's thinking about him. And Chizuru's clothing is an expression of her feelings for him. And I said this in my stream last time. Like, Chizuru's clothing is an expression of her feelings for him. So Chizuru changing into these clothes is literally her expressing her feelings for him, right? And it's the clothes she thinks, like, what would he think if he saw this, right? And it's literally her trying to look cute while doing these things. It's a paradox. The whole point is that it's a paradox, in my opinion. She's literally looking cute in that dress while hitting balls at the batting center. And it's not working. It's literally not working because you can't do both. She's trying to do two contrasting things at the same time, and it's not working. And it's because Chizuru is like literally trapped in this element of love. I'm constantly reminded of the I have a blah blah blah. I would have thought that she would have planned something for his birthday, but it seems she's going along with his actions. Kazuya is fully has the wheel, and he's driving off to the driving school instead of making time for her. Yeah, see, even they're noticing it. Like Kazuya is the one completely in control in this situation. I'm constantly reminded of the bit in the date where they talk about how much they would want to be in contact with their partner, text, call every day if possible. It's been 2 weeks since the kiss, and as far as we know, there has been one phone call. That's bad. No happy birthday text, no how's the play going text, nothing. Girly, pop, you are in lying on the floor listening to disintegration mode, text him. I was expecting some, but Kazuya isn't texting her either. And it's like, because she's following his lead, she's doing it his way. But in that sense, Chizuru's kind of completely giving up her autonomy, which is really not good, right? Chizuru is like having this struggle where she's trying to not be a replacement anymore, but at the same time, she's giving up her autonomy, which parallels Kazuya, who seemingly looks like he has complete control of the situation. In reality, he has no control, and all he's actually trying to do is get autonomy of the situation. Whereas Chizuru is giving up control. She's losing control. She's literally lost control of the situation completely, right? After the kiss, Chizuru lost control of the situation completely, right? So I think what's going on right now is like both characters are struggling with this element of autonomy and agency, right? And autonomy and agency stems from self-discovery and self-understanding. And Chizuru is kind of losing herself in some ways because she's letting go of her choices while at the same time knowing exactly who she is. Whereas Kazuya has gone back to his origins but completely lost who he is in the process. So yeah, there's some interesting stuff at play here. On to things that will hopefully break them out of this holding pattern. We are driving to school at Kazuya is thinking about his birthday. Grandma quickly going from where's Chizuru to work on a job hunting are ties on his mind. He thinks he needs to be worthy of her, and getting a good job is part of that. So we sort of go full circle. Kazuya is thinking about how proud he will be to finally introduce Chizuru as his real girlfriend. At the moment, he runs into the woman he initially intended to introduce to his grandmother as his girlfriend. Yeah, right? Coming back full circle to that idea. That's a great way of putting it, right? Um, Kazuya is thinking about how proud he will be to finally introduce Chizuru as his real girlfriend. At the moment, he runs into the woman he initially intended to introduce his grandmother as his girlfriend, right? Like, very fitting thematically to come full circle back to that, right? If mommy was that before, why is Chizuru that now? That's actually a great question. If mommy was that thing before, why is Chizuru that now? What makes Chizuru different, right? What makes Chizuru any different from mommy? Isn't that a fitting question to ask for Kazuya, who is essentially making himself not different from other people? What makes Kazuya be the one, right? Why is Kazuya the one Chizuru loves and not anyone else? Because what Kazuya is trying to get, other people have. So what makes him any different, right? Kazuya wants money, power, a good job, and a good looks. That's what he wants. What makes that any different from anyone else? In contrast, what he wants with Chizuru, what makes that different from mommy? Right? Cool. Chizuru is gonna be his girlfriend. Anybody can be your girlfriend. Why is it Chizuru? Why do you specifically want Chizuru? That is a great question to ask for Kazuya, and it's a fantastic parallel for his conflict of character. Who he's trying to become parallels what he's trying to get. Literally, that's the whole point. And that idea is just like, why the fuck does Kazuya want this? Right? All of this ultimately comes back to that element of self-discovery. Why the fuck do you want this? One sec. I'm gonna turn on the light. Ooh. Alrighty. Oh. Nice. All right. I have high hopes for this arc to be a massive step forward for Kazuya. Mommy can give him the thing he needs most, aside from clear "I love you" from Chizuru. Kazuya getting closure and the assurance that what happened with Mommy wasn't his fault, the big gaping wound, the origin of it all of his self-loathing, that starts with getting to get filled in. Maybe it's an opportunity to confront that, make peace with the past, maybe realize how bad he's fucked up. Of course, Mommy could still be evil, and that would be fun too. Um, so look, Mommy isn't the source of Kazuya's self-loathing. Uh, I'm sorry if that's what you think it is. It's not. Mommy is just the trauma. Kazuya's self-loathing was something that happened before Mommy. Mommy was just the straw that broke the camel's back. She wasn't the actual source. She's the source of his. She is the source of Hawaiians. Right? She's the source of of Hawaiians. She caused a lot of Hawaiians. But she's not the source. She's just the straw that broke the camel's back. That was just inevitable. Kazuya's self-loathing is just something he has to confront about himself, and it wasn't because of Mommy. Rather, Mommy is more so a question of what the fuck do you want? Right? And also, she is a reflection of him. Because she too is running from her bad side and using her trauma as an excuse just like him. She's also done bad things she has not addressed. Mommy, I don't think can really heal Kazuya. I don't think so. If anything, I think Kazuya can heal Mommy. But I don't think Mommy can heal him. Mommy is running worse than he is. And I just don't think that can be the solution. I've heard a lot of people say this. You're not the only one. I've heard a lot of people say this, that they want Mommy to be the thing that heals Kazuya, to help him heal. She can't. She never will help him heal. Kazuya has to make himself heal. Kazuya has to accept healing. Nobody can make you heal. People think if you go to fucking therapy, the therapist will heal you. No, they fucking won't. All they do is give you the tools to heal yourself. No one can heal you but you. No one can help you but you. Okay, people can help you, right? People can help you, but you have to choose to want to be helped, right? People can help you. You have to choose to want help. And Mommy can't just magically fix him when no one else fucking could. It's because Kazuya has to accept help into himself. But Mommy can't do that. Mommy has never been able to help herself. How the fuck is she gonna help him? See the issue, right? That's what I'm saying. Is like reaching out to help is step one. Choosing to accept help and choosing to actually change is the actual real step, right? I've been puzzling over why Chizuru didn't do anything to celebrate Kazuya's birthday, and looking over the various interpretations, I think yours is the one I find likeliest. Chizuru wants to celebrate it, but in the current state of affairs, she also wants to let Kazuya set the pace of their relationship. Yeah, I think she also still does believe on some level that let him be free is for the best, and she shouldn't try to force herself into his life beyond what he explicitly welcomes. Ooh, that's such an issue. That's such an issue. And like I was saying this last stream too. Oh no, it wasn't on stream. It was on my Twitter account. Yeah, I came up with this theory at the very end of this. I wrote this a really long thing. At the very end of this, I came with this theory that I think that's what Chizuru's trying to do. Yeah, I remember I said something really fucking similar. Where did I write it? I had this like theory that was really fucking similar to this. Yeah, here. I think it's here. I think it's here. Okay, no, it wasn't here. Fuck. Where did I write it? It must be this one. It must be this one. This brings me to a random thought I had. Kazuya doesn't want to distract Chizuru from her work. What if this is actually what Chizuru is doing for Kazuya in her own detriment? That might explain the lack of contact, as Kazuya has not focused on his future, only her. We will see, right? So I had a slightly similar idea in my head that like what Chizuru's trying to do is just let him do his thing, and not trying to push herself into her life, because what was happening in the cohabitation, right? Literally, what happened in the date? What did Kazuya literally say to Chizuru on the date? Right, let's go to that. If you remember, what did Kazuya say to Chizuru on the date? He literally was not focusing on his future. He literally did not focus on his future. And instead, his complete focus was Chizuru, right? Chizuru's like, I like people who properly think things through. What does Kazuya say? I know I should be putting more thought into this kind of stuff. It's just I had nothing else on my mind except for preparing to today. And look at Chizuru, right? He did nothing for his future, and his complete focus was her. That's not good, right? Kazuya is literally not doing anything for himself. He's just doing stuff for her. He's not living his life. And so there's this like paradox with Chizuru where she wants to share everything with him, but she's afraid she's getting in the way of his life, right? And suddenly that kind of makes some sense where, oh my God, I think I finally understand what happened. Oh my God, I think I suddenly understand what happened. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, let me explain. I think I get what happened. Oh my God. Oh, if that's actually what happened, holy shit. Oh, holy shit. Okay, chapter 390. Minnie comes up to Chizuru and she yells at her saying, Chizuru's son, what are you doing? Don't tell me you don't know what I mean. Why haven't you messaged Master at all? I don't even care that you hid it from me, but don't you have any idea what you're putting Master through right now? So what does Chizuru do? What does Chizuru do when Minnie says this? She creates more distance. Why? So Kazuya doesn't have to worry about so Kazuya doesn't have to be stressed about Chizuru. He doesn't have to feel like he's being overwhelmed by Chizuru or anything. She tells him, I won't have a boyfriend until then. I'm doing this play. So for July 11th, just don't worry about me. Until then, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to have a boyfriend until then. For a month and a half, no, I'm not going to have a boyfriend. When does July 11th would be about summer break? There's, oh my God, there's, the reason Chizuru did this is because she's literally distracting him. The reason Chizuru did this is literally because she's distracting him. This aligns perfectly with her stance during the rejection. This aligns perfectly with her stance during the rejection. In the rejection, what the fuck was going on? She's like, I can't keep taking up your time. This isn't right. I can't keep asking for more time. Why? Because Kazuya is only focused on her and nothing else. He's doing nothing with his fucking life. All his focus is her. He's done nothing. And then suddenly, Minnie shows up to Chizuru and tells Chizuru, hey, don't you realize what you're doing to him? Yet again, it's happening. Chizuru sees, oh my God, yet again, I'm doing this to him. I care about him. I can't keep doing this to him. So she wants to face him, but she's she's like, no, I'm gonna do this thing to create distance so he can focus on himself. If that results in a rejection, so be it. She's literally taking the hit again. And that's why she's afraid of rejection when Kazuya calls. Right? Kazuya had not spoken to her in 3 days, and she just did something that could result in a rejection. So when Chizuru agrees to the date here, this is why she's in shadows. This is why she's in shadows. Kazuya doesn't say the word date. Kazuya does not say the word date here. He just says, let's go out, and Chizuru says, yeah, let's go out. The date is never used here in this context. A date is implied. Even Japanese readers said a date is implied, but it's not spoken. So that explains why Chizuru is very passive right here. And then she realizes it's a good thing, right? And then Kazuya says, don't worry about me. This is all for him. Everything she's doing is for him. So she tells him, I'm looking forward to it. She can't wait to be whole with him again. Since the kiss, she's wanted to be with him. But no matter what, she will not enter his life until he says so. Do you see the fucking problem? Oh my God, that's why. That's why she's not going to him. That's why she's not contacting him. That's why she's not fucking speaking to him. That's literally why. She wants to. She fucking wants to. But she's not going to unless he tells her, okay, come into my life. Right? Because she doesn't want to get in the way of his life. Right? She wants to be told now it's okay to. She doesn't want to get in the way of his life. So what does she do? She creates distance. She puts a play. She creates a fabricated play and tells him until July 11th, I'm not going to have a boyfriend. Right? Holy shit. If that's the case, Chizuru is taking one hell of a hit here, even though she really wants to fucking be with him. And literally, she's trying to distract herself and keep herself from meeting him as much as possible so she doesn't go fucking insane, even though she really fucking wants to. That's why she's lying here. That's what she's hiding. She's not just hiding the kiss. Minnie is like, why does she think she could hide it? She fucking hid it. Right? You don't know her intent here. And suddenly that makes so much more sense. What Chizuru is doing to Kazuya. What are you putting Master through right now? I don't want to cause him any more pain. I don't want to cause him any more distress. I am in his way. He needs to focus on his school and his life. It's almost time for graduation. Where does Minnie confront Chizuru? At school. Where does Minnie confront Chizuru at school? What did Kazuya say in chapter 388? Holy shit. What did Kazuya say in chapter 388? What is Kazuya doing right now? I'm gonna be job hunting soon, and I can't drop any credits if I want to graduate. If I were a hamster, I could keep running in circles forever and ever for Mizuhara. She knows he'll do this. She knows he'll fucking do this. So what does she do? She's like, no, this is not okay. No, you can't just keep focusing on me like this. This is not okay. You have to go live your own life, dude. Right? And then literally Minnie confronting her at school, of all places, when this happens, right? When Kazuya's talking about losing credit and not dropping any credits and needing to focus on his future. And then what happens? This is the irony of what fucking happens. Chizuru did all of this, so Kazuya will focus on his future. What is Kazuya doing in contrast? What is Kazuya doing in contrast? He's making this future for her. It's still about her. Even when she's trying to distance herself, it's still about her. She can't fucking stop him. He refuses to do anything for himself. He only does things for her. Even his hair change, his job hunting, all of it is for her. None of it is for him. And that's what Chizuru was trying to do. Oh my, suddenly it makes all perfect fucking sense. Suddenly everything she's doing makes perfect fucking sense. That's why she's not moving. That's why. It's his life. He needs to start living it. He needs to start choosing. And Chizuru's just willing to take this fucking hit. There may not have been a play. If there's a play, it's not her fucking focus. Holy shit. Holy shit. Bro. Suddenly everything makes sense. Suddenly everything makes sense. What the fuck? Oh, man. So she's failed to help him. She was trying to help him, and Kazuya refused her help. Oh, suddenly it makes so much more sense. Right? That explains why she doesn't stop him. You can drive now. Exactly. That explains why she doesn't stop him. It's his path. He was already leaving. She's not going to deviate from his path. That was the path Kazuya was already going. She's not going to deviate him from that path. She refuses to deviate Kazuya from his path unless he chooses to stay with her. That was the entire point. Chizuru refuses to make Kazuya deviate. She wants him to stay. She's not going to ask him to. She refuses whatsoever to make him deviate. She's not going to ask for anything. She's not going to ask for anything. Right? Chizuru is not going to ask for a single thing from him. She's not going to request anything. She refuses to make him deviate from his path, not realizing she needs to fucking talk to him. Then why does she cook the dinner for him? She thought he would come back. She thought he would come back. She thought, okay, he picked me as the path. That's why she cooked. She thought when she kissed him, okay, he understands he picked me as the path. He'll come back. I trust him. He's going to come back. I have faith that his path will bring him back to me. It doesn't. She had faith he would come back. She closed her eyes and had complete faith in him. This is Chizuru having complete faith in Kazuya's path. That's the point. So she had faith he would come back. He doesn't. Right? It's bordering on like blind faith, but almost like complete trust. Like yeah, no, she cooked the dinner hoping he would come back. Right? She thought yet his path is wrong. Yeah. She thought she understood. But when she realized like she was only hurting him more, she created more distance. Right? So that way he could focus on himself and come back when he can. Right? He can't come back right now. Yeah, Chizuru, wow. Yeah. Poor thing, man. If this is true, fuck. Right? Fuck. Heck, maybe the play is just an excuse. That explains it. Maybe the play is just an excuse. Because the play has never been an issue before. She's never had issues with plays before. And yet, she's willing to let herself be distracted if it means Kazuya gets to live his life. That's why she's doing that. That's why she doesn't contact him despite being so distracted. She's doing this for him to her own detriment. Right? She's okay. She's willing to take this fucking hit and fuck up like this play if it's for him. Right? She refuses to be selfish. She refuses to be fucking selfish. That's what's going on. She's just like, I refuse to be fucking selfish. Because what does Chizuru perceive herself as? Selfish. Chizuru thinks she's really fucking selfish. Chizuru thinks she's just using him. Right? She feels really fucking bad. She's like, I want him to stay with me, but I'm making him stay. Right? I don't want to force him into anything. I want him to live his life. I want him to be happy. Right? I want him to work towards his own future. Right? And what has Kazuya constantly shown Chizuru? He's putting off his future for her. He keeps waiting. What happens what happens before she kisses him? I'll keep waiting for you. 10 to 20 years. He'll toss his entire life away for her. Okay, you don't have to wait anymore. She kisses him. Okay, he's gonna keep waiting. Okay, he's gonna keep waiting. Shit. He refuses to not think about me, even now. Even now, I'm causing him trouble. I think I have to create space. That's why Chizuru looks like she's pushing and pulling. That's why Chizuru appears like that. Chizuru looks like she's pushing and pulling, right? 1 minute she pushes him, 1 minute she's pulling him. 1 minute she pushes him, 1 minute she's pulling him. Suddenly it makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? That the only reason she's doing this is because she just wants him to fucking live his life. and actually like work towards his future and actually secure a proper future for himself. Instead, what is Kazuya doing? He keeps focusing on her. So when he refuses to let go, and he keeps focusing on her, and all he cares about is her, and he tells her, she kisses him. She's like, okay, you don't have to keep waiting. You don't have to keep waiting for me. I'll do it. Let's do it. Kazuya doesn't text her. Minnie shows up, and Kazuya's stressed about her still. Okay, if I can't bring him close, and I'm still distracting him, he needs to focus on his future. He's going to graduate soon. He has to start job hunting soon. Okay, I need to get out of the way a little bit. I need to give him a month and a half to focus on himself. Okay, but then she's terribly afraid, because what if when she did this, now she's given him the signal that she's being wishy-washy, right? So she gives him this signal that she's being wishy-washy now, and she knows what this fucking looks like. She is completely aware of what this fucking looks like. She's taking a risk. This is why you see the sweat drop. She's taking a risk. She knows exactly what this fucking looks like. She knows exactly what this fucking looks like, right? And she does it anyway. She's willing to take this risk for him, right? She's willing to take this risk. She's willing to get hurt for him. Why? How can we know Chizuru is willing to get hurt for Kazuya? She walked through an entire date that lasted a whole day with blisters. And when Kazuya asked, why did you do that? Because it would get in the way of you. I saw how hard you worked, and I didn't want to get in the way of that. Chizuru is willing to fucking do that for him. So you really think she's not going to do this shit for him? You really think she would not fucking take this hit for him? She totally will. She totally will. 100% she would take this fucking hit for him. She 100% would take this fucking hit for him. Right? She would gladly become a total mess and not be with him if it means he's happy. If it means he gets a proper future and he's secure. Right? And so July 11th, like here, let me look up when school ends. When does school end? When? Ends in March. Summer. Late July, early August. Ooh. Ooh. When does summer break start in Japan University? Late July. She's waiting until summer break. She's waiting until summer break. Holy shit. It all makes sense. She's literally waiting until summer break. Oh my god. It fucking clicks. Dude. Oh my god. She's doing all of this for him. She's literally doing all of this for him. Oh my god. No matter how much it fucks her up, no matter how empty she feels without him, right? Oh, suddenly the moon makes sense. Suddenly the crescent moon makes sense. Oh my god, suddenly the crescent moon makes sense. It's not whole. The moon is not whole. Oh my god, the moon is not whole. That's why. The crescent moon is literally not whole. Oh my god. Would the rejection be connected to the new theory, or do you view it as an entirely separate thing, namely the thing about Kazuya not being himself on the date? No, it's connected. It is completely connected. Chizuru rejects him because she doesn't think she's ready yet. And she doesn't want to ask for more what? Time. 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 A repeating motif of time. Literally a repeating motif of time. What was happening in 389? What was happening in 389? What did I say the overarching theme of chapter 389, which is called The Fateful Day? He's wasting time. Kazuya keeps wasting time. In contrast, Chizuru's time is rewarded, right? Theoretically. Theoretically, Chizuru's time is rewarded. But it's not the reward she wanted. Because Kazuya kept wasting his time, and Chizuru saw that he's wasting his time on her, she's ready to be in a relationship with him, but he's not living his life. So she's willing to do this, even though it's not actually what she wants. Fateful day often associated with bad events. No. No. Not necessarily, no. Yeah. No. That's... Damn, dude. That sucks, man. What have I been saying about time? What have I been saying all about time? Right? Before Kazuya is leaving, he talks about time. Chizuru's rejection is built on what? Time. Right? Chizuru's rejection is literally founded on time. Right? I don't want to keep wasting your time. When Kazuya is leaving, what does he say? Regardless of how determined I am, spending time apart is a big deal. No matter how much I feel our hearts have grown closer, I get anxious when we don't see each other. How ironic. Then we see Kazuya wasting his time. Again. What Chizuru doesn't realize is that it wasn't her who was wasting his time. It was Minnie. It was Minnie and Kazuya wasting each other's time. She wasn't doing that. It's literally not her fault, and she's being blamed for it. And she's blaming herself for it. Wow. Fuck, dude. Minnie shows up and blames her for the thing she did. How could you hurt him more when the only reason Kazuya didn't speak to her is because of Minnie? And he chose to listen to Minnie. It's literally not Chizuru's fault. Literally the kiss and everything that happened after is not Chizuru's fault. And it baffles me that everyone fucking blames her. Because Kazuya didn't text her either. And she was trying to. And then suddenly Minnie shows up, acts like Chizuru is hurting him. So what does Chizuru do? She creates more distance, knowing exactly how this looks, because she wants him to focus on his time on his life. She said this. He fucking knows this. You know Chizuru would not fucking do that. You know Chizuru would not fucking do that. You know for a fucking fact Chizuru would not fucking do that. You know Chizuru would never put her time over his. She always values other people more than herself. Kazuya even says this. When asked why he loves her, she's so gentle to other people, but deep down, she's incredibly strict with herself. I will get her if you're happy. She's trying to do the same for him as he did for her. This is her version of the movie arc. This is Chizuru taking the movie arc and reversing it. That's what she's doing. She's taking the movie arc and reversing it. In the movie arc, Kazuya spent 1.5 months making her movie. I will give you those 1.5 months back. The crowdfunding took 1.5 months. I will give you those 1.5 months back. Jesus Christ. This is Chizuru literally saying, you know what? I'll waste my time so your time is good. Just as you took your time from me. Kazuya during the movie, what did he do? He put all of the time for her. Right? So what does she do? She's doing the same. What do you remember here? I've been thinking you believed in me back then, Mizuhara, so maybe it's my turn this time too. My turn this time. So what does Chizuru do? Right? She remembers that exact moment. She knows how long he's going to wait. She's done waiting. And she's done wasting his time. Because he's going to keep believing. So she's done wasting his time. She's going to just get with him. No more indecision. Right? Chizuru's entire story right now is taking decisive action. I will take decisive action. I will do what I need to so you are happy. I will do what I need to so your dream comes true. What did Kazuya do back then? He trusted her she trusted him with his dream, with her dream. Chizuru trusted him with her dream. Kazuya is now trusting her with his dream. And she's going to make sure he gets to live his life. Not just the dream. Right? She's going to make sure he gets to live his life, not just the dream. And then when Kazuya finally gets asked the question, who are you doing this for? When Kazuya finally gets asked that question, who are you doing this for? Me or you? Right? Kazuya is going to need to get called the fuck out. Like when Kazuya realizes this, what the fuck he's been doing to her. Dude. I think that's when Kazuya will truly snap the fuck out of it. Like when he realizes what the hell he's been doing to her. Like what she's willing to endure for him. And he knows she would. He fucking knows she would. Like he saw first person view what she would willingly endure for him. And this is the irony. When he finds out what Chizuru again endured for him in Hawaiians. And what he made her feel worse about without realizing. Dude, Kazi is not going to be okay. He's actually going to see how much of an asshole he's been. Like, dude. I hate that I think you're right about this. It makes it a really painful arc. She's not really confused at all. She's just deciding on her own what's best for him. Yeah. Because he refuses to do it for himself. That's the sad part. She has to do it because he refuses to do it for himself. And then even then, he still refuses to do it. And it's like, it's not like she hasn't said that. Like, oh, like, okay. That's the thing. Oh, you could get mad at Chizuru for being like, oh, Chizuru has not. Why the fuck did Chizuru just say it clearly to him? Chizuru didn't say it clearly to him? Literally, when Kazuya made that promise, she just looks at him. What are you saying? You've got the family business you need to take care of. You're going to miss your chance at getting married like that. Don't worry, I'll give it everything I have. The hell are you saying? No. Focus on yourself, idiot. Throughout the cohabitation, Kibe is constantly telling him to focus on his future. Right? You got job hunting, you got all this stuff. Kazuya is off in La La Land. Chizuru sees this. Right? Chizuru is fucking aware of this. So what does she try to do during the date? Right? $3.19. Called back to this chapter a few times. In this chapter, what do we see Chizuru do? Lie to Minnie about a play. She lied to Minnie about a new role she got. Right? To distract from the fact that she was thinking about the date. Kazuya is at school. How'd it go after that? Things going good with Chizuru-san? Super good. Did you sign up for summer internships? Huh? Internships? Didn't you see the notice? If you're not taking over Nagomi Liquors right after you graduate, then you should look for a job like all the other third years. Well, even Dad told me to take over the business only after I've had another job. He was pretty insistent. I was gonna do that right after this. Were you really? But yeah, a job, huh? I'm in my third year. My college life is almost over. I wonder what Mizuhara is going to do. She probably won't look for a job, but she's still going to graduate. So since her main goal is to be an actress, but she's still going to graduate, which means things will be different for her. Even if the date goes well and we actually get together, everything will fall apart if I don't think of something. I have to consider the future too. Can I really be a good enough man for Mizuhara? The future is not just about Chizuru, it's about you. It's strange, but right now I feel like I can do anything. Maybe Chizuru realized when it's for her, he can do anything. I don't fucking know. Right? Chizuru doesn't realize this is the case. And what do we see? Hey, look, this is really similar now, isn't it? Batting center. Chizuru realizes, to be honest, I understand why Mini-chan would say that, but can I live up to his expectations? I really don't know how to feel about that. I can't make up my mind. What should I tell Ruga-chan? I don't think I'm completely innocent or anything, but things will things really work out if I start dating him before I understand my feelings? Besides, what if this date doesn't go well? What if he loses feelings for me? Don't be stupid. I'm overthinking this, right? But this is kind of embarrassing. Okay? Kazuya, after going shopping and coming home and doing the scouting with Minnie, what did Chizuru say to him? Kazuya's all dressed up. He runs into Chizuru. Morning. Chizuru admits she saw him in Shibuya the other day. You left her after I saw you, so there wasn't really a reason to say anything. Were you there shopping? Yeah, I was buying clothes for the date. Just don't go overboard, okay? Don't spend too much on a girl you might not even get. Okay? This seems harsh to say, right? This seems harsh to say, but you know where it's coming from. You know where Chizuru is coming from. She's saying this because she doesn't want him to overspend. Why? Gee, it's almost like she's fucking right. What do I mean by this? It's almost like she's right for worrying. There are a lot of stores, That got a big chunk of my budget. Kazuya bought shoes that cost like $350. It says 500. It was $350. He spent $350 on shoes. Yeah, these shoes are important. They're going to last a while, which is good. There's something he can use in the future. Doesn't change the fact that he just dropped a massive chunk of money on these things. I think the shoes were a good buy. Thanks to living with Mizuhara, I've barely touched my compensation being forced to move out, which means I still have funds. I get paid too. But I can't just spend everything I have either. Mizuhara can be quite thrifty herself. Would I lose points if she found out about this? You wouldn't lose points. She just doesn't want you to spend like this. I feel like she'd tell me right to my face to focus on my inner growth, not my looks. I need to make sure I don't overdo it. Huh. Suddenly, this line makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Is Chizuru just trying to get him not to fucking spend? Because she knows he'll fucking spend no matter what she says. So she tries to temper his expectations. Right? She knows Kazuya doesn't fucking listen. I know it's best to improve my inner qualities, but I don't feel like I can do that in a week. Besides, where else am I supposed to use all the money that I've saved up? Look at how he sinks into the shadows. Are you starting to see the problem? Are you starting to see the problem? Yeah. Chizuru literally knows he'll waste his money on her. He'll literally keep doing this shit. He won't focus on his future. He'll keep being distracted by her. He won't put himself first. Huh. What chapter is that? So this one is chapter 331. This one, chapter 345. And how does Chizuru know Kazuya will keep doing this? How does he always try to get in contact with her? Rental dating. That's what he does. He spends his money and wastes his time to meet her. And what does Chizuru do after the 3-month time skip? What does Chizuru do after the 3-month time skip? She did not want to do it through rental. She did not want to talk to him through rental. But that's how Kazuya wanted it. So she did it that way. She's literally doing it exactly how Kazuya wants it to go. She is completely following his lead. She will do however he wants it to do it. However Kazuya wants to do it, she'll follow his lead. And she has been the entire time. She has been doing that the entire time. She doesn't feel like she's allowed to lead, even though she wants to. She doesn't think she's allowed to. And because when she tries to lead, she fucks up. And it doesn't go well. And things fall apart. She's trying. All Chizuru has done is try. All Chizuru has done is try. And suddenly all of her actions make perfect sense. The whole series started because she valued Kazuya's time so much that she followed him to the hospital where the lie began. Yeah. Kazuya's time mattered so much to Chizuru that she literally followed him into the hospital where everything began. Yeah. That's a great way of putting it. Like it's something I've tried to understand for a while. Why did Chizuru follow him to the hospital? She values other people's time so much that she's not going to waste it. He still had time with her. He paid for that time. She's not going to waste that time. So she followed him because he still had time. She literally says this. She literally says this to him. You still have time. So she follows him so his time isn't wasted. And Kazuya uses that time to start the lie. And then Chizuru perpetuates the lie later. Right? She perpetuates the lie with Sayuri. Right? It'd be fine if the answer were both, but it's not. Wow, there's an image of a calendar in chapter 2. The joypolis date is essentially a collection of conversations a real married couple would have, minus the questions. Obvious. The date is what happens when you don't communicate. When one person doesn't properly communicate to the other. It's interesting how the cover of chapter 345 shows Kazuya Chizuru looking at Kazuya's clothes with a sense of disapproval. It's not disapproval. That's not what's happening. She's not looking with disapproval. She's probably wondering, how much did you spend on this? That's probably what she's looking at. How much did this cost? How much money did you spend? How far did you go? Right? It's not disapproval. It's just how much money is this? Right? How much money did you spend? How much time did you spend on this? Right? And so this monetary element in this chapter is contrasted by time. Right? What is the chapter called? The remaining days with my girlfriend. Or with the girlfriend. And how does it end? Just them sharing and connecting. Right? Chizuru is so aware of how much things cost that she's worried Kazuya will go over his budget. And guess what? She literally says this. She quite literally says this. Maybe he really was shopping for date clothes. I guess that's obvious. He says he loves me after all, but I don't want him to go over. I don't want him to go beyond his means. It's not like he has a ton of money. No matter what kind of clothes he wears, I doubt will change how I feel about him. And what does Kazuya do? Go above his means. In fact, what did Kazuya do in the date? What did Kazuya do in the date? He spent all of his money on the date. He spent all of his money on the date. And what did Chizuru tell him? What did Chizuru say to him? It's a date for me too. Please let me spend too. Let me split it with you. Kazuya spends all of his money and doesn't let her spend. And he doesn't tell her why he's spending. He says, that's the only thing I can do. When you communicate to your partner that the only way you can look cool to her is if you spend money and you spend time on her, and that's all you're going to fucking focus on, what does that tell them? Like, dude, no. That's not how you do this. That's not how you spend your relationship. That's not how you do this. Don't do it like this, man. Kazuya is being a whale, pretty much. Pretty much. And he doesn't have the means to keep whaling. He can't keep whaling. And he can't keep wasting his time like this. Where does Chizuru imagine him? Right? Where does... Oh my god. Oh my god. 390 suddenly makes so much more sense. Oh, what does Minnie say to Chizuru? Oh my god, what does Minnie say to Chizuru? I wouldn't say this in front of Master because I have faith as well, but to have him come this far and still make him wait is something only a cruel woman would do. He's still waiting. You're still not in a relationship with him. He believes in you with every fiber of his being even now, and he's taking everything you've said to heart. He has faith that one day he'll be rewarded. Kazuya, having faith that he'll be rewarded, goes to his job, makes money so he can go and spend that money on Chizuru. That's why Chizuru imagines him at his job, where he will keep wasting his time and not moving towards his future. Kazuya is standing. He's not moving towards his future. He's literally just sitting. He's literally just sitting, or he's literally just standing in place working and not moving towards his future. Do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? Of course she fucking cares. But he's not moving. Even when she says this, Kazuya is not moving. I don't know what kind of guy you like, but I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. That's the problem. I know he loves me that much. And he won't put himself first. He won't love himself as much as he loves me. I know this. And do you know why you don't see Chizuru's face? You don't see her concern. You don't see how fucking concerned she is that Minnie is saying this, that Minnie is fueling this. She doesn't know Minnie is fueling this behavior. That Kazuya is willingly listening to Minnie and continuing to live like this. Like, Chizuru is going to need to recognize and see what the fuck Minnie is telling him so she can snap him the fuck out of it. Because she doesn't know Minnie is the reason he's doing this. She doesn't know Minnie is the reason Kazuya keeps doing this. She doesn't know Kazuya is doing this because he keeps listening to Minnie and choosing to. She thinks she's doing this. She thinks she's doing this. She thinks it's her fucking fault Kazuya keeps waiting and wasting her time and loving her instead of focusing on himself. She thinks it's her fucking fault. So what does Chizuru do? July 11th. I'm not going to have a boyfriend until then. I'm taking this risk. He can't keep focusing on me. Even if I go to him now, what will he do? He will keep focusing on me. If Chizuru goes to him now, he'll just keep focusing on her. He won't focus on his future. Kazuya essentially told Chizuru, I want a separation. That's what happened. Kazuya, in not speaking to Chizuru, in letting Minnie go talk to her, in using Minnie, he literally created the July 11th. Kazuya created July 11th. He used Minnie like D-mail. D-mail? That was the point. Kazuya chose to use Minnie. Kazuya chose to use Minnie. We think it's Chizuru using Minnie. No, it's the other way around. Kazuya is the one who used Minnie, who in turn created the July 11th. Right? Chizuru created July 11th. She created this alternate timeline because Kazuya chose not to act. Because Kazuya chose not to communicate to her. So Chizuru did this. Chizuru chose to do this because this is what she needs to do in order for Kazuya to do what he needs to, not realizing Kazuya is the reason this happened in the first place. Kazuya is the one who texted Minnie. Kazuya is the one who listened to Minnie, who in turn went to Chizuru. This would have, the July 11th literally would have never existed. July 11th didn't need to exist. None of this needed to happen. But in reality, maybe it did. In reality, maybe it did. Maybe this did need to happen. So Kazuya will snap the fuck out of it. So Chizuru can realize she's not the one who's been hurting him, it's been Minnie. Minnie and her stupid irresponsibility. That's what I got from when I read it, more or less. Wasting his time as usual while Minnie eggs him on telling him he'll be rewarded like love is a gotcha game. Exactly! Minnie keeps telling him, keep trying, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. You'll eventually get her. You'll eventually get her. Keep rolling, man. No. One more roll. One more roll. Drop another 100 on there. Drop another $100. You'll get her eventually. Right? Keep wasting your time. Keep wasting your time. You'll eventually be rewarded. And Chizuru knows. Kazuya will keep fucking doing this. She doesn't know Minnie's the one who's telling him to do this. So that's why she creates the distance. That's why she fucking does this. Because Kazuya's not focusing on his future. If she gets with him now, he hasn't done anything for his fucking future. Right? He's about to fucking graduate. If she gets with him now, he's not going to focus on his future and he might flunk out. And she doesn't fucking want that. Kazuya has made so many mistakes that he's lucky Chizuru loves him, because otherwise Chizuru would have already rejected him for good, just as she did with Umi. No. It's that kind of assessment that fundamentally misunderstands the story. Chizuru is not like that. Chizuru loves him so much. And she thinks she's the problem. She doesn't think he's the problem because she'll never blame him. And she would never reject him like Umi because she genuinely wants to be with him. She feels seen and understood and cared for by Kazuya. She feels accepted with him. That kind of comment fundamentally misunderstands Chizuru's feelings. That kind of comment fundamentally misunderstands Chizuru's feelings. She loves him so much she's willing to do this. And Kazuya has taken that for granted. Chizuru, when you say stuff like that, it demeans Chizuru's feelings. Right? When you say stuff like that, it demeans Chizuru's feelings. Something more fitting to say would be Kazuya right now does not deserve what Chizuru's doing for him. And he needs to put some fucking effort in. Right now, Kazuya is not like literally the right person. He's right. He's wrong about how he's doing it though. And he needs to start putting some real fucker effort in. He needs to actually fucking try. He needs to recognize what he's doing wrong and actually fucking try. It's also partially that she's not confident that she deserves all that love, time, attendance, and attention he spends on her. Exactly. That is totally true. She doesn't believe she doesn't believe she deserves all the love, time, and attention he spends on her. But he is spending far too much. Chizuru knows Kazuya is spending far too much on her. Right? He's giving her too much love. He's spending too much time on her. He gives her far too much attention. And while she wants that, that's the sad part. Chizuru wants that. Right? Chizuru definitely wants that. She wants his attention. She wants to be with him. She wants to give him attention and love. But she just doesn't think it's right. Chizuru has always considered the logistics of everything. He thinks things over before making a decision. She thinks things over before making a decision. Kazuya focuses on getting the girl and neglecting every other aspect of his life. That's pretty much what he did. Isn't that literally what he did? Kazuya literally did not focus on school. Kazuya literally did not focus on Ruka or deal with Ruka in any way. Kazuya ignored all of his internal problems. Kazuya is constantly on his phone doing fucking nothing. He's literally not living. He's literally not doing anything with his life. He's just completely ignoring every aspect of his life. He's not talking to his friends. He's not talking to his family. He's not focusing on his future. All his focus is just completely her. And that's just kind of a problem. I think that's a real fucking problem that needs to be addressed. All of Kazuya's time is not being used properly. And this is something Kazuya recognizes in chapter 168, that he's living in a time bubble and that he hasn't actually been moving. Okay, hold up. This whole manga Reiji was saying he's addicted to gacha games, lol. No. No. Minnie is. Kazuya loves Chizuru, but over time, his insecurities corrupted that love, and it devolved into an aimless obsession, almost an addiction. The love is still there. I disagree with that. The love is still there, but it's been conflated with that obsession. The love is definitely still there, but it's definitely been conflated with obsession. I think Chizuru blames herself too much because the beginning of her relationship with Kazuya was businesslike due to the rental service. So she sees herself as a hindrance in Kazuya's life. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I didn't like your earlier assessment, but that's a fair assessment. She definitely thinks she's in his way. She definitely thinks she's a hindrance to him. And she blames how it started. And Kazuya is still going back to that. Kazuya is still acting like rental, even though he knows it's real. Kazuya is still acting like it's fucking rental, even though he knows it's real. The reason Chizuru can't break out of the rental role is because of Kazuya's own actions. I would say it's the other way around. It was an obsession that became love. Kazuya was never obsessed with Chizuru. I don't agree with that. Kazuya fell in love with Chizuru first. And it was always love. And he just didn't recognize it in himself. And that love continued to bloom and evolve until it like kind of peaked in the movie arc in a sense. At least for Kazuya, at the very least. And then after the movie arc, it slowly devolves into obsession. Mainly because Kazuya starts kind of losing track of his love. In particular, it's not that he's obsessed with Chizuru. He kind of loses the meaning of his love for confessing, kind of for the idea of it. He's so focused on being with her that he kind of loses her. In that sense, there's an aspect of obsession. But what Kazuya feels for Chizuru is not obsession. It's this idea of like, it's kind of like in the middle. So I wouldn't say it's obsession, nor would I say it started as obsession. Kazuya was not obsessed with Chizuru. When he first started rental dating, the whole point was that he was mad at mommy. He wasn't mad at Chizuru. And then his grandma wanted her super bad. So what he did is like he just kept the lie going. And eventually they started to form a real relationship underneath that, right? And that's where things kind of changed. It's like they actually formed a real bond. But it never, Kazuya's love for Chizuru never felt like an obsession. It genuinely just felt like love. And it was like two ways too. It wasn't just him, it was both of them. They both liked each other. I'd never say it was, if the Demo thing is legit, then that means that Kazuya and Chizuru would meet next week in some way or how in manga time, as the Demo lasted 3 weeks. Yep. Someone's getting it. Eddie Man. And you know why that would be super thematically fitting? You want to know why that would be super thematically fitting? 3-month time skip. 3-week skip. Reiji, my man. Oh, wow. Wowie zowie. Now I really want to rewatch Steins Gate. Now I'm actually like excited to rewatch Steins Gate. I kind of want to. Once I finish Walking Dead, I'm like on the Daryl Dixon show. Once I'm done with that, I'm gonna turn on the fucking, what is it, Steins Gate, and watch that shit again. Bro. I used to adore Minnie, but now I'm tired of her. She needs a good slap. She needs someone to tell her off. She doesn't need to be told off. She needs to realize what the fuck she's been doing. Minnie is a mirror to Kazuya. She's merely his AI. So naturally, she needs to realize she's just been an AI this whole time. Just as Kazuya is literally talking to AI. Kazuya is choosing to listen to Minnie. That's just a fact. Kazuya is choosing to listen to Minnie. It is just a fact. I should have said attraction instead of obsession. Yeah, I mean, that's usually how love starts. It starts as an attraction and it evolves into actual love. But yeah, later on, it devolved. He became so obsessed he didn't even try to set the mood before confessing. In Hawaiians, he was almost ambushing her. Hawaiians is a little more complicated. Hawaiians is a little more complicated. Kazuya is kind of acting out of guilt. It's the issue with that entire scene is that it's not obsession. It became so much more about confessing and getting the result than it was actually about being together. And that mirrors Chizuru. Like how Chizuru was acting then is actually quite similar to how she's acting now. She was trying to put his feelings first. She was trying to create the right time, and she was trying to put his feelings first. Everything Chizuru has done since Hawaiians has been to protect him. Everything. Everything she has fucking done, she was willing to take the hit if it meant he was okay. She was willing to take the hit if it meant he was okay. And the moment Kazuya started getting hurt, right? The moment his family turned on him and he started getting hurt, and she got a little bit of help, immediately kisses him. Nope. I'll take full responsibility. Right? And then she makes herself the villain, right? And basically the whole point of Hawaiians is that no, like neither one of you is the bad person here, right? It's both of you. You both lied. It's okay, right? You just have to admit it. That's it, right? And Chizuru literally says that. It's like it's wrong to say it's all your fault, but then what she does is she takes the blame all on herself and she makes herself the villain for him. She knows he'll pay any price to be with her, and doesn't want to be responsible for ruining him. I still think they should work through this together instead of their selfless self-sabotage. Well, I think in this case it's really kind of just fucking Kazuya's fault. I'm gonna just be real. He's the one who knows she will self-sacrifice, and he's the one who knows how she is and chooses to do this anyway. And it's not she doesn't want to be responsible for ruining him. She doesn't want to be the reason he doesn't have a future. She doesn't want that. She doesn't want him to not have a future because of her. It's not about ruining him. It's like she doesn't want to destroy his future. Right? She doesn't want him to be so focused on her, he doesn't focus on his future. And that's the irony. That's just the irony of Chizuru's actions. Is like she cares so much that she's willing to look like the bad person to do it. She's literally willing to look like the bad person to fucking do it. I watched Steins Gate way better than it was before. Minnie needs punishment. I don't think Minnie needs punishment. She just needs a fucking wake up call. Punishment isn't always the right answer. There are cases where some people, you should go to fucking prison, you know, or you should like, get a fucking slap on the wrist or some shit, or I don't know, I don't know, some people, punishment may be the right choice. I think in cases like Minnie, she just needs to realize how shitty of a person she's been, and punishment would not be that solution. I'm not a big advocate of punishment. I think punishment is too easily used. It's too loosely used. People are too okay just hurting other people to justify helping them or justify pushing them in the right direction or hurting, because punishment is not justice. Punishment is just to fucking hurt someone. Punishment usually comes from a need for validation. It's not really justice. That's kind of why I don't like punishment. Punishment is not justice. It's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do in this case is for Minnie to realize what the fuck she's been doing and atone. Punishment wouldn't really solve that for Minnie. Punishment wouldn't really do anything for Kazuya. It's like when you're punishing like your cat for doing something stupid. It doesn't understand. Your cat doesn't fucking get it. It just thinks you hate it. Like they just think you hate them. They don't fucking get why you're punishing them. They're not gonna learn that way. People aren't so different. They're not gonna fucking learn if you punish them. They're not gonna understand. You gotta communicate to them, right? You gotta like teach them, right? And they have to learn what they've been doing is wrong. What did you think of Here's Negan's episode, specifically Negan's speech? So a lot of the Negan stuff is kind of weak as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. Negan himself is great, but a lot of like middle Walking Dead is very mid. Negan's intro is fantastic. A lot of Negan is great, but then literally right after that, it just sinks down the fucking gutter. Like after that, it's just not good. And then Walking Dead like gets solid again around season 8 and season 9. I watched a bit of Fearing the is Time Out a punishment? Kinda. Doesn't really do anything. Timeout doesn't really fucking do anything. So it's again, it's kind of like punishment. It's fucking useless. I don't think it really does much. You're not gonna really learn the lesson. Sometimes it could work. Anyways, I watched Fear of the Walking Dead, which is the fucking spinoff, and it's so trash. It's so trash. I don't say this loosely. Understand? I don't call things trash loosely. It's just so utterly mediocre. I was watching that because Fear of the Walking Dead is the spinoff they made for Walking Dead, and it started kind of interesting. And then it just got really boring really fast. Every single character arc is beyond rushed. They had 8 episodes, and they crammed in so much in those episodes that nothing in the series feels earned or like actually properly makes sense. None of the character arcs are interesting. Everybody feels boring. Everything feels forced and random. And I was just like, what the fuck is this? And then I went to Reddit because I was just curious because I'm like, okay, they have 8 fucking seasons. I don't know if I want to watch 8 seasons of this. I don't know if I have it fucking in me. So I'm just like, okay, does it get better? And then I find out the first 3 seasons are considered the best seasons. I'm like, that's the good shit? That's the good shit? And then when I read the explanations for the later seasons, I was just like, oh, I'm sorry, you sweet summer child, you can't tell. Because they were saying, oh, the writing devolves and the writing falls apart. I'm like, oh, you guys literally couldn't tell. The writing was already a mess at the start of the series because they were already writing incomplete and messy character arcs that were inconsistent. And so naturally, the further you get into the series and the more they want to change, the more these character arcs are just going to fall the fuck apart and nothing's going to make any fucking sense. Because it's already there from season 1. It's literally already there from season 1. You really think it's not gonna like it's baffling to me that people thought the first 3 seasons were actually well written and well directed. They're not. They are not. They have good stuff. Sometimes they have good visuals, but the character writing is all over the place. All over the fucking place. It's such a mess. It is a complete mess from the start. So it did not shock me that the later seasons got bad, and I, after a very long time, finally dropped a show again. I haven't dropped a show in a very long time, and I ended up dropping this show. I'm just like, oh, it's a little too shit. And then I go to Daryl Dixon's Walking Dead. I'm like, oh, here we go. Good shit again. Let's go. Good shit again. He's in fucking France? What the fuck? I'm down. Okay. Time to learn la French. It's so funny. Oh my god, that reminds me. So 2 pieces of information, 2 cool details I'm going to share with you guys that you probably won't get anywhere else. First. So we got some cool details, fellas. This is rent-a-girlfriend stuff. So pay attention. Okay, first off, the gift. So this gift right here, the dialogue on this text was not meant to be legible. Reiji made it so it was not meant to be legible. However, unfortunately, it was translated. And this is bad translated French. The sentence doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay? It's literally grammatically incorrect. And I talked to some French people, and they told me it was intended to be, it was what they intended to say, what the text was intended to say is, I only think of you. However, Reiji was not, I talked to Reiji, and I asked him, and he said he did not intend for the text to be readed, but he's surprised people were still able to translate it. So there you go. Cool detail. You were never meant to be able to read what the text said. And the text was literally copy pasted from an actual gift. This is an actual gift that Reiji took a picture of, and he drew it into the manga. And then he kept it. He tried to make it as authentic as possible. And you were not supposed to be able to read this text, but this is literally what the text was like on the actual gift itself. So that's what that was. Okay. So wanted to share that first, since some people were like, "Oh, it meant this, it meant that." You were never supposed to read it. I think with this, we can kind of get a better understanding of like what Reiji wants us to notice, or what Reiji wants us to not, like what we shouldn't notice, or he doesn't want us to see. In this case, it's like, yeah, it was pretty fucking hard to read, and there was never any particular focus on the text. So us reading it like was not the intended result. We were never supposed to fucking read it. Now, this is an interesting one. This Chizuru's shirt. I asked him about this too. He doesn't remember. He said, "I don't remember where I found it, and I don't know what it means." He doesn't remember what it means. I asked him. He never found out, or I never found out. He just said, "I don't remember when I made this and what the intended meaning was." And he doesn't remember what it actually says. Right. So there you go. Sorry. He does not know what this means. He doesn't remember. He doesn't remember when he made it, and he doesn't remember the exact details of what it's supposed to say. Sorry. Yep. So this has no meaning. This for now, this has no meaning. If Reiji ever finds out and tells me, I'll let you know. But for now, it just has no meaning. So yeah, cool details. Just thought I'd share this with you guys. I know we went through this in earlier streams. We tried to figure this out in earlier streams. And I finally got to ask him, and he actually answered my questions. So, was the chocolate imported from France? I don't think so. Understand, Japan loves to do this thing where they like take a something from a different culture, and then be like, "Hey, look, this is like real and authentic. We made it the same way," and then they'll write bad English or bad French. If it was actually imported, it would be like written in French. There would be actual French. So no, the hoodie never appeared again. It did. It was there a few times, but it just never appeared after this point. Right. Like this is the hoodie they sell too, but we don't see it very often anymore. It just I think we haven't seen it since. The only two we see are the Frisia and the cat one. Those are the two we always see. So you're saying that Chizuru knew that Kazuya is going to the wrong path the moment he moved out? No. Chizuru had no idea what Kazuya was going to fucking do. She just completely trusted his path, and she was willing to look like the bad guy if it meant he stopped focusing on her and started focusing on his future. She only did this because Minnie did what she did. She only did this because Minnie did what she did. And the only reason Minnie did what she did is because Kazuya chose to listen to her and let her do this. That's why. It's getting late, so I might call it. Unfortunately, we couldn't read everything that was on Reddit. I had hoped to do more. If I have the energy, I'll try streaming again tomorrow. So we can do a proper analysis. I was going to say Minnie is the main villain of the arc, but actually Kazuya really is the main villain since the cohabitation. He's his own villain. He's his own villain, right? Yeah, that's just the sad truth. He became his own villain. He's the one who kept telling Chizuru he didn't fucking want to live with her. He's the one who, wouldn't fucking talk to her or hold her hand or like be honest with her and communicate. He's the one who listens to Minnie and lets Minnie tell him stuff even though he knows Minnie is fucking wrong. He knows she's wrong. Kazuya is not an idiot. He knows she's wrong. He said she was wrong. Like, he literally told her, "I'm grateful you're on my side. I trust her completely." No, you're fucking wrong. I know you're fucking wrong. And then he still chose to listen to her. Okay, that's just a fact. He chose to keep listening to Minnie. That's just the fucking truth. Okay? This is the choice he willingly made. So I'm wondering, question. So, okay. Should I use tomorrow to finish editing my reaction? Because I've yet to upload my reaction. I want to start uploading some of my streams. I had hoped to do work yesterday, but I was not feeling well. So yesterday was like a really weird day for me. Today I felt very energized. I'm not sure. I really don't know how to approach this. I gotta make more time. Like, this was a good stream. This was genuinely a good stream. But I'm not sure how to approach this. I want to upload more. Yeah, I'm not sure. I do want to edit some videos. I'm not gonna edit tonight. I gotta get to sleep in like 2 hours, so I can't edit tonight. But take a break, enjoy your Friday, let the mind rest. I don't know. And then Saturday, I actually have to work a little longer because the shifts are like a little weird, so I have to work a little longer on Saturday. Tomorrow is Halloween, so rest. I guess I'll have to decide and figure it out for myself. Regardless, in the US at least. Regardless, I should edit something. Rest is just as important as training, if not more. I think I'll use maybe tomorrow to edit something. If I really feel like it, I'll stream. The reason I want to stream more is just because like there's still a lot I wanted to read. Like, I still wanted to read more of Reddit. I still wanted to read more of what Mute said. I just wish I had more time. If there are AI tools to can do streams, because at my work we use Teams and it has that feature. I don't want to use AI. I don't want to use AI. I'll pass. Like, I get it. Everyone is like, starting FF14, giving it a go, is it worth a subscription? So understand, I grinded all of my jobs in FF14 to level 100. I have been playing FF14 since A Realm Reborn. That's the first fucking part. I've been playing it since A Realm Reborn. That's the first fucking part. I've been playing this game since like 2014. I think that's when it came out. I've been playing this game for too long. I remember the bullshit. I remember the horse shit of the early game and the terrible fucking design. I will tell you. So, if I recall, early part 14 is kind of aight. It's okay. Heaven's Ward, which is the first expansion, is like when shit gets fucking fire. The build up to Heaven's Ward is pretty solid. Early FF14 is pretty okay. It's not like bad or anything, but it's just kind of aight. Heaven's Ward is like where it gets really fucking good. Like, genuinely good storytelling. Stormblood is considered not great. Like, not bad. It's just okay. Stormblood is like the second expansion. It's considered okay. I love it. I love Stormblood. Stormblood is like one of my fucking favorites. But it's mostly for the aesthetic. I do think it does have some problems with the storytelling. I just fucking love the Japan-China aesthetic. Then Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers is considered the best storytelling in the entirety of FF14. And it is genuinely fucking good. I remember when I played it, I'm like, shit, this got me hooked. What the fuck? I was really, really into it. And then Endwalker is a great finale to everything. It's not perfect, but I really, really liked it. And then finally, we have Dawn Trail. So Dawn Trail is good. Dawn Trail is good. It just has unbelievably bad pacing. The pacing is horrendous. The pacing is like really, really fucking bad. And the issue with Dawn Trail is that it's indicative of a long-running issue with 14, where they streamlined the game so much that it kind of just felt somewhat empty. Now, this is where I talk about like what 14 is and how you'll feel about it. I think 14, when you're starting it, is pretty fun. There's still like a lot to do, and you should be okay. I think you'll still enjoy 14. It's still a genuinely fun game. I just think it's a little streamlined at this point where I'm at, where everything is just really really simple, and they're trying. From what I understand, I can tell from the stuff that I'm playing and the stuff that I'm doing is like they're trying to change it up. They're trying to get a little more creative and actually implement stuff from other Final Fantasy games that like actually engage you and actually have good like fucking world design and more engagement stuff. But I think overall you'll like 14. Just give it a little bit. For me, 13 was my first hurrah. Didn't get into it. Played 15. I really liked it. Dude, that makes me so sad because I love 13. I haven't played it in a while, but 13 was one of my fucking favorites. And I get it. 13 is not a great game. It's like it has a lot of issues, but it does so much so well. Like the music, the vibe, the world, the fucking dude. That shit has Dark Souls storytelling. What the fuck? That shit has Dark Souls storytelling, and I love it. And it had so many cool stuff. 13 is like one of those weird games that like maybe not the best place to start, but if you've already played a bit of the Final Fantasy universe, you'll like 13 to some degree. But you might also not like it. It's kind of really a coin flip. I really like 13. I love the world aesthetic. I love so much about 13, and it fucking hurts that they still have not given it a proper remaster, especially considering it has translation issues. 13 has a lot of translation issues, like throughout the entire thing. Hot take, really hot take. 16 is overrated for me. I agree. Well, the thing is, 16 isn't actually like that much. 16, ironically, six. Sorry, I've yet to finish 6. I don't know. I do know people love to dick ride 6. Absolutely rail it. They love the shit out of 6 and they love the shit out of Tactics. Tactics and 6 are like absolutely ridden like to fucking heaven. I'm talking full on cowgirl, dude. Like they love that shit so much, and it's kind of like left me a little weird about playing 6 because I don't want to walk in with all this expectation and then not appreciate it. You know? I don't want these expectations to like ruin my feelings for the game. And the fact that nobody shuts the fuck up about 6 has left me so weird. I did buy so I actually own the original versions on PlayStation 3, but I also bought the remaster they made recently. And I've been meaning to play it again. The Final Fantasies I played are 7, 8, 9, 10. I have not played 11. I played I played a little bit of 12. I wasn't really that into it. I played the entire 13 trilogy. I played 15. I played 14 since like 14 fucking came out. I played a little bit of 1 and it was kind of weird. And I couldn't get into it at the time. I never touched Tactics. I think I own Tactics, but I don't think I've ever played Tactics. What else? Oh, the remake series. I even played a little bit of Final Fantasy Type 0. That one was also fucking weird. I played 15, of course. I played 16. 16 was so... Dude, the entire problem with Final Fantasy 16 is literally... Its game design is just Final Fantasy 14's game design at its worst. Where... It's so sad. Playing 16 and then going to Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth is like night and day. It's so bad. There's so much to do in Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth's world, and there's nothing to do in Final Fantasy 16's world. And the combat doesn't feel nearly as engaging. The combat in 16 is literally hit thing until you can do your fucking super moves, spam super moves, wait until recharge, spam super moves. Nothing about 16's combat incentivizes me to actually get combos. I don't give a shit about doing combos in 16. I never want to fucking learn. Nothing about it incentivizes me to do combos. There's no cool meter like in what is it, Devil May Cry? Like it takes Devil May Cry's concept and doesn't do a cool meter. And then locks the cool meter behind a fucking game mode. Like, bro, come on. You just need a big budget and a party members. Well, the problem with 16 is it was a team working on Final Fantasy 14 and a team that like it's the same team that was working on Final Fantasy 14 that was working on 16, which was so fucked up. I heard so many horror stories about how they were just having a horrible time working on both games. Soken, the dude who does the music for Final Fantasy 14, is like, I never again. He's literally like, never again. I'll never fucking do this again. And it's so, it blows because 16 has some good ideas, but it never commits to anything, which really, really sucks. Like Jill, in that game, Jill is like the Clive's like love interest / close friend, and they have such a great concept for her story, and they never commit to delving into how fucked up it is. They never commit to delving into you giving a real shit about her. A lot of it is just very loosely told and told in a very safe way. And she has like one arc in the story. And I get it, it's Clive's story, but come on. And it's the same with Clive's brother. You kind of give a shit about him, but not enough of a shit. Clive, you give a lot of shit about Clive, and he's actually like some of the best part of the story. But at the same time, even he doesn't feel like fully explored. And at times almost stagnant and reactionary to the world around him. To the point that I'm like, whatever. And then the villains, like, the story's just kind of all over the place. It just doesn't feel like it's fully ironed out. There's amazing parts to the story. Narratively, like, the things that it discusses and talks about are genuinely good. The thematic undertones, the thematic through lines, all that stuff is really solid. It's just the external doesn't click very well together. And it creates this story that just kind of feels like it's meandering and doesn't fully feel complete, and it's frustrating. And as someone who decided to come back, beat the game again on hard mode, and do all of the DLC on hard mode, I still felt the same way. And I'm like, shit. Like, the first time I beat the game, had an amazing time. The second time I beat the game, I was just like, this kind of got worse. And then the third time I beat the game, I'm like, shit, I was right. It was bad. Fuck me. Because I was so caught up in the hype, I didn't, like, the best way I'm going to describe this for you, 16 is a worse 15. Which is a horrible thing to say. 16 to me is a worse 15. Which is a horrible thing to say because technically it's a much more complete game. It's a much more complete game. But I liked 15 more. And 15 was a fucking mess. When it first released, 15 before Royal Edition was a fucking mess. And I liked 15 more. And 15 had like very similar issues. 15 had like really similar issues, but 15 was more entertaining for me. I actually fucking cried at the end of 15. I genuinely broke into tears at the end of 15. And I probably will again whenever I play Royal Edition. But 16, like, there's only one part I vividly recall almost crying with 16. And it was the barn scene where Clive and Jill are in a barn when they're about to go back to their home. And like you just feel like fucking Ben Starr's acting for Clive. You just feel how much Clive fucking blames and hates himself. Like it was so gut-wrenching. Like listening to him and just feeling how much he fucking hated himself. And I started crying a little bit. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like he has so much hatred for himself for failing his loved ones and blaming himself for surviving. And then like literally finding out like later he's the reason they're all dead. And I'm just like, fucking hell. That shit messed me up a little bit. But that was like really early in the game. I was really early in the fucking game, and it was like a part of the game where it's just like I never quite felt that again. I never quite got close to that again. you know, and I think that really sucks that you never have such a powerful, visceral moment like that again in the game, at least for me. Never played any Final Fantasy games. Want to get into it? What's your recommendation to start off? Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X, best way to start. It might ruin some of the other games for you, but Final Fantasy X is fucking peak. It's the best way to start. You should start with that. Final Fantasy X is absolute fucking peak. It's the first one I started with. I fucking love 10. 10 is amazing. I love 10. I think it's probably one of the best OG Final Fantasies. Easily. After that, go where the wind takes you. You'll feel it out. You'll know where you want to go. Final Fantasy 16 tried way too hard to be Game of Thrones. No, I disagree with that. To me, 16 feels like a game that's incomplete. And what I mean by that is that it had so much it wanted to do that it clearly didn't have time to do it. And the perfect thing that reflects that for me is the active time thingamajig you click that tells you, hey, this is what this is. And that's because they literally did not have the time to flush all of that out. The world feels like it had so much more to say. And they clearly overshot. I think the vision they had for 16 was so much more than what we got. And they literally could not complete the game like they envisioned. And to say 16 was just trying to be Game of Thrones is demeaning to it. 16 is so much more than Game of Thrones. It has elements of Game of Thrones, but it's so much more than Game of Thrones. It starts out feeling like Game of Thrones, but it's not. It's not trying to be. 16 tries to be mature, but it's not being Game of Thrones. Not to me. That's not how I felt it. That's not how I felt it at all. I think that's really demeaning to 16 if that's all it was there. 16 was almost there, just needed a big budget and party members. I agree about the party members. I think it didn't need a big budget. It just needed a proper team and a proper time. Because I feel like it had a budget, but I feel like it probably had a lot of constraints, you know. FF15 was my FF game, have a special spot for it. Red Dead Redemption 2 almost made me cry. That's the way it is. Song almost did it. I just refuse to play any Rockstar game. I think it's Rockstar. They're the people who make like GTA. I just don't I don't like them. And I'm not gonna play Red Dead. I'm sorry. So I can't relate. Sid was a badass in 16, gotta admit. Don't want to play because, well, spoilers, my favorite character in the game. Yeah, I liked Sid. He was cool. He wasn't like any other Sid, but he was kind of the heart of the story. Like when he fucking died, like a part of the story just felt really different. It just didn't feel the same. Game of Thrones is overrated as fuck. Yeah, I kind of agree. Game of Thrones is a fucking mess, you know? Game of Thrones is a total fucking mess. Let's see. I've been puzzling over why Chizuru. I think she still does believe in some level that letting him be free is the best, and that she shouldn't try to force herself into his life beyond what he explicitly welcomes. But that doesn't change the fact that she still really wants to be explicitly welcomed, and so she dresses up like you mentioned, so that Kazuya can say the word and she'll be able to spring into action on a dime. A great plan in theory until the point where Kazuya doesn't say anything in the first place. Yeah, suddenly that makes some sense. Right? Chizuru dressing like that, suddenly that makes a lot of sense that like she wants to immediately show up when he calls, which is something that kind of happened in the izakaya. That's something that literally happened in the izakaya where she texted them and what do you know? Chizuru just pops up immediately and Kazuya was wondering if she was in a rental date, but what if she literally dressed before then, right? Suddenly that would make a lot of sense. Poor girl is spiraling, and depending on how things play out between Kazuya and Mami at driving school, the narrative may be on course to pour even more salt on the wound. Yeah, I wonder if Mami will be the reason she acts. But either way, Kazuya is gonna have to like realize what the fuck he's been doing, and suddenly it's gonna make so much more sense, you know? Oh man, there's a lot. Okay, I know that one. I don't care about that one. The change will start with his appearance. Yes, indeed. The chapter has an unexpected jump ahead, so let's get it. Oh, I'm not reading this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. I'm not doing that. I'm a little cooked. I'm a little cooked. I'm sorry. Mute had some interesting stuff to say about the AI thing, but I'm starting to feel it. I'm sorry. I'm starting to get a little burned out. I don't really want to keep going. Imagine mommy putting some sense into Kazuya. A little bit of a doubt. A little bit of a doubt. Not gonna lie. Mommy's a little bit too selfish, and I don't see it. I don't see her actually doing that. You know, mommy's a little too selfish right now. She's a little too self-centered in her approach, so I don't really see that happening. Oh, Rishi posted something. Oh, he just retweeted that. Or wait, what? Whoa, 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 whoa! What's going on? I'm gonna move here because this is a subscription thing. This was. Oh, I think I already read this. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Never mind, never mind. There's nothing new. There's nothing new. Mommy will be the catalyst that will trigger the realization in Kazuya. She was the one who drove him to rent Chizuru, Mizuhara, in the first place, and it's fitting that she's be the one to bring them together again. Maybe, maybe. I don't know if it'll happen right away, but Kibe might be a hero we need to deserve right now. While you're talking about gaming, what do we think about Halo coming to PlayStation? I played okay, I have a weird story with Halo. At one point I owned an Xbox 360, a PS3, and a Wii. And I played Halo Reach. Not Halo 1, 2, 3, whatever, Halo Reach. That's the one I played, and that's the one I liked. Um, and that's it. That's all I've ever played of Halo. Halo Reach. That's literally it. I've never played anything else. So now I own an Xbox One that I bought off of Facebook Market. I went to Facebook Market and I'm just like, yo, let me buy some consoles and shit. And I have a bunch of consoles now, like a bunch of old consoles. So I have an Xbox One and I have an Xbox 360. But my Xbox 360 doesn't have a controller. So fuck me, I guess. I gotta get a controller for it at some point. And I've just been like, okay, how am I gonna play this? You know, I wanna see like what Halos to get. I wanna get Ninja Gaiden, the original Ninja Gaiden released on what is it, on Xbox 360. So I gotta fucking get that. But yeah, I've never played Halo, so I just think it's weird. You know, Halo is really weird for me. Um, I I kind of think like it coming to PlayStation is just indicative of how Xbox has just utterly fucked itself. Xbox has just utterly fucking fucked itself. Like, dude, they're like, oh, you know, our competition is TikTok, you know? Cry me a fucking river. You're in the gaming sphere, not fucking TikTok. Get out of here. Yeah, just keep fucking lying to yourself, buddy. Like, no, you guys are fucked, dude. I'm sorry. Like, they are. They're fucked, and they just gotta fucking accept that fact. And that's the reason all these things are coming to PlayStation. They need money. They need money. That's why they're coming here, right? They've just accepted their console is a fucking dud. That's just the truth. The Xbox consoles are unfortunately just a big fucking dud. The Game Pass is just a fucking mistake. Like, I'm sorry, the Game Pass is just fucking stupid. It's not making them money. It's not a smart investment. It's not worth it for them. You know, they're just losing fucking money. It's not a good thing. Everyone fucking warned them. It's not like something that's gonna like last and actually make you money. And what do you know? This is where we ended up. And then lately, they've just been raising the prices for everything, including Game Pass. So no shit, nobody wants to fucking play their shit anymore. And that's why they're moving off the console and going to something else. Like, their stupid console costs more than it costs, like around the price of a PS5, if not more. And it has nothing on it. It has no exclusives. I have no reason to get an Xbox One. Or I forgot the name of it. Its name is stupid too. Its name is just as fucking stupid too. You know, it's so worthless. It's such a worthless console. It literally has nothing on it. Like, the only stuff that I want to play, they canceled. Like Hi-Fi Rush, great fucking game. They canceled the studio. Like, what the fuck do you want, Xbox, you stupid shits? Like, literally, Nintendo is winning the console war. Let's just get that out of the fucking way. Nintendo's winning the console war. PlayStation is just like, you know, people will buy their consoles because they got them sick exclusives, right? People will buy their consoles because they got them sick ass exclusives. Like, only reason I own a fucking PS5, bitch, Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII is the reason I own a PS5, okay? Kingdom Hearts 4, whenever the fuck that comes out. That's the reason I own a PS5, because it's the hardware and it's the shit I want. My PC could run that shit, but I'm a console boy, you know? Other than that, Nintendo's just fucking winning. Who are we kidding? Nintendo are monsters. If it wasn't for tariffs, they'd be winning even harder. Because in Japan, their console costs $300, $350, which sounds like a much more reasonable price than $499 or $400 or something. I don't remember the price for the Switch 2. I still don't have it. Yeah, no. I bought the PlayStation just to play Ghost of Yotei. I'm unfortunately haven't even beaten Ghost of Tsushima, so I can't even relate. I just never really got into those kinds of games, so I don't know. I agree with your points, but I think the fact remains that kids these days don't really play console games anymore. It's just basic mobile and Minecraft games. No. Kids have fucking Wii's, or not Wii's, Switches. Kids literally have fucking Switches. They play Fortnite on their Switch. Everybody wants to play Fortnite, and everybody wants to play Minecraft. So literally, the Switch is the console winner. Everybody and their mother has a Switch. Not everybody and their mother has a Switch too, because it's a little expensive, and you kind of don't need it. You have a Switch. Roblox is the main platform right now, not Minecraft. I don't know what the kids are fucking playing. I just know people love Fortnite and people love Minecraft. I don't know about Roblox so much. But people love those games, and the Switch is a great way to play them. Want to end the stream if you're tired? I should be ending the stream. I don't know what the fuck I'm still on. Funny enough, I bought PlayStation 5 for FF7, then bonus for SAO games. SAO? SAO. Okay then. Let's see if I can show you guys something before I end the stream. Aha. Okay, check this out. Check this out. So that was the bonus that comes with purchasing what was it? Volume, or sorry, season 3. Season 3. Sorry. Sorry, I put that kind of weird. That's the bonus that comes when you purchase season 3. And that's an art piece Reiji drew. That's an art piece Reiji drew, and I found it on Buyee. And someone was selling it for like extra duper cheap. I'm like, shit, fuck yeah, let's go. And I bought it and I got it. That's the cool thing about Buyee. Some people just sell stuff that like should not be cheap for very, very cheap. So that's why I fucking get those, you know? I'm currently working on like organizing all my stuff. I have a lot of stuff. Like here, I bought this, and this is low key a regret, but not completely. But right here, this is just a stack of stuff that I bought. It cost $100 to ship here. That's how big the box was. And like it only looks organized like this just because of how I stacked it. But it's a whole bunch of like posters. These are just like a whole bunch of fucking posters. And I'm like, dude, what do I fucking do with all this? You know? Oh, here's my cat. He's just sitting on my other chair, chilling. Yep. So yeah, I don't know what to do all this. Did you pre-order volume 43? Not yet. I will eventually. I will. I did pre-order both of the volumes for the anime, but I gotta okay. So something unless I can solve this somehow. I pre-ordered volume 2 from Amazon for season 4. I don't want to order it from Amazon. I want to order it from Gamers. Why? Because Gamers gives me the exclusive art piece Reiji made for it. The bunny girl one. I really want that. The problem is I can't seem to fucking cancel my pre-order from Amazon. And I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Mostly because like okay, like it's Japan Amazon. And I don't know if there's like a different way to contact them. Like I'll have to like see if I can speak to them somehow and see if I can cancel it. Because I don't want to buy 2. I feel like that's a waste. I don't want 2. I just want 1. Send the link for Gamers, bro. I have it right here. Here, I'll pull it up. Just 1 sec. You're gonna see like a bajillion tabs open up now, so just be warned. Whew, 63 tabs. Oh boy. 63 tabs. I gotta clean some of this shit up, dude. I gotta clean some of this shit up. So yeah, here I'll drop the link in chat. So when you pre-order it, it's expensive, by the way. It is not cheap. The way you order it is that you need to install the Buyee extension, and it'll literally say click here, and then when you click it, they'll pre-order it for you. And then it'll ship to Buyee, and then you'll get a notification, and then you can ship it to you. It's really cool. When you pre-order it, you get 2 different things. The volume 1, you get an acrylic panel, so it's gonna be like this big or something. So you get an acrylic panel. The second one is a B2 tapestry, which is gonna be similar to the thing I showed you. I don't know if it's like as big. I think it's probably as big. So that's what this is the one I'm getting. This one I already pre-ordered from Animate. So like I think this is Animate. Yeah, Animate online shop. I already pre-ordered from Animate their version for volume 1. So I'm just like, okay, I already paid for it. Like they paid for it up front. That's the thing I should warn you about. If you're gonna pre-order, you pay up front. So literally, it's gonna be like $200 off your fucking check, or sorry, off your bank account just immediately. So just be warned. But yeah, it's around like 200 fucking bucks. It's not cheap. It is not cheap at all. But yeah, I should contact Amazon, and then it comes with all these extra bonuses. So what's cool is that Volume 1 comes with this, Volume 2 comes with this, and the two images complete each other, and it's something Reiji drew. You also get this one, which is for volume 1, and it's a reprint. I don't really need this. I actually already have a version of this from what is it? From something else. This though, I don't have this, so I'm cool with this. And then this bonus comes with both, so I'm okay with this. This isn't the one I'm into. I want a different one. I want the one where she's sitting on the float. That one's cuter. This one where she's just changing, I'm like, whatever. The one where she's changing, whatever. I don't like it as much. Like, I'm not really too into the whole, oh, she's changing in the room thing. That's just kind of weird. I've never, like, fully clicked with that. Anywho. Now I should probably end the stream. We've even hit 6 hours, so this is perfect. Can anyone find me the S1 Season 1 box set of SAO for North America? Obviously, you don't have to buy it for me. Just the link I need. Sorry, bud. I'm not going to do that today. That's something you're going to have to figure out for yourself. I'm cooked. I'm done. I gotta go get some rest. Maybe play some 14. I'm still working on the story a little bit. Yeah, and I gotta eat something else too. Okay, so thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you guys had fun. I'll either stream Saturday or tomorrow. Probably Saturday. I think I'll use tomorrow to do some editing. You know, I don't really give a shit about Halloween. I'm sorry to share. I don't really give a shit about Halloween. I will have some candy for some of the kids in the neighborhood. The next stream, either Saturday or tomorrow. Either Saturday or tomorrow. I'm not sure. Maybe Saturday. I might use tomorrow to edit some stuff. You know, maybe I do need a small break, so I might use tomorrow to edit some stuff, just to edit down my streams. Because I'm almost done editing out like part 1 of the stream already. Like I already got pretty fucking far. So it feels like I should finish that and upload it. I'd like to edit my stuff faster in the future, but you know, I think I was a little cooked. Well, I hate that I keep saying I was cooked. I fucking hate that I keep saying that. I'm using stupid Gen Z lingo. Fuck out of here. I feel so stupid. Anyways, I think that's it for tonight. I'll see you. It's either tomorrow or Saturday. That's probably when the next stream will be. Hopefully, we won't have leaks by Saturday. I hope not. Hopefully, we will not have leaks by Saturday. I kind of don't. I kind of really hope we don't have some major leak for chapter 400. I'd like to go into chapter 400 completely blind, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay. See y'all later. If you guys enjoyed this video, remember, hit the like button, love icon, keep up with the uploads. Remember, let's mosey, all that fun stuff. Woo. Bye-bye.